상대방이 굉장히 공격적인 조합을 많이 뽑았어요. 바텀 11의 애니부터 시작해서 정글 니달리, 탑 나르 전부 다 주도권을 잡고 흔들어야 의미가 있는 픽들이거든요. 그리고 흔들 수만 있다면 진짜 파괴력 있는 조합이에요. 그 라인에 개입을 하거나 아니면 시야장을
사용 선수가 한번 날려볼 수 있는 거고요.
자,
제대로 깔끔하게. 롤드컵 가까우고 또 썸머의 보스 시작되기 또 생산경 시작되기 이번 직전이기 때문에 늘어지는 운영 이런 것들 거의 다 없어졌습니다. 요즘요.
맞습니다.
네.
자,
루나 이거 보세요.
이거
보세요.
랜턴! 와, 이거 킬 견적을 지금 거의 예술적으로 캐치했는데요.
네. 자, 그리고 마치까지 자, 3명이 밀어붙습니다.
가위바위보
혼자
게임 터트리고 있어요. 터트리고 있어요.
네.
그리고
하나
안 살았어요.
이거 역게 제대로 보고 있고
근데
알고
자,
있어요.
그래요. 치고만.
자, 그런데 너무 세요. 3위네요, 뭐.
옹기가 다 쓸어다.
굉장히 위험했고.
미단 한번 해줘. 왼쪽 한방 더
더블킥. 엑사이트
달려
더블킥.
왔지 나를. 네.
저기를 점프 뛰게 넣고
자, 근데 빅토로까지 왔어요. 빅토로. 그래. 트리플 왔지.
제대로 된 플레이가 안 나오겠죠.
이거 하나
들어보는 플레이.
그렇게 엄청 세요. 그렇게 엄청 세요. 혼자
너무 세요.
아니.
지금 저 코르키한테 몇 대 맞으면 다 박살이 납니다. 뭐 탱커고 뭐고 없어요 지금은 일단.
전멸이
거기에
없어요.
꿈까지.
전멸이 없어요.
와, 진짜 사형 성공.
아니,
사형
퓨어가
자, 일단 애니 죽고 나르 체력 뻔하다. 11의 체력 다 빼놨고.
근데 이거는 약간
잘 달려죠. 아빠끼리.
야.
티오리. 두명 전사.
오늘 퓨어 진짜 날 잡았네.
네. 자, 렉사이드 멀리 짝. 자, 분노 한 80, 70% 채우고 있어. 와, 한번.
우와, 빅토르 과격기네 그냥.
네.
다 들어왔어요.
크라운. 트리플 킬. 이거
혼돈의 폭풍을 선사했습니다.
네.
그냥 다 녹았어요.
정말 죽음과 혼돈밖에 없었어요.
네.
엑사이가 너무 많이 맞았어요.
네.
이거 뭐 딱히 추가할 필요도 없다라고 판단했네요.
상당히 확인이다. 이거를.
나르.
자, 전전의 옥교.
미니언들한테도 또막 껴가지고
한 번도 안 죽었어요, 오큐.
앞발길이 들어가죠.
네.
예.
렉사. 네. 아무튼 내대 지장이 없습니다. 지 한번 긁고. 넥서스 깰 보이네. 트리플 킬. 넥서스 깨면서 지지.
나진이 경기 운영 능력이 굉장히 스피디해지고 더 강해졌다는 걸 생각해봤을 때는 중반 타이밍까지 무난하게 넘어가는 게 필수적인데 와치 선수의 앨리스가 조커 카드 역할을 제대로 해줄 수 있느냐가 관건일 것 같습니다. 좋아요.
좋아요. 저거 전번에도 길까지 안 되나요? 길까지. 그렇죠. 예. 갚아줬습니다.
이거
누나 쪽으로 하지만 2분 있어요.
황제의 진영
반대쪽으로.
네.
그리고 와치
위험하죠.
도전할 수 있나요?
데려갔어요. 교환.
와버립니다.
그럼 벌사이지 와치지 정해야죠.
자, 네, 이퀄라이저를 한번 밀고.
드래곤
파란
먹게 먹었는데 렉사이 죽었고요. 이후에 추가 손실. 누나 죽었고요.
앨리스까지. 빨리 도망가야죠.
달리기.
네. 한 명
들어갈 수 있을까요?
떴어요. 죽었죠. 네.
날 버려라. 근데 아래 11에도 쓰레시.
대로 계속 때려요.
11가 와서 막 타워 다이브예요.
네. 5대3.
이거 지금 아주 기회입니다. 지금.
네. 이콜라이저 먼저
예.
썼고요.
이퀄라이저 제대로 들어간 거 아니에요.
네.
기회예요.
자,
삼성 입장에서.
왔어요.
예.
네.
마오카이
마오카이 왔어.
마오카이 점사.
네, 이게
점사. 자, 이게 뭔가요?
이 다음
아지로. 미드건 아지로. 자,
후보가 촉촉.
자,
왔지. 자, 2대1 나왔습니다. 럼블이 왔는데 이게 고립이 될지 이콜라이저
네.
썼고요. 호응이 중요하죠.
포스가
크라운을 아직
이거 뭐 역할 한 번에 줘야죠.
구모가 아까 막 적극적으로
네.
앞으로
예.
들어가면서
일로와.
배우가 앞으로 가는 플레이.
자, 와치가 달려들었다 죽겠다고.
마오카이 왔어요.
네. 때려도 안 죽는 마오카이 왔어.
죽었는데
자, 일단 고구마 전사에 럼블도 봐요.
너무 무리해서 들어가기보다
안 땡겨지고.
오, 예.
아, 이거 대로 꾹꾹.
레이저 이콜. 자, 봐야 돼요. 끝까지.
자,
근데
고구마
딜 하고 있거든요.
이게
고구마. 크라운. 고구마 죽었고 크라운 죽었고.
일단 코고모가 잡히면서 시작해서
네.
이미 한타가 사실 시작부터 끝났어요.
아, 에이스 뜨나 이거.
그러니까 이게
자, 용이라.
다행이에요.
용 먹고.
살살
그리고
하고
퓨리가 고치받아서 HP 관리 안 돼요.
최대한 빠지면서
자,
카이팅 빠지면서 카이팅
조냐. 한방사기.
살 사람 살자.
옥규가 미쳐 날뛰고 있습니다.
두명 전사.
살 사람은 살아야죠.
네.
최대한 마오카이 뒤로 일단 오고요.
여기 똑같은 자리. 아까 대자리요.
자, 그리고 봐야 돼요.
자,
이거 잘 들어갔어요. 일단 여기까지는 괜찮은데 코고모 프리데이.
자, 그리고 이 콜이 깔고 이렇게 죽었는데 조용히요.
잘 싸웠어요.
아무도 안 죽었고요.
굉장히 잘
자,
싸웠어요.
두명 생존. 두명 전사. 낮은.
좁은 지역 이퀄라이저 미사일이 좀 조심해야 되고요.
일단 추가 호응이 되진 않았어요.
맞지?
지금
체력이
와치 선택! 자, 그래도 하는데 싸우면
상대가 괴물이긴 한데
괴물. 네. 괴물이어도
그왜 죽었고요?
1대1. 2대1. 2대2.
자,
삥 돌아오네요.
자, 글쎄요 이걸
자, 돌아서. 자, 낮은 약합병.
아니 왜 돌아와? 왜?
자, 보세요.
봐야죠, 보죠.
이거
뒤를 넣고 있긴 해요.
네.
아지르도 살아있고.
자, 2부.
최대한
아직 안
딜.
죽었어.
머리 이용해서 딜.
자, 실핀데 아직
하나 교환.
실핀데 아직 안 죽었어요. 네.
자, 렉사이 왔고요. 렉사이 왔어요. 수가리도 럼블도 오고요. 코그모.
네, 아직 안 죽었어요.
옥규가 터뜨렸어요.
부메랑.
네. 자, 아지는 잡았고요. 결국 듀리 맞아 전사.
그래도 있긴 있어서 끝내기는 부담될 텐데요.
자,
이게.
그래도 한번
예,
싸우는
한번.
쪽으로 정원아 아무도 싸우기 못 끼워. 그래,
춤에 녹아요.
전사. 네.
듀크.
어차피 서로 죽게. 서로 죽게.
끝내네요.
마오카이가 한턴 살았어야 되는데.
그렇습니다.
아무것도 없었기 때문에.
위상 두 번째 위상은 안 준다. 공격 전환.
최재. 일단 조합을 보면 코타이거즈는 의도적으로 라이즈를 내줬고 자신들이 좋아하는 픽으로 오픽을 풀면서 서로 간의 시너지가 굉장히 좋고 포킹도 강력한 챔프들 가져갔습니다. 문도 시칼 던지죠, 창 던지죠, 빅토르 마찬가지죠, 뭐 카리스타도 던지죠. 여러 가지 포킹 가능하고
쪽도.
네. 먼저 안쪽은
근데 이거 오히려
마피.
예. 미스덤. 근데 이게
나그네.
잡았고요.
고릴라 위험.
천사. 야, 저런 생존 KT 가부. 자, 근데 애니
점화가
없거든.
있거든요. 점화가 있어요.
네.
점화 선점화
자,
걸고
이거는 죽이겠다는 거죠.
그냥 점사.
툭.
예. 그리고 딱
전사 안 합니다. 생존.
까지 압박이 돼서 그래요.
네.
그리고
라이브
오거든요.
왔어요. 실제로 와요.
이거 제대로 들어갔지. 저스까지.
베이까지 완벽하게. 고릴라 위험.
전사.
앞전면까지. 오, 예.
네. 자, 스텝이
아이브.
묵 썼지.
썬데이.
그러면서 드래곤 포켓몬까지.
썸데이.
위아래 동시 승리.
있잖아요. 그때도 막 전멸
네.
연계.
네. 자, 피카몰라고 우습겠죠?
교환이 되나요?
위성이 안 죽었어요.
던질 게 없습니다.
이거 먹었는데요.
이거 낚시냐?
정면까지.
프레이드사.
아 예.
자, 이제 스맨 도망가고요.
다들 도망가면 돼요.
네.
전멸 다 써서 도망가면 됩니다. 너무 거리가 벌어지다 보니까 피카부 입장에서도 부담되죠.
앞에 하고. 자, 그리고 스코어. 스맨.
위에서
네.
카지가 악전매공 썸네일에
나이스.
있어요.
1대1.
라이즈가
네.
이쪽도 엄청 셉니다.
네.
칼리스타 있으니까
네.
아니다. 먹었고요.
너무 요거 하나 끊어졌고. 자, 가져오면
이게 또 빅토리가
도망가는 게 중요해.
있어서.
도망가는 게.
자,
레오나. 라이즈 앞전면.
네. 그리고 고르키가.
그리고 위에서 카시가 또 쪼입니다.
네.
카시가 쪼여요.
애니가 헬프 되나요? 애니 헬프 되나요?
못 산다.
더블킬.
장군호십니다. 장군호십니다. 장군호세요. 이기죠. 이게
네. 던지.
한번
올려요.
자, 라이즈 앞에 멀고요.
싸우자가 아닐 때.
라이즈 와요.
대장군 오십니다.
자 반대로.
대장군 오세요. 대장군 오십니다 지금.
프레이.
자 프로그램 하나 싸워요.
너무 깜깜해요.
지금
어둠이에요.
저거 매복지인가요? 어떤 저희가 시야가 없어요.
저희도 깜깜해요.
우리도
왜요?
시야가 없어요.
대장군 나오십니다.
난이도.
오십니다.
완전 테러거든요. 완전
오십니다.
테러. 일로 와.
오셨습니다. 라이즈 오십니다.
자, 두 명 전사.
앞전멸. 대장군 오셨습니다. 더블킬.
예.
그럼 누가 잡은 거? 프로스도 대장군이 잡으셨네요.
Get low when the whistle go.
그래서 KT 같은 경우 말씀하신 대로 현재 폼 좋은 에로 대놓고 밀어주자예요.
네.
다른 쪽도 전반적으로 안정감 있는 챔피언들 가져가면서 그냥 무난히 커서 무난히 코그모만 지키면 돼 이겁니다.
네.
이니시도 섞여 있고 뭐 지켜주기도 좋고 참 좋아요. 이거는 뒤틀린 전진 거리가 되면 위험합니다.
소페이스
위험해요. 이거 위험해요.
선연계.
빨리 쓰면서
예.
최대한
이콜.
피가
레디가 묻었으니까.
네. 군요. 자, 누가 들어갈 수 있나요? 상대 탱크 바로 넘어갔습니다. 바로 거기에 썸데이까지.
썸데이는 뭐 어차피 잡히니까요.
썸데이 좋았고요. 썸데이.
네, 스코어 할 수 있는 게 없어요. 스코어.
애매하죠.
네, 스톤을 걸기 원하는 팀.
에로우를 잡아줘야죠. 에로우를. 근데 저는 생존코.
넘어가서.
네.
황제 진영.
그래도
자, 실패 내면 내줄 수 없다. 자, 순간이 너무 빠르게 합류합니다.
순간 이동. 네.
성공해요, 이거. 스텝이 걸렸어요.
이거 여기까지
헬프.
네.
헬프 없고 타워.
또 이런 식으로.
네.
자,
앞으로.
일단. 잘 보고 있고.
뻔했어요.
수능을 피했어요. 일단 막아봐야죠. 그래도.
어떻게?
혹시 연계 넣어서.
고릴라. 와.
코그모 봐야
두
돼요.
번째 시험은 더 어려워졌어요.
괴로워요 일단. 살짝 그래도 뒤에서 몰래
안 밟고 있어요. 자, 안 밟고.
프레이 여기 시체 죽었어요. 프레이 여기 시체 죽었어요.
그러면서 바로
바로 소득 팔고.
그렇죠. 집도 팔고
그렇죠.
그냥 밀어주죠.
네, 넥서스 뒤에서 고릴라 썸데이.
자, 이거는
근데 딜러 라인이 안 죽어요. 일단
어디 있어요?
오래 살았어요.
코그모가.
이게
자, 마오카이까지.
에코가 스틸하러
네.
들어와도 자, 에코가 먼저 죽거나 그러면
한번 쓰고 어때 방법 없어? 이거
나왔어요. 코고모. 자, 코고모가 자, 코고모 뒤에 계시지.
자, 마지막.
자,
네.
또
마지막.
와, 이거
70초 아웃. 수능 만점이 어디를 볼까요? 네.
어떻게든
올려.
시간이 거리가 시간이 5초 2초 이거를 못 막아요.
No, 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 no,
안녕하세요. 지난 성원의 힘입어 다시 돌아온 울프쇼 몸짱이 내가 저희 김종현 코치님을 모셨습니다.
울프쇼 저번에 찍은 걸 봤었는데 그냥 굉장히 더러웠었던 것 같습니다.
좀 반응 괜찮았어요?
울프 같은 경우에는 아이스크림 한 5개를 막 30초 만에 먹으니까 그런 거 볼 때마다 너무 걱정돼가지고
저도 혹시 아이스크림 안 먹으면 지금처럼 몸이 이렇게 되고 있어요?
우리 감독님이 나왔어야 되는데 너무 아쉽다. 요새 보면 깜짝 놀라. 그냥 연예인 같아 저희 감독님.
탄탄한
네,
장단
이따가 만약에 부스 딱 들어올 때 저희 감독님 좀 줌해서 보여줬었으면 좋겠습니다.
네, 그럼 다음 울프쇼에서 돌아오겠습니다. 코치님 짱이에요?
감독님이 최고.
Today's matchup. Longzhu IM. SK Telecom T1. Jin Air Greenwing. Spenu Sonic Boom. 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Summer.
Hello and welcome to another day of Champion Summer. It is our last day this week. And our matches will be SK Telecom T1 versus Longju Incredible Miracle, followed, of course, by Jin Air versus Spenu. So I'm Monte Cristo. Joining me, as usual, is Papa Smithy, or as usual, 50% of the time.
50% of the time, it's every time.
Well, these matches today, obviously SK Telecom coming off that loss to CJ in a bit of a surprising upset. And this first match not going to have a lot of meaning, but Jin Air really needs to win in match 2 tonight to make themselves relevant in this playoff race.
That's kind of the crazy thing, is that although a lot of the top teams have played each other, when you look at this schedule, every time one of those top 6, 2 through 6th plays, you have to watch, is it going to be the 2-0 to really propel them? Because everything's so damn close in that race for the top 5.
Yeah, and again, it's such an impactful end to this season because we're not only talking about spots in the playoffs, we may be talking about spots in the World Championship as well. Of course, guys, go to ogn.azubu.tv to vote on this week's Super Plays, or not, because Arrow already won it yesterday, so...
That's fair. That's a spoiler.
Yeah, spoiler, I don't even need to watch tonight to know that Arrow won it yesterday, because if you guys missed that Game 2 between KT and the Coup Tigers, frankly, I pity you.
It's a sort of game where, look, it wasn't my casting night, but I honestly felt a bit jealous that I couldn't be involved. Even sitting at home in front of the big screen, I was just enthralled watching. And as you can see in this rankings, propelled KT Rolster crazily to 2nd spot.
Yeah, all the way up there. Coup falls down to 4th place right now behind both KT and CJ Entis. And again, Jin Air, they're in 6th place. That is not a playoff position. They have to get into the top 5. And again, our first match tonight will be Longju IM versus SK Telecom T1, which will be interesting because Tom and Easy Hoon will be back, at least for Game 1 tonight.
Unique, and it just really doesn't have any impact on the playoffs whatsoever. But this second match, as you mentioned, playoff implications all over it. We expect Jin Air to pick up a win, but Spenu, they have been picking up single games, and even that is relevant when there's, what, 1 series win between 2nd and 6th.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge. So Jin Air does have a softer end to this season, it must be said, but these are all must-win matches for the Green Wings. Let's get into introducing our teams for this evening. It will be Longju IM on this side of the studio. Expression and Spooky will be playing tonight alongside their normal lineup of Frozen and Ignar, also Roar in the booth. So.
And the Expression's had a couple of series off. Ilac actually been playing in the top. We were actually speaking off air. Did Expression ever get to play against Marin? That's kind of a tasty matchup from a couple of years ago, but it feels like just as Marin was coming into the scene, Expression swapping between the Najin teams and kind of on the exit.
Yeah, that is definitely true, but should be interesting because both of these guys really like that isolated 1v1 play. When we talk about Expression, he's still playing split pushers. Vlad, Shyvana, Jax, Aurelia coming in, and we've seen a lot of Gnar bans against him too. So he's shown a big champion pool. You can see he's trending more towards meta picks in his last 5.
Don't know about the teleport flash Shyvana that he put out. That certainly wasn't a success, but as you mentioned, the Gnar has been respectable. He has the higher win rate, and Spooky, the new jungler, look, his first game against Rek'Sai that we casted together looked a bit shaky. His engages were really off, but showing something like the Olaf, and in general, playing a lot more impressive second time out.
Yeah, he did do well on that Olaf pickup in their 2-0 victory versus Spenu Sonic Boom, and a lot of that, too, was Frozen, who picked up some MVP points for his Runeglaive Ezreal, but Spenu let them have it and then had no plan about how to deal with the Runeglaive Ezreal. So I think a bit of a mistake there from Spenu in the drafting phase. Of course, has those Victor games, too, to back him up when he doesn't get the Runeglaive Ez. We are still on patch 5.13, so it is a relevant pick this evening.
Both Coco and Frozen, as you mentioned, show that if you don't apply pressure to that mid lane, if you let Runeglaive Ezreal get into the late game with equal or better CS, you're going to lose. That's just the reality of how strong that pick is.
And Ignar, been actually very good this season. He's number 2 in kill contribution at 76%, and he's just been the rock for this team. Large champion pool, 5 different champions in his last 5. Good initiator, often has the anti-band against him, so can he deliver tonight? Because he's definitely, I think, the most promising of the rookies on this Incredible Miracle team.
I kind of think about him in the same mind space as Pickapoo, which actually obviously a big compliment to Ignar and just a team that has been putting together wins. On the engaged champions, when they're unleashed, they can make really impressive plays around the map. On the disengaged, look, they're capable, but the team even looks better when they can play those engaged champions.
Indeed they do. Well, on the other side of the arena, fresh off their first loss of the season, it is SK Telecom T1, and they will be running their standard lineup, Bang, Wolf, and Marin, with a dash of Tom and Easyhoon. So it's been a while, a long time since we've seen Tom, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, Tom's 4-0 for the season, but actually we haven't seen him since June 6th. For context, since he last played, which was game 1 against Samsung on June 6th, Bengi played 27 games in a row. So Tom certainly has been on the sidelines after even being a factor in the final season in Champions Spring.
Yeah, but it makes sense for them to bring in Tom and Easyhoon right now. SK Telecom is locked for first place. They are not going anywhere. Because of our playoff structure, they are automatically seeded into the finals. They have automatically qualified for the World Championship, and they don't have a meaningful game for a month. So are we going to see them toy around a little bit? Don't know.
Hey, it's what we suggest, and there's Tom on your screen. The Gragas 100% win rate, in general 100% win rate, but as you mentioned, Q's in the rack a little bit. They're able to keep their completed bottom lane, so of course Bang and Wolf will be the same rock in the bot lane. Marin is the only top lane they have on the roster, so he keeps playing, and they're just switching around jungle and mid. And will we see some synergy between Tom and Easyhoon?
Yeah, and Easyhoon, now he had some decent Orion and Twisted Fate games. His Varus was a little less than impressive. Has he learned any new champions? He hasn't been seen in just a little bit, but in this meta where Twisted Fate is definitely a high priority pick, particularly on red side, and FLICKR's Twisted Fate was a little less than inspiring in their games against CJ.
And that's kind of the interesting spot, is that when we're talking about why SKT have been struggling, some of it has been their adaptation to the meta, some of it's just not been, having to ban Ryze on blue side, for example. The one thing you can say with Easyhoon in the lineup, Azir, it's a must ban, because his Azir is outstanding.
Yes it is. So Wolf, going back to that Alistair, one of his just most played supports. He was kind of the one that brought it back into the meta in the spring, playing it before anyone else was. And he continues to do very well on that champion. Also has the #1 KDA in this league at 8.0. So Wolf, the king of the KDA right now, and he has been for quite some time. So T1, I really wouldn't want to be IM right here, because I think they are going to be facing an SK Telecom team that really wants a bit of redemption after barely losing that best of 3 against CJ Entis.
It's worth noting that, of course, the lineup that we expect them to be playing in finals isn't what we're going to see here today. And as you mentioned, it might be a month till we finally see the redemption for the starting lineup, just because there's no upside to show more strategies when everything's locked in.
Yeah, absolutely. Why would you let other teams see your A lineup right now when there is literally no benefit for that? The guys like FLICKR and Bengi, they don't need more experience in the booth. They've been doing it for years. They've been on the biggest stages that League of Legends has to offer, and they've performed. So no real reason. I expect to see a lot of Tom and Easyhoon.
Getting into the draft, some of the picks and bans for SKT will be different. We've talked about the fact that they're not really a Ryze team. Easyhoon can play it in the mid lane. Marin, crucially, hasn't been playing it. 5.13, Ryze is still going to be relevant. With the changes in 5.14, maybe that will help SKT, because it feels like he's falling out of the meta fast.
Well, we will have to wait and see on that. Kalista still banned very frequently, although it has gone down. Azir banned against Easyhoon. And there's the Ryze, so pretty standard stuff. And Frozen not really wanting to compete with Easyhoon's Azir. Nidalee banned against Tom. Now that makes sense. Tom much more of a scrappy mechanical jungler, for those of you who haven't seen him, rather than a more control-oriented jungler like Bengi is. He likes to fight, he likes to skirmish early.
And honestly, that's really the MO for a lot of these SKT members. It's a reason why their average kill participations are much lower than other teams. For example, the Pooh Tigers, is that they do play these skirmish styles. For example, Marin loves to brawl, gets a lot of solo kills. It's one of the issues they have with the current meta, is that when champions like Shen and TF come back, if you're a team that always builds for lane, for example, Marin's Gnar, always building that Black Cleaver, even if it's not really beneficial for the team fights or the identity of the overall comp, if you've got those globals to account for, that's where SKT recently at least have been tripping over a little bit, is accounting for just the globals that are in the meta.
And they need to adapt, right? We need to probably see some Shen from Marin at some point in order to justify this. No Ezreal ban so far, but maybe they're a little less worried about that from Easyhoon. Braum will be the first pick of the draft, And that will be a nice answer to a possible Runeglaive Ezreal from SK Telecom. But remember, IM has had no problems in early picking Ezreal and just making the enemy deal with it.
Waiting to see what the introduction of Tom and EasyHoon will do. If you look at EasyHoon's recently played, still a lot of Azir, which of course is banned out here. Of course, no incentive to show your best champions, especially if you knew in advance that you'd be playing today. So always exciting to think of a new champion for EasyHoon's champion pool, because traditionally, just like some players like Goong had that kind of limited champion pool, at least in the competitive scene.
Yeah, that is true. Tom hovering over the Echo right now, a champion that hasn't really seen a lot of play from SKT. Bengi has only brought it out once or twice.
What they pair it with, though, it feels like Echo, you get the CC in the lanes. If it's the likes of Maokai on top especially, it can be very, very powerful. It does create zones, and now suddenly you have the zone of the parallel convergence and also the Victor W in a team fight.
I wonder what they're going for here, because we know Tom is a very good Gragas player mechanically, but they're actually choosing the Echo above the Gragas pick. And usually we only see Echo here in Korea when we do have things like both Rek'Sai and Gragas banned.
It's usually the jungle bans. Only two jungle bans have been registered with Rek'Sai and Nidalee banned, but as you say, taking the priority over Gragas. He's undefeated this season on Gragas' most played. Of course, only a 4-game sample size, so not really a big statistic. Excellent turret taking, though, is all I can tell so far. You put down the Victor W, threaten the parallel convergence. That should allow a lot of damage onto turrets, and if Bang picks up the Corki, could just be one of these mid-game comps that SKT is so well known for.
It could very well be. Well, Gragas is the... Well, nope, they're going to switch it to the Evelynn at the last second, and taking Gnar, that champion that we have seen frequently banned against Expression here. So he is confident in any matchup, which he should be. Gnar is pretty safe.
And the spooky Evelynn, something about that, again, makes me smile like a
He's
sweet
invisible.
bird. Yeah, it's pretty damn spooky. As SKT, they seem to be piling disengage and zone control if they do lock in this Janna.
Yeah, this is a very interesting draft from SK Telecom, and the Janna will be locked in, one of Wolf's best champions historically. They're going back to the Vayne for Bang, something that SKT has been playing a lot recently. Bang is not a very flashy Vayne player, more of a workhorse cleanup Vayne player, but it has worked for them. I would say it's not as successful as some of their other champions, like Corki, for instance, but they keep on picking it.
And look, in the LPL, Vayne has really loomed as a massive pick, so maybe it's just taking some inspiration from there. It's got so much zone control, both direct in terms of the Victor W and all of Janna's disengage, and of course the threat of the parallel convergence. There's a lot to account for, and honestly, if they could have a do-over, it almost feels like the Olaf is really being demanded from the IM side, because Vayne's already looking pretty deceptively safe in the backline.
Yeah, there's no primary engage yet from IM. They've shown their top laner, jungler, and support, which are the positions that primary engage comes from, unless you have an Azir, but they've banned that right out. So where do you go? You pretty much have to play full disengage, and that is going to mean an Ezreal here in the mid lane. Now, SK Telecom as a team with FLICKR and Bengi has really done a good job of shutting down low wave clear champions like Ezreal, like Kassadin, like Cassiopeia, but is that synergy and teamwork going to be there when the mid jungle changes?
Can't, of course, loop in a Twisted Fate or anything like that, so it's going to be the Maokai for the backline third. Okay, this is a champion Marin plays very, very well. Two comps that, you know, honestly, a lot better going backwards. Specifically the LZIM, of course, the IM lineup was mostly going to be safe with disengage, but it's on Marin really to be the big engage, and of course Tom can throw in a hand as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think teleport flank is going to be a massive part of this game from SK Telecom, because no one else is actually going to be able to threaten the backline. Echo is a great champion for kite compositions, but he just can't do very much when he has to get in there unless he gets very lucky with a parallel convergence and uses his flash or something like that. So it's not really very reliable here.
And Marin's had to pick the Maokai for comp. Remember, he's opting into this Gnar matchup. We've seen it multiple times. We've actually seen the Maokais start to get a little bit of an advantage. It does require a lot of help, whether that's the lane swap at level 1 or some jungle attention. And we've already discussed that Maokai and Echo have excellent synergy when we're talking about perma-stun in a gank sense. So holding down Expression, that's loomed as a pretty popular strategy against IM, and maybe that's what's necessary to really get this comp rolling.
Yeah, they're going to have to look for those ganks onto the Gnar, and Expression has had a lot of deaths in lane. As you said, he has been focused very heavily a lot of the time, so he cannot split push, which is his main strength as a player. So we are going to get into the game pretty soon as everybody loads up, and we'll see if these compositions can do some work, because they're a little bit awkward. SK Telecom versus LZIM. And we're going to get into the game right now. I guess we're not. We're just gonna have some epic guitar solo while the camera zooms around the studio. We have a pause right now, it would appear. So we'll just headbang. Some nice metal here. Wolf's headbang. Oh, it's bang right there, not headbanging in the booth, sadly.
It's amusing how inappropriate this is for the current situation.
Yeah, you're getting amped up, but nothing is actually happening.
Will a lot happen in the early game, though, Monte Cristo, to find a decent transition to this game? It's one of those games where it feels like both teams are playing for the late game. Tom's the big kind of unknown. Echo, in the Champions at least, has been an unknown factor because there's been no consistency compared to, say, the Chinese scene where it's really loomed as a top pick.
Yeah, but again, I think it's more of a situational pick here. We compare it to a lot of the other junglers, Rek'Sai, Gragas. It's just, there's so much more flexibility. Echo's very strong at what Echo does, but against Poke, he's pretty awful. So it's going to be an interesting time here to see if they can ever get onto this Ezreal and Tristana backline that IM has drafted. And they're definitely going to have an edge, and it's the burden of outplay is definitely on Marin here to actually threaten the Runeglaive Ezreal. I'm very curious to see how the ganking situation and the pressure situation in the mid lane is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, mid lane or top lane is the focus for Tom. If he can get the turret down of the AP Ezreal, that will of course be a massive factor. We've talked about the lack of instant wave clear for an Ezreal, so of course pushing down his turret will allow the Victor, as FLICKR is wont to do of course, to push in and roam, and maybe that's what needs to happen.
Well, that's the key, right? When we talk about the Victor versus Ezreal matchup, is can you quickly take that first tower? Because that way you have the priority, go dive the side lanes, you really open up the map for yourself, and Ezreal has no way of responding, so you could play the game 5v4 effectively. It is quite handy, but like I said, when you come to EasyHoon and Tom, this is not a duo that we've known for that kind of forward play in the laning phase, chipping turrets early to get that level of an advantage. So, I mean, I really like the composition IM has drafted. If they can ward their flanks well and play in front of the dragon, they'll be in a good place. LZIM versus SK Telecom, game 1 here. EasyHoon in the mid lane, of course, trying to step into the shoes of FLICKR, who is a damn good Victor, if I do say so myself.
Both teams, you know, with the comps they picked, really trying to fly a kite today on a sunny day in Seoul. Kiting backwards is the name of the game for the AD carry specifically, for Frozen as well. But Maokai, he's the one who really wants to get in there.
Yeah, and Spooky just going to chase out Tom with a few hate spikes as the wards begin to drop in the top side of SK Telecom's jungle.
They have the double incentive for invading. They have the winning lane matchup of Na versus Maokai, and quite simply, they want to stop any level 1 camp from Maokai being taken by the saplings. So smart to come through for the invade, but can they actually spot out the lane matchup they want?
Yeah, they did do a very good job of warding for that. 2 wards able to spot where this start is coming through. And a little bit of a tussle right now. Bang will get tagged with the concussive blows, but Frozen chunked out right now, and he does not have a way to go home at the moment. So that is actually huge. Frozen ate a sapling and then skirmished there with the Vayne and the Victor. So lane swap coming through. We are going to see the top lane with the AD carries and supports from both teams. So they get the matchup, the Gnar versus Maokai, that we presume they wanted.
The Australian meta is engaged. It's, of course, just the bottom lane on the top.
Is that where you rotate the opposite direction of where you're supposed to, too?
We all saw that Simpsons episode. Yes, that's exactly right. The toilets go the opposite way, and so do the bot lanes.
So do the rotations?
We'll wait and see.
I don't know. I've seen some of the OPL. I think I'm right.
I mean, they're the big victors here. They got chunked out okay in the mid lane, but now Frozen is in lane, is fine, so that wasn't a big deal. Maybe he just had to eat a biscuit, but they get the 1v1 matchup they want, they get the 2v2, they get what they picked for. And maybe they even have some predictability to Tom's path, because they know that he started on the bottom side of the map.
You know what surprises me as we see this Tristana in the game is that SK Telecom is not playing more Tristana themselves. It's always been a champion that Bang has prioritized throughout his career. And he is that kind of clean-up AD carry and can benefit from playing that Trist. But we just haven't seen that much of it recently. SK Telecom all about the Vayne.
The only top flight AD carry that's been playing Tristana so far in Champions has been Okyu, who tries to mix in a little bit, but even then, you know, it's been mainly the likes of Raw and also Sven who have been playing it a little bit as well. Marin is very overextended.
Yes, he is, and he's going to get trapped. Expression right in the Mega Gnar form. The stun will take him out. So Marin comes down, and Spooky with the very predictable gank right there. And Marin had used his Trinket Ward, but that was not going to be very useful up against this Evelynn. So had it plop down in the lane right there. And that's an early death for Marin, Expression with the first blood money.
Teleports straight back to lane, so he's going to do his best to stop the freeze that Expression was trying to engage in. It's been Expression who's the one that's been preyed upon, but Marin, one thing you can say about him, he loves pushing lane, he loves playing aggressively and building aggressively, and Spooky caught him out.
Yep, absolutely. Simple gank, so a mistake from Marin early, and that will be picked up by LZIM. So they start with an advantage this game, up to 800 gold right now. That differential as Expression going to safely farm under his turret, and now looks like Marin, he's on for a bit of a gank on the mid lane, one would assume. They want to shut down the Rune Ez, and they don't see this coming. Flash going to be coming in, and there we go. There's the stun. Frozen just going to be locked up and destroyed. Great gank from SK Telecom, just subverting the wards right there. Easily done. Great positioning on that parallel convergence to catch him after the arcane shift.
And honestly, it was poetry in motion. We've seen so much of the Echo, but we don't see it so clean as Tom was able to put out. It was very smart positioning on the parallel convergence. Frozen just completely caught out, has Summoner Spell, Smite. You're not able to take Cleanse. That's not a luxury that you're denied as the Ezreal. And Maokai there to follow it up. Very nice play from SKT.
Absolutely. So, Pink Ward now down in the lane for Marin. He doesn't want any further shenanigans, but he's a level back. Expression about to hit that Mega Gnar, and Marin just has to play defensively under his turret. He's up a Doran's item, but that is not going to be enough right now to really deal with Expression's aggression. Spooky also will find and kill that Pink Ward, so SKT will be slightly more vulnerable on that bottom side of the map.
It's just a very limited sample size of games to draw from where Marin's picked into a losing matchup and also fallen behind early. There's not really an item that he can pick up to really try and get ahead of Expression. He's just going to get tanky. He's going to pick up a Catalyst, probably just build into Righteous Glory. If you don't have that scenario where Marin is on, say, the Fizz versus Maokai or gets a big advantage early, how is that going to affect SKT's rotations come the mid game? Because they usually rotate around lane power, 1v1 supremacy from Marin.
Yeah, they definitely do. And he needs to get that gold lead too. He takes up so much of his team's resources. Putting him behind early, especially on a champion like Maokai, could be problematic, although Maokai not that item dependent. Usually we see him fall behind early on Rumble and redeem himself in the mid game.
The question is he okay, or can the team function with him, you know, dealing with scraps, building for team fights rather than for lane, and just falling behind the Gnar, who's already got the Hex Drink and just going to wail away on the kind of helpless tree at this point.
Rough scenario, but Marin, in spite of the roam, in spite of the death, not falling behind when it comes to CS, and in fact, he's going to be able to deny a little bit off of Expression's recall right there. Expression wants to keep his TP advantage for the moment. Bang and Wolf also holding their own in a pretty bad lane matchup. Janna Vayne, not a great lane to be in. There's no really setup for the Vayne to go aggressive.
Really interesting first shot coming through from Frozen. You might think the Runeglaive, but no, of course, he only got the Ranger's Trailblazer, not building the Sheen first, so no mana sustain. He's obviously identified that his turret going down or him losing lane control is important enough to just build an item that really only functions as wave clear.
I think that's smart at this point, especially because he's down. He's going to be losing those trades anyway. And so why not just try and take that out? Expression just going to peek into the top side right now. Wants to get a ward down on the blue buff, but this blue buff is going to be very important for EasyHoon. He's got to get some damage down onto that tower right now, because if he doesn't get that lane advantage and Roar is able to take out the top side, there is going to be a lot of difficulty for SK Telecom in terms of holding their outer ring of towers.
Wolf is going for a walk. He's caught between two people. The Winter's Bite misses. Still draws the flash, though.
Wolf roaming around by himself, and some nice invasions going down. IM playing the map well so far.
Spooky in particular.
Yeah.
His map movements, whether it was the successful gank in bot or just being on the same wavelength as jungler. It's a really nice rotation play. Tom's trying to steal red.
He's gonna get it too, but there is Gnar on the bottom side, and this is so Tom right now. Has to flash over. He is going to chrono break back around. There's the hop. Expression tries to hit him with the boulder, and Frozen will pick up double buff. Spooky in trouble in the river, though, as he got isolated. He did have to flash that wall, and now the Dragon attacking, but SKT doesn't have the jungler to finish it, and that is very Tom. He likes to take risks.
Yeah, he was punished. That's the thing, is that we didn't know whether this IM lineup, remember, this is a rejigged IM lineup. Spooky's only played 3 games. But they're on the same wavelength. They're playing together well, and now Frozen has double buffs. Whether it's AD or AP Ezreal, double buff Ezreal is a fearsome thing. And finally, even though, once again, no laning statistics outside the Dorans, he actually has quite a lot of lane control now.
Yeah, he does, and that is an absolute disaster. Giving him the kill, too. I mean, EasyHoon was doing a great job keeping him behind in terms of CS. He's opened up and maintained about a 20 farm gap there, but that is just pretty terrible right now. And you can see this Tristana starting to get to the turret in the top. Has taken down the HP by about a third. So IM actually doing quite well in this one.
EasyHoon is the one where if he got ahead, remember, he's the only true wave clear on this lineup. They have Vayne for AD carry. They're not getting wave clear from lane. If EasyHoon was ever caught out, if he ever falls behind, the likes of Roar can just smash down turrets. Of course, we remember the biggest comeback wins. What are we seeing on the map?
We're seeing a dive right now. EasyHoon's going to come through. There's the Twisted Advance. Spooky there to respond, but Frozen is dead to Tom as the phase dive will finish off the kill. And that dive set up once again by SKT. They know what they need to do to keep this Ezreal behind. There's an exhaust coming through. Roar is chased off, and Ignar actually stunned into the wall. Here come the True Silver Bolt procs, so a nice trade as Ignar was caught in the river trying to respond to that gank. And SKT goes aggressive with their dual lane at the same time.
It's credit to Marin. He's actually kept up in CS despite giving up that first blood and rotated mid, out-rotating Expression. It's nice team play from Marin.
Yep, got a kill too, got an assist, so he has some money in his pocket, probably about even with Expression right now. So Marin really doing well on the map, makes up for Tom's mistakes. Tom gets his double buffs back in the end.
Frozen's able to buy
Or just a
Runeglaive.
single buff.
Able to finish the Runeglaive, but already very deceptively easy to dive. And when we're talking about the massive amount of CC that Tom and Easy can put out and the burst from mid lane, it's going to be difficult to get this Ezreal through the laning phase, especially a lot more difficult as last time, as Marin's going to get on top, but Ignar misses the Winter's Bite again.
There's the Glacial Fissure, and there's the damage from the Tristana Emar, and trying to live, he will not, cannot get back to his turret in time. And they catch him unawares with a lane swap, having that BF sword, and Marin no armor quite yet, just that catalyst. So they put their duo lane and their top lane down there at the same time. And can they get the dragon out of this? Spooky will chunk out Wolf just a smidge.
If you learned anything about KT Rollster yesterday, it's about playing around your place of powers. Ignat's taking a lot of burst as well. Looks like it's going to be a dragon contest.
Yeah, and there's no TP for Marin here, remember that. But there's the Agony's Embrace. SKT trying to bottle him up in the pit. Gravity Field already down. There's the Chaos Storm used afterwards. They're going to get a kill. Chrono Break will save Tom, so they take a kill in return for the dragon when the dust settles. So it looks like everyone going to have to recall on LZIM right now. So every time IM strikes, SK Telecom answers back with something.
IM had already invested in 3 pink wards around the dragon. That's why they felt confident starting it. So that's why it's important that SKT were able to answer back. Also why Marin was caught was that they've invested a lot in vision, just like KT was playing around their vision yesterday, but just bit off too much Ignat trying to get that last crucial ward down. And that's what made it just that much more even trade.
Well, IM was feeling comfortable too because Marin was in base with no TP. So it was just the Victor, EasyHoon doing a great job on the zoning, and that is the power of Victor right there. You're just able to block off choke points. And I love the way that he staggered his gravity field before he used the Chaos Storm. So there was always that AoE zone in the pit, didn't try and stack them on top of each other, and he bought more time for his team to get some auto attacks in there.
In general, the use of the parallel convergence as well has been on a different level than everyone buying maybe score when it comes to Echo players and champions. Team fights are going to be a treat because both Ezreal and Tristana, look, they have great repositions, but there's so many different CCs, both imminent and the delayed one of the parallel convergence to have to account for in a fight.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see the difference between Bengi and Tom, because we look at Tom and just his moment-to-moment decision-making in these team fights is better than Bengi's. We can say that. His skill positioning is better, his usage is better, but his decision-making, like taking that red buff, not so good. He was in there by himself, no one able to collapse. Doesn't look like he's communicating very well with the rest of his team.
And that's why if you look at statistics, actually, they tell a story when it comes to percentage of team deaths. Now, of course, only 4 games for Tom, but does tell a tale. Bengi's around 20%. Tom's 26%, so 6% difference, because he goes on those solo invade missions like we saw at the enemy red buff and gets caught out just because he does these things alone. He's not playing with Wolf like Bengi does.
Yeah, definitely true. Also, Bengi, usually when we talk about Bengi, he's a smart player, a player who will know where to put pressure and will make very high probability plays. Tom likes to roll the dice a little bit more. Sometimes it works, but it's definitely, he is an aggressive player who likes to make the outplays. He has a certain amount of faith in himself.
Reminds me a little bit of Cacao in that way, which...
It's true, actually.
You know, that's definitely a compliment to a player who still hasn't firmly cemented himself in a team, despite when we see him, 100% win rate this season. We saw him playing back in the Champions Finals last season. Where is the spot for Marin, and is it necessarily on SKT?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a little poke right there, and EasyHoon doing a great job of taking out that tower early. It's the expression here, of course, with that Hex Drinker building for the laning phase. And EasyHoon is only going to need a wave or 2 more, so they have stopped this Runeglaive Ezreal to a degree. Is it going to be enough? Of course, he's getting closer and closer to that Luden's Echo right now. Marin going to recall, or just faking it, looks like. Sticking around to save his turret, but it is taking a little more damage with every wave, and Expression gonna get some nice autos. Actually, Expression making a bit of a mistake right there, walking up right as he was about to transform into Mininar. Dangerous.
Feels like the CS values also betray the fact that this is first place against 8th. When we're talking about lanes where we expect IM to doing well, it was that Gnar vs Maokai matchup. Despite dying for that first blood, Marin's ahead in CS.
And despite 2 roams, too, into the mid lane. So, I mean, Marin is a player who is very good at farming. He's actually number 2 in this league in terms of gold per minute, just behind FLICKR. So, that means he's ahead of every AD carry and mid laner besides FLICKR. So that is an impressive feat, but Expression really wants this tower. That's actually an inopportune time to turn into the Mega Gnar, and that means Marin's going to go aggressive onto him, and he's going to go on the assault, but a quick Gnar ultimate will discourage him. Tries to catch him in the Maelstrom damage at the end.
Almost want to watch the replay just to see how Marin is ahead in CS, made more plays around the map. He was actually had an experience event. He was level 11 to level 10. I'm not sure where Na was playing, but you have to assume just trying to group with the team and not picking up CS or experience on the way.
Well, remember, he was down in the bottom lane, too, with the duo of Roar and Ignar to get a kill. So there have been moments like that where Expression has not been all by his lonesome and has used his time in that fashion. So mid tower goes down. SK Telecom now, this is where the wards go in. There's a use of the Blade of the Ruined King. Ignar be chased down and chunked right there. Bang will back off as the concussive blows come through. And this is where FLICKR really knows how to play the game. Bottle up the Runeglaive as at his tier 2 and try and affect the rest of the map. There's no one down here right now, but SK Telecom going to get some free damage onto this turret. Bai goes through, Infinity Edge complete just in time for this dragon spawn.
You could see Easyhoon, very twisted bait-like move. That's what you can do when you take out the outer turret. Just instant clear the wave. Just move towards the Raptor camp. And are you ganking bot? Are you staying in mid? There's no clear information just because they don't have pressure around their own red side jungle to even get some defensive vision to give them information on whether that roam, that 4-man dive is coming to the bot. So you know they're going to try and rotate around this advantage, and both Dragon and this mid outer turret is what they're really playing for.
All right, well, there's no duo there from SK Telecom at the moment. Nar's going to get the top turret, so Expression grabs some gold from there. Is he going to go back? TP available for both top laners. And now Tom returning to that blue buff side of the jungle.
Gold actually very good from Frozen. He's actually kept up in gold despite the CS disadvantage. 30 CS behind, but of course can smite those high gold minions like the Raptor, for example. Needs to spend that 2,000 gold before this dragon comes through because he's just sitting on the Runeglaive.
Yes, he is. So he has to fall back right now. He did take a bit of damage from the blue buff, but he does heal that right back up with some biscuits from his inventory. And now Marin just wants to go in onto Expression. He's using that Mega Gnar form to get some more melee damage down and take that advantage. Backs off once the Mini Gnar form comes through again.
He's tired right now. This is the time to start Dragons in about a minute window until Mega Gnar will be available again. SKT playing around the bottom lane. 4 members committed.
Yep. They just want to zone him off right now, though. They know Frozen can't really fight this at the moment. And there we go. There is going to be the Dragon Start Expression trying to stack up his Rage Bar right now. Is it going to be enough? Nope, not in the least.
SKT picked the absolute correct time to take Dragon. 2,200 gold on Frozen. Just with the items complete, there was no way that IM could really contest. I mean, Frozen had already started his recall as Dragon was started, as Mega Gnar was down. This is the sign of a top team.
Yep. And Janna, too, going for the Medjais this game. So Wolf showing a little bit of confidence, I would say. A lot of times we do see the Talisman first these days onto the Janna, but Peekaboo, Wolf, they like to go for the AP. Very comfortable in the fact that they won't be dying. And you know what? Oh, Frozen. And Spooky's there, though. He's answering. And will he get stunned by the gravity field? Yes, he will. Summoner heal popped by Easyhoon. Can he turn this around? Great 1v2 from Easyhoon. And that's why this Victor is such a threat in the early game. Once you get that mid lane turret down, you see it takes more than one person to deal with him, and sometimes that's not even enough.
And there's just not much a warrior Evelyn, a melee champion, is able to do to Easyhoon, even though he himself had about 2,000 gold unspent as well. So the power of Victor early, it's definitely there. Can IM finally get to the part of the game where Frozen is relevant, though? He's finished now his first major item in terms of Ludens, and he's pushing up the CDR, but it's certainly about an item short of true relevance.
Yeah, and behind Easyhoon, too, and we've seen how fast these Victors can blow up the Ezreals, and with Marin, he ever gets that twisted advance, you can bet that Easyhoon could just flash in there and one-shot him, turning the tides of a team fight for sure. Bang still hanging on to his tower in the bottom side.
It's impressive given the fact that it is Tristana versus Vayne, just on a very simple level. A lot more pushing options available for Tristana. Both of them have the Avarice Blade, both of them have very similar parts of power. Although we do see Static Shiv finally finished by Raw.
Yep. Well, I'm actually surprised that SK Telecom is playing this as if it were Bengi and FLICKR now. Look at the deep boards on the camps. They have great vision of Evelynn on red, on blue, on wolves. They're able to go ahead and monopolize the scuttle crabs with the Victor too. And Victor just coming up into the top side right now. There's no one up there. Tom and Easyhoon walking out of the brush. They will be seen, but they're just going to all in onto this tower. SK Telecom knows how to play against low wave clear mid laners. It's like no matter what their roster is.
And remember, this was a full health turret that's not going to drop instantly. They had more pressure on the bottom side. That would have been the easier turret to rotate around. But Expression chunked out, backing. They knew he wasn't going to teleport back to the turret. And Frozen gets some free time with the mid lane turret, but it's no AD Ezreal.
No, it is not. Missed there, and he's going to dodge the True Shot barrage, but still took a bit of damage from the Ez.
Boots too, and of course the Q augment means that you can just sidestep line skill shots quite easily.
Nice response though from Incredible Miracle. They will take the tier 1 versus the Vayne, as could be expected. Expression actually finishing a Banshee's Veil after his Hex Drinker right now, so he really just wants to ignore Marin's damage and be able to trade. And here he goes. Marin may be in a bit of trouble. He's going to dodge that stun, actually come back around with the Twisted Advance. He's still on the run, but the Runeglaive Ezreal is there. TP, and there is no more stun. Goodbye! He lives with about 100 HP.
That was clutch play from Marin. We're watching the True Shot barrage.
Oh, is he going to hit him? No. I got excited. It was too late on the recall. Marin already has those home guard boots, has had them for quite some time. So a simple jaunt out, and Marin just waiting out those stuns from the Gnar. And he gets out in one piece.
But crucially, Monte Cristo, Expression missed both the W and the Gnar ultimate, not even registering the damage on the ultimate, let alone the CC effect. So mechanical misplay from this player who has looked good in fits and spurts, but struggling so far this game.
Yeah, he is. Just not with the lead that you would expect in this particular situation, given how much better Marin's map play has been and the amount of time and resources he has dedicated to ganking this mid lane early. Easyhoon has to flash out as Expression finds him in the river. Lots of wards in there, but apparently missed the prehistoric Yordle.
While the general macro play has been the same from SKT, the aggression hasn't been, but maybe we'll see it now.
Nope.
Nope. I hoped for it, but that's the thing, is the gold lead's actually really even, so Frozen's getting through this early awkward phase for Runeglaive Ezreal. We're 25 minutes in, dragons are even, turrets are even. It feels like SKT were making the right moves, but not actually pushing it in terms of getting those big advantages.
Well, credit to Roar too, because this Tristana has allowed them to answer in terms of turret kills, which is absolutely huge. Just punishing the fact that Bang cannot keep those explosive shots from going down onto the towers themselves. 45 seconds until the next dragon. TP will be down for both of our top laners. Looks like Bang and Wolf actually just going to go for a Baron right now, trying to sneak it out. Everybody recalled now. They're going to see it with the True Shot barrage, but can they get to it in time? Looks like the answer is nope. Nope. It's going to be close, though. There could be a fight. Monsoon burned at the beginning just for a heal. It's going to be a close one. 1,600 HP, and they are going to get it. Oh no, it's stolen! Spooky got in there and took it at the last second. Tom didn't use his smite. Now Marin low. Double kill for Bang though. Starting to move through the enemy team. Frozen gets the other side of the wall. Flash onto Frozen. Roar is there with the summoner heal. Now Bang trying to kite this out. Explosive shot. It's not going to be enough. Double kill for Roar. Here come the resets. Can he keep going, Tom? Parallel convergence. Easyhoon will destroy him. Still had the Chaos Storm. And can they get out? The gravity field is barely going to be enough. And Frozen will hit the Q. And one more True Shot barrage. No. Wolf will dodge.
We're still not done. Will the bounce over the minions come through? No, just off cooldown. Gonna go for it anyway.
Parallel convergence. Stun. But no. That's going to be a flash for Tom. He gets out. Gnar will die to the tower. Well, that was wacky. I mean, I am so surprised. SK Telecom had a split call there. They definitely could have gotten that Baron had Tom committed to being into the pit. That is a big mistake from Tom.
Used the phase dive offensively to fight, so the call must have been split. That's the only thing that could come up because the smite was available and just not used, casually stolen by Spooky.
Yeah, he just walked in there basically. So we take a look at this 1600 HP, and Tom is there. Tom, just
Watch
to
Bang,
the
though.
Baron.
Bang is doing the Baron. Tom is not. So someone was not communicating that fight. It got comical, like you mentioned. There was actually some very good individual outplays. Frozen just used the arcane shift over. Bang will flash, but of course Raw's there to do damage and eventually take down Bang. But the smite, that's the big question. The communication certainly not the same.
Well, and this is what we talk about when Bang plays Vayne, though. He flashed that wall seemingly without having Condemn off cooldown, so that's a bit of a question mark right there. You have to have that CC if you're going into a situation where the Tristana and the Ezreal can instantly turn on you.
Really sloppy fight. Frozen missed a couple of autos. Actually, attack moved and hit the ward instead of doing a second auto attack onto Janna. Could have gone very differently, but I am suddenly slightly ahead in gold, but honestly, we're pretty much all even at this point. Only really Baron buff on Frozen.
Here we go. Parallel Convergence will not land. Dragon for Incredible Miracle, their second of the game. They are up by 500 gold after stealing that Baron and going even in that last team fight. And this is where it starts to get scary for SKT. That mistake right there is absolutely huge because look at this, chunked out, and you have to deal with a Tristana just nuking your tower from long range. Marin has TP, but he's got to get a flank in order to really slow this down.
Only person with counterplay to the true shot barrage and then
Righteous
Glory.
Glory. He's going to find himself on Aurora. Marin does get chunked out. Easyhoon not yet in the back line. Tom manages to find his way into the back, but this is just a stalling tactic. Gravity Field dropped to zone out IM's re-engage. You can't just come head on like that.
Tried it with the Righteous Glory. He needs to commit to the teleport. That's the big way to deal with this, but you see very clearly that True Shot Barrage already chunking with the Snowball Void Staff picked up by Frozen. They just catch that. They have no other initiate barring that flank. If they can't get that, turrets are going to roll really fast.
Yeah, and SKT looked solid early, but the answering turrets from the Tristana made it so we had an even gold game. They tried to sneak the Baron. I actually think it was a good call. I think they could have gotten it and turned, but the split call at the Baron really hurt SK Telecom, and they give it up, and a whole handful of kills too. So playing a defensive game, maybe they can still pull it out. Remember, this Runeglaive Ezreal, as powerful as he is very killable from a Maokai and a Victor. So if they can get Frozen down early in a fight, they can still win.
I almost feel like Frozen should abandon whichever Needlessly Large Rod item he's building into and build a QSS.
Absolutely.
He can't take cleanse. That's the big factor. The one place that you can outplay Runeglaive Ezreal is the lack of any sort of cleanse, despite being this squishy backline. Not really control mage, but high damage mage like a Cogmore, for example. So needs that QSS to be safe. Otherwise, as you mentioned, the outplay is very simple for Marin if they get that flank ward, though.
Yeah, they have to deliver some sort of play on that regard. But look at how well IM's playing. They've got pink wards on both their flanks right now. They know what the name of the game is here, and they're trying to deny it as best they can. Some sort of play coming in from behind, and they are absolutely going to stuff any kind of teleport. They'll be able to kite very easily. More pink wards going down. There's a big chunk out of Easyhoon.
Session just hit Mega Gnar, so we'll be tired very soon. They commit to stealing the blue buff. Frozen able to smite that away easily. Nothing else to fight around this area. I feel like IM should just be fighting in the open. That's where they're safest. It's only the two flank wards, actually the flank pinks, that have stuck pretty well for SKT.
That is a small prize, though, considering they cannot... Well, they actually did sneak a ward into the lane there. So if Marin goes back, maybe he can TP onto that. And looks like that is what the plan is going to be. He is going to recall. They want to make a play right now. And there we go. Parallel Convergence not going to strike the Tristana. And we can see Marin just holding in the base right now. They snuck that one ward in, but they're just so chunked out that they cannot make a play. Marin has to come forward.
I really love this duo of Ezreal, the Runeglaive Ezreal and the Tristana, just because the turret damage when you get the poke off is just amazing. SKT, remember this. Remember that big win over Jin-Air where they won it right at the end through the high damage that Bang had on the Tristana. And there's no counterplay, as we mentioned, barring that flank.
Well, and this is the thing, though. IM's composition looks good because it went well in the early game. It would be very different without engage. If they were trying to play this from 4 or 5k gold behind, they would pretty much just get smashed.
I feel like it also would have gone very differently if Tom was on a champion like Gragas. Now, there's been nothing wrong with his Echo play, but Echo has a lot more situational factors, needs to get a lot more coordination down both with him and the Maokai to have any realistic engage options. Gragas can just do his own thing, flash, ult, just divide up and conquer. And the Echo, when it works great, but when it needs to be reliable, which it does at this present point, you make a mistake with the Echo, you're going to die because you're just not that tanky.
Yeah, you definitely not yet. With only that locket, trying to build into Warden's Mail right now, but
Frozen's still not building a QSS. He's still going for damage. That's the hope for SKT, is that the first time they can actually get that kill on Frozen, there will be both Baron and Dragon live to contest for.
yeah, and he doesn't really need to build the damage either because the Tristana is doing well in her own right.
I mean, speaking of damage, at this present point, this is when, for example, yesterday, KT versus Ku, against that jungle Nidalee comp where they knew Aegis wasn't going to be bought, both their top laner and their AD carry, 3rd item QSS, whereas QSS is going to be a 4th item at best for both Frozen and Raw.
Yeah, very delayed. And interestingly, Wolf actually moving towards that Frost Queen's claim here. That's not an item that we actually see very often.
It's actually just 10 is probably going to be all he can hope for, but it feels like maybe Coin was too far away. Mikhail's also now going to be a long way away. Wolf,
yeah,
you know, that's when you commit to the Medjais and the team fights haven't been going away. In fact, the engages have been just so difficult. If you have great true engage, Marin is the only one who can do that. Medjais can be fine, but when you're just sitting on the 1,400 gold investment, feel a bit sheepish.
yeah. Well, Expression having no trouble split pushing into the tier 2. They want to set up, stack up these dragons for sure. SK Telecom taking a look at what they can do, but they don't have very much vision in the river yet, and a lot of that just cleared out. The help of Frozen and his Raptor buff. Is this going to be a fight for SKT? Martin is on the flank, but they see him right now. And they're going to go for it, and no, that will be taken by Ezreal, actually. Now the fight erupting after that. Roar and Frozen untouched in the back line right now. Spooky trying to run interference in the front, but they're all getting very low. Expression gets an ult off, but Bang gets into the pit. Expression still zoning well. Ignar will fall. Too easy, Hoon. Spooky already dead, but everyone else so low. Can IM turn this around right now? Looks like they do not want to go for it. And everyone's so low, but maybe, just maybe, they can do a Baron right now as Morin has his TP.
Yeah, you can see that both Frozen and Raw were meandering around Dragon. They walk straight to Baron. They even pop the Summoner heal, and then they try and rush it down.
This is an all-in play from SK Telecom. Frozen is there. He's going to be looking to toss his ultimate up. It is up. There's the True Shot Barrage coming through. It's going to be too late, but can it take anybody out? No! As Tom gets over the backside of the pit, so SK Telecom turn it into a Baron. Expression comes through with his TP, but it's just too late.
So 2 decisive Baron calls. The first one stolen away from Spooky, and that's what let IM really get the control, start to push with their very strong pushing comp. Second time they pull it off. Felt like Frozen and Raw kind of just walked around the Dragon, just late to realize that the Baron threat was really high to the 5 members.
Yeah, so just those 2 kills. They took out the necessary members. They took out one of the smites, and Frozen was a bit too low. So SK Telecom with a ballsy call works out the second time after their first Baron attempt was not less than successful. We can say that.
It's definitely
sloppy.
Definitely thwarted like a Saturday morning cartoon.
Well, the idea was good. It's just the execution was the lacking part right there. You could definitely tell that maybe this group of guys doesn't have as much experience playing with one another.
That's not just competitive. They wouldn't have had that much time scrimming together either. So just one of the realities when you do run these substitute players. Their hiding strategies, that's effective. And again, the result isn't a big factor for them. If IM pick up the victory, it's a bit embarrassing. If IM pick up a game, again, it doesn't affect anything for SKT.
No, and it doesn't really affect that much for Incredible Miracle either.
Prize money, maybe?
Yeah. Got it. All right, Wolf is going to get caught out. Misses his tornado right there, but Easy Hoon is there to back him up. There's another parallel convergence. He's going to get the stun. Oh, he misses the stun. Ignar just on the outside. Gravity field goes down to help him escape. Roar wants it, forces the flash out of Wolf with the rocket jump. Bang. Turning this around, perhaps. No, just going to back off. That is the smart move right there. Marin left to split push. However, big overcommitment from LZIM to that bottom lane. And how many turrets are they going to be able to get with this Baron right now? Just nobody there, and Marin takes an easy tier 2.
Execution was what we mentioned that really put SKT behind.
Nobody there in the mid lane either. What is this?
Sloppy play from IM. Neither of their top laners had teleport. That's why they committed 5 members, but getting no picks and now losing 2 turrets. Wow. Suddenly, a gold lead for SKT.
But this is what IM can't do, is create picks. They have no tools to create picks. Basically, you're relying on Ignar hitting some sort of Winter's Bite. He doesn't even have flash to flash Glacial Fissure or to flash Q on the Braum. So Spooky maybe could get a flank and an Agony's Embrace, but there's a lot of tools on SKT to get out of that situation.
On a simple level, of course, getting a pick when the enemy team has Baron, you're like, okay, if we get that pick, we see one member separated, we'll get a pick that'll halt any pushing with the Baron. But then you just don't have to, you have to actually take into account, Spooky had to use a one-man Agony's Embrace to have any sort of engage, couldn't get it, and then just get super punished around the map.
Yeah, IM definitely had the wave clear to resist some of these sieges too. It's not like Vayne Victor is going to be the most deadly siege when you have the wave clear from that Runeglaive Ezreal and the Tristana. So that was a bit of a misplay in terms of the composition from Incredible Miracle, and they get punished really hard for it. I mean, 2 towers already, and that's going to give a small gold lead to SK Telecom.
EasyHoon seems to have heard your words regarding turret pushing. It's gone for the Lich Bane, which has been left out of a lot of Victor builds recently. You'll notice they doesn't pick up the Morellonomicon. Most Victor players, CDR boots and then just those CDR per level runes. Because the one thing for Victor, of course, he doesn't have the luxury of having 6 item slots. He has the Hex Core. So if you can get around those CDR items with the likes of the blue buff, with just some flat mana from both the Hex Core upgrades and the Lich Bane, you do get that flexibility to move in something for the situation. And Lich Bane, at least they can threaten taking down turrets with an item like that on Victor.
Yeah, and those Hex Core changes too were very critical for Victor's viability, because he actually did have a much more efficient item there. In spite of, it changed the builds a lot, obviously, but it's nice to see that that change was made, because it used to be just a useless item in the late game.
And the unheralded part to me, everyone remembers the AP per level and the effects, but just the flat mana is just a larger mana pool to be able to harass in lane, to be able to wave clear. There's a very high mana cost on the E, for example, but without having to go into an item like Morellonomicon or Athene's, that flat mana, it's not the same, it's not a replacement, but if you control blue buff and you get that percentage regen, it gets you through what used to be a much tougher laning phase for Victor.
It does. So, Dragon the next objective right here. Crab controlled by SK Telecom, 15 seconds to that, but IM pushing up the river right now. Looks like Maokai wants to come through. A lot of wards deep inside the jungle. Now they're starting to, SKT starting to, yep, there's the ping onto that ward. They set up the teleport. They're going to come on through. They want to come through right by the Wraith Brush. Now they know he's there. He's going to smash Roar out of the air and then twisted advance him. Roar stuck, but can they actually pull this through? Marin is huge. Marin is on top of Roar right now. Tom gets back onto Frozen, but he's the first one to die in this fight. Roar goes down right after him, and bang, now on the outside. Can't quite kill Expression. Expression low. Hex Drinker has been popped. There is Spooky. Flash, Monsoon, Ignar trying to block some of this damage. Gets the concussive, blows down onto Bang. EasyHoon's already dead. Marin's back in the fight right now. Marin gets onto Frozen, and there we go. There are the procs. Bang, very, very low, but he stays alive for the double kill. Lifesteal tanking it out, and that is going to be an ace. Wow, Marin was so huge in that fight. Hit the Arcane Smash on the rocket jump, immediate twisted advance, and then coming back around to lock up Frozen. That is exactly how Marin had to outplay IM to win this game.
Outplay is the right word, Monte Cristo. The mechanical outplay is required by SKT in a 3v4. Remember, 2 members, EasyHoon and Tom, died instantly. Roar was down for IM, but crucially, Frozen missed all of the Ezreal damage, and Bang stayed alive, much like KT's Arrow did yesterday. Put out the damage. They might not be able to finish just yet, but they're going to try.
Oh, they're at least going to leave an open Nexus. I don't think they can do much more than that. That's about as far as they can go.
Spooky's up with his
nope, they're going to go for it. A little bit bold. Marin is low. Roar is up. They're going to get it right there. Enough damage from Bang with the help of that additional attack damage from Wolf on the Eye of the Storm, and that is going to be a surprising win from SK Telecom. And to be fair, it shows a lot of credit to their execution and their shot calling in that game. By the way, Marin did, I believe, the most damage in that game.
Wasn't sure about that statistic. That wasn't
Oh, I didn't
damage
see
to
that.
champions, I believe. But look, let's not give too much praise to SKT. They were a bit sloppy about translating a smart early game into any advantages in the mid game. IM made a lot of mistakes around Baron, stealing one away, then giving away a second one. It was SK Telecom. It was SK Telecom, but it wasn't the SK Telecom style that we're most used to.
Yeah, definitely couldn't snowball to the same degree off of those early game advantages and some missed calls. Absolutely, and especially from IM too, during that Baron, losing a couple tier 2s. But they delivered in that last team fight, that's for sure, especially Marin. We keyed in on him. He had to make those big plays onto the back line if they wanted to win the game. And wow, that last team fight, he definitely delivered. Very impressive use of Maokai's kit to stop Frozen and Roar.
Is it any coincidence that that 3v4 was, of course, Marin, Bang, and Wolf? Those were the trio that were alive. Easy Hoon and Tom died at the start of the fight, but those A-listers, those three members of the strongest possible SK Telecom lineup, took them over a very narrow win over IM.
Yeah, close indeed. Well, see if there are any substitutions here as we head into our second game between IM and SKT. I don't think there will be, but you'll have to wait and see. See you guys in a few minutes. Welcome back to Champion Summer, and your MVP for Game 1 will be Bang. Actually, played well in that last team fight for sure. Personally, I think Marin was very necessary to set all of that up, but let's take a look at Bang's plays right here. He is auto-attacking and staying in Monsoon, and now he is getting knocked through a wall.
If you want to be reductive about that. I mean, the big factor for me, and the big thing about this game was that SKT, they required the mechanical outplays to win this game because their macro game certainly didn't do it for them.
I mean, look at what Marin did there, though. Knocked him out of the rocket jump and then caught Roar at the end of his flash with a twisted advance, locking up. Nice kiting there from Bang.
It's really nice, guy. Remember, this is the decisive team fight that won SKT the game.
And it's a spooky flash forward right there. Instant Monsoon from Wolf.
Required so much work from Bang. Frozen was alive, but missed all his skill shots. It was a nice engage from Marin, but this is the trio, Marin, Wolf, and Bang, that you will see regardless of the game for SK Telecom. And they came up trumps in this fight.
Yeah, and the fact that Bang lived right there allowed them just to go ahead and take the victory. It was another one of those just very barely living through a team fight as an AD carry rolls through it. But Bang did it. He did a good job of dodging the skill shots from Ezreal too, just staying right at the end of the range before re-engaging, knowing that they were on cooldown. Definitely much better team fighting from Bang than we saw in that one team fight in the middle of the game.
All right, so from this music, we know there is going to be an adjustment. We are going to see some changes, and it seems to be on the SKT side.
Yeah, will be Bengi actually instead of Tom. Easy Hoon will be staying in the lineup, or at least game number 2.
And I have to think this will help their shot calling, Monte Cristo. You know, Tom did a Tom kind of traditional Tom thing, went for that red buff, invade, died doing it. And in general, it was his mistake around that first Baron that really gave IM the rope to try and put it to SKT. We got to that point where without mechanical outplays, IM realistically could have won this game.
Yeah, and also we can't kind of pass over his failure to actually secure that Baron either. He did not get into the pit following Bang's lead, and that split call made that game a lot closer than it otherwise could have been, as we take a look at some highlights here from Bengi's Rek'Sai.
We're lacking a champion like Rek'Sai. Whether it was Rek'Sai or Gragas, you feel like the reliability of engages would have helped them. You know, they had their traditional shot caller in Marin in the lineup, but with Bengi and just the predictability about his play, you have to think this will shore up some of those macro decision-making problems that SKT had in Game 1.
Yeah, you would tend to think that way, especially because that probably wouldn't have happened if it was Bengi in there with Bang, of course, much more used to playing with each other in the booth, so a small substitution. I mean, definitely Tom had some upside in that game as well with the reliability of his parallel convergence, a very difficult ability to hit. But when it came down to that in-game decision-making at crucial moments, Tom really wasn't there, it's true. So they are going to make that change. So ever-reliable Bengi goes into the booth instead. And Incredible Miracle still smiling right there. See Spooky with a grin. Not too rattled after that one. I don't imagine they came into tonight really expecting to win.
They would have been heartened by the team sheets, you know, seeing the likes of, at least in Game 1, both Tom and Easyhoon playing. They had a chance in that game, but cruelly taken away by MVP Bang.
Well, SK Telecom is done with the Runeglaive shenanigans. As it appears, they will ban the Ezreal first and not give that pick over, also taking away the Braum from Ignar. So they don't want to first pick that champion.
Curious Ryze ban on red side. Now, SKT have been forced to ban Ryze on blue lots of times so far, very consistently this season. So maybe IM knows something we don't. Maybe Marin has actually been practicing Ryze to show up one of those champion pool problems that SKT have.
Well, Marin actually does play Ryze in solo queue quite frequently, which has been one of the more confusing aspects to their blue side Ryze bans. They are going to take out the Gnar, of course. That is Expression's kind of go-to meta champion.
Bring us something new. That's what SKT says, panning out 3 champions that were in play from IM last game.
Yeah, it's curious to me too. Wolf not really a Braum player, actually, so that's been a champion like the Twisted Fate that we haven't seen, like the Shen meta champions that we haven't seen prioritized here by SK Telecom just yet. Twisted Fate is still on the board, a frequent blue side ban, and they may just go ahead and first pick the victor. Azir And once more, but the Nidalee up for grabs. Of course, Bengi less likely to play that champion.
Spooky, one of the few players in IM that has his choice of champions. He could have gone for the Evelyn that he played last game, but with Rek'Sai out being an effective blocker for Evelyn, seems like the no-brainer choice, especially when Bengi, he's almost synonymous with Rek'Sai ever since he really started playing him towards the final series in spring.
Yeah, actually didn't play Rek'Sai at all up until the playoffs of Champions. Those were his first competitive games on Rek'Sai. Came in a crucial moment last season against CJ Entus when they were down 0-2. The Thresh, of course, one of Ignar's signature champions. Really just go back to that. He is certainly a playmaker. And SK Telecom probably just going to take the Gragas in this particular situation. Bengi trending in that direction these days when the Rek'Sai is not available, and they are just going to troll Cloud Templar here for a few moments.
Of course, the Olaf loomed as a possibility. Even changed to the Summoner Ghost. Probably going to change from there. Of course, Spooky played the Olaf in the last series, but just in this particular situation against a player like Bengi who loves getting in your face. They love to rotate with their mid lane and contest buffs on those champions like Rek'Sai. Have to ban it away.
Also, blind picking an Olaf when there's a possibility of a Jarvan coming through is dangerous, to say the least. And Bengi played plenty of Jarvan in his time, so if he...
love those edge champions where it's like, well, Olaf's coming in, now it's time to pull out the Jarvan, just like when Shen's being played in top, and I'm wondering, where's that Singe?
It's coming, Papa Smithy. I believe it is. Those Singe buffs look mighty fine. Well, Marin will go on to Rumble, his most played champion in his competitive career. The comfort picks coming through strong for SKT in this game, and they know how to play with Victor, even if it's not going to be FLICKR at the helm in the mid lane. Roar's played a lot of Vayne this season, actually. He emphasized it. I am playing a lot of kind of weird Varus Vayne compositions at the start of this season, even though we haven't seen it so much lately.
Varus in particular has fallen away. You feel like Runglaive Ezreal kind of does his job better and has the more flexible escapes. Jace looms as a possibility. Frozen goes with the tried and true Cassiopeia. Interesting to see if he goes with the build we saw yesterday, which was just the standard Archangels into Abyssal Death Cap, or if it is the tier into Rylai's build that has started to pick up a bit of popularity, especially on patch 5.13.
And the Olaf is picked anyway for that top lane. We've heard players say in interviews, we like playing Olaf into Rumble. We really, really like this matchup. Now that they know what the jungler is, there's not that danger anymore of the Jarvan coming through. So,
and of course, who played? But Duke actually played this matchup and just blew away the Rumble. There is that potential. It's very awkward in the early levels where you just can't really trade with the Flames better, whether you max the Q or E on Olaf, the Reckless Swing. But if you do get points into the Q and you get a gank, if Rumble ever overextends, which of course Rumble players love to do around level 4 or so, Bengi will have to be in position, or in a long lane, you just chase it down, you hit the axes, and with the reliable initiation from Rek'Sai, could be a very difficult laning phase, but this is Marin we're talking about. There's one thing he knows how to do. It's play Rumble.
yes, absolutely. But he is also known for overextending on this Rumble, just like we saw. He gave up First Blood in that last game. As a result, going for perhaps the safer Corki right here, because they're not going to have a strong mid game right now until Olaf and Cassiopeia really power up. So that would be a good bridge into a potent late game, which they're going to need against a champion like Rumble, who can kind of dominate that mid game if you have nothing to answer. Of course, Vayne coming in again for Bang after his MVP performance on that champion.
Thought he would go for a bit of an earlier power spike champion, but the Corki probably would have been too much magic damage for the lineup, so maybe this is just a safe, flexible choice. Vayne is the only true late game champion. Victor, of course, no slouch in the late game, but it's something a bit different from the AD carry role. It does leave them very wave clear focused around Easyhoon once again.
Yep, well, it worked last time to a certain degree. If it hadn't been for some of those misplays on objectives, they could have snowballed that game out early. And remember, again, FLICKR, he's played this matchup into the Cassiopeia. He knows. We saw him play against Kuro's Cassiopeia and just kind of take over the game again. He's really able to do a lot of work on this Victor, but can Easyhoon replicate that feat? Can SK Telecom play around him again now with Bengi in the jungle? You'd think he'd have a bit more freedom to push forward, because Bengi's just going to play for wards and not try and do any kind of crazy steals like we saw Tom gun for in the last game.
Frozen was definitely given a long leash on the Runeglaive Ezreal, was ahead or even in CS, or I mean in terms of gold, for the majority of the laning phase. So will Bengi, that's kind of the one cog that's changed, will that affect how this matchup goes? Because if they can really take out this early turret early, we've seen consistently, Cassiopeia just doesn't have the ability to instant push anywhere near Victor's strength in that.
That said, Marin not on Maokai, so he's going to have less pressure. They really did rely on Marin's Maokai to kill the Runeglaive Ezreal and dive early. Still has some of that potential, especially after he hits 6, but not anywhere near the same degree. So execution will be a little bit harder. As we head into Game 2, I'm excited to see the top lane Olaf again. Can Expression do work in this matchup up against the Rumble? Let's get into Game 2 and find out.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을
SKT up 1-0 against Longju IM at the moment. And we're going to see just a standard fan right here. No need for IM to invade. They're not trying to stop any kind of sapling stacking in this game as Maokai falls all the way through picks and bans.
Looks like they're happy to opt into standard lanes as well. We often see Olaf lane swapped onto, even though a couple of years ago he was one of the strongest lane swap champions in a 1v2 situation. So for now, I think it's pretty aggressive and I guess not that surprising for a player like Marin, but to go amp term start against an Olaf who can really trade damage with the best of them, very aggressive decision.
Well, we kind of expect that from Marin right now. He is going to have to play very cautiously around the ganking of Spooky. He cannot have the same fate befall him as he did in the last one, because Expression, if he gets into the late game on Olaf, there's not really anything to stop him from SK Telecom. He will just shred through Victor without much resistance.
So I like what IM is doing. They're doing the jungle follow with Olaf. One of the reasons why this is a smart decision is that Olaf jungle has always been a thing because his clearing of camps is lightning fast with the pickup mechanic on his Q, the axe toss. So in the jungle follow, he's going to be able to pick up a lot of experience, and he'll teleport to lane substantially before or with an experience advantage over his counterpart Rumble.
Well, speaking of experience advantages, small Krug actually taken by Bang & Wolf. So a subtle advantage in that laning phase to begin with. We'll see if Bang can hold out for as long as he did in the last game. Certainly Corki not having that same pushing power that the Tristana did. So SKT, if they're able to get another lead in the mid lane, could in fact not have those turrets answered for, like we saw with the Trist in the last game.
Bang takes a lot of burst. IM will know that something has gone afoot in the jungle just because of the health bar that was on Wolf as he entered lane. Alistair Vayne is a kill lane. You can get the massive CC at level 2 against the wall and do a lot of work. Expression comes into lane with 1 CS advantage and a little bit of experience, so he's doing just fine.
Marin with an early green ward this time. Not going to be fooled by a 3-minute 30 gank, at least from the Rivers. Got to be careful though. Spooky at his red buff right now, will be there in time for that gank. He wants to go for it, and of course Dangerous coming over that thick piece of terrain on the bottom right corner of your screen.
Always the awkward level 3, level 4 where Rumble just can't help but push the lane. We mentioned a couple of times, you ghost on Olaf, you hit those axes, the enemy Rumble will die. So expect a lot of action around the Olaf Rumble top lane.
Yeah, that's key to this. Bengi actually going to take away the Scuttle Crab. Spooky getting low. There's the body slam coming in. Spooky gets the knock up. There's a tunnel ready and waiting, but nice chunk from Bengi onto this Rek'Sai.
A couple of seconds later, and Bengi would have had the body slam available again. Okay, they're going to try for this layering of CC onto Ignar, but Bane doesn't commit. He holds onto the Condemn.
Yeah, the Phosphorus Bomb coming through. Spooky's still going for this. Oh, Bengi is here. He's going to kill that tunnel. He sees what's going on, but Spooky pulls back to the brush and has to get out of there. Easy Hoot is going to get all into the mid lane. Burns the Summoner heal and his flash. Same thing for Frozen. So all Summoners down in the mid lane. And all of a sudden, this is going to turn into a big mid lane battle for the junglers and the supports.
Super enthralling to watch that SKT are playing much the same style regardless of roster. Both mid lane and their other lanes trying to push up, trying to force the enemy jungle into bad decisions, give Bengi space to invade. But you can see the differences. Frozen actually able to hold down EasyHoon in the damage trade because he was overextended, and the repeated E's came in to almost pick up first blood.
Well, here we go. Bengi and Spooky both lurking around the mid side. Spooky just going to fire a Praise Seeker. Looks like they want to push forward right now. Spooky does have that red buff. Bengi just waiting, farming at the Raptors in case anything goes wrong. He can get there in a jiffy. Nothing necessary right now. EasyHoon will just play a more reserved game, but this means he's getting less chip damage so far. And we do see Cassiopeia get a bit of a recall timing.
Expression had to use his ghost, so would have had to guess that an Electro Harpoon hit forced him out of lane. Doesn't have Ragnarok available yet, so that does actually remove kill pressure for what, the 3 minutes or so that Ghost is going to be on cooldown. Spooky's in the bottom lane, nice condemn, but doesn't have it available now, Bang.
Yeah, condemn up, so right out of the tunnels, Chilling Smite used, but there's just no follow-up as SKT falls back at the proper time. Nice attempt, but nothing coming from it for IM. Marin now looking to bully Expression some more underneath his turret. You can see him hovering there on the outside. Bengi is here. They want to dive. Marin is not 6. And there you go, flash forward, and he will pick up the kill on the overheat. Great heat management there from Marin. Oh, close. Close call. Minion wave coming in at the wrong time. And flash has to be used. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Spooky comes in again, but Wolf is there, stuffs him with the headbutt and the pulverize. He flashed for that one, actually. Very nicely played defensively.
Yeah, really clutch disengage headbutt coming through from Bang. He knows exactly, sorry, from Wolf. He knows exactly what he's doing on this Alistair. By far his most played this season. Ignar's not done, though. But not realistic when it comes to any sort of turret dive, at least as the lane is right now, just because of the health bars, relatively healthy, and heal's still available for Bang.
There's still 3 summoners down in that lane, including Exhaust, so there would be quite a lot of trouble for IM if they want to actually take out somebody underneath this turret. 3v2, not going to happen. Instead, use the time to take a little bit of a jaunt back to their base. And Gragas going to delay the recall onto Ignar's Thresh. Ward in that brush means Bengi will buy a few more seconds for his duo lane to push forward. Nicely timed right there, and Grog is just going to put in some wards into the enemy jungle. And we'll see when Bang and Wolf decide to go back right now.
Last time we saw this Olaf versus Rumble matchup, there was 2 kills for the Olaf very early in the laning phase. We've got an item advantage. Now doesn't even have the Hex Drinker compared to the finished Haunting guys. Even the 200 health on the Haunting guys will be very relevant to Olaf's damage. So for the moment, Marin going to have a lot of lane supremacy against Expression.
Bang trying to trade right there, but he only has a Doran's Blade. Roar takes a bit of heat, but with that, Sheen wins it. And now finally the first recall coming down. 1900 gold, as you can see, onto Bang. Just lagging a touch behind the Corki. But EasyHoon, he's been stuffed a little bit in the lane. He hasn't been able to push as much as he would like to with those summoner spells down. Looks like the flash will be coming up somewhat soon as he goes ahead and takes that blue buff away. Blue buff timings are staggered between the 2 mid laners. So maybe this is the window of time he needs.
I think the big factor is, can they deny the next blue buff from Frozen? When you have both Tyr and blue buff, Cassiopeia, okay, it takes time, but she does have decent wave control. If you can deny the blue, which is something that Bengi and FLICKR are famous for doing against the likes of Varus in the mid lane, that might actually give them the windows to really start to both chip the turret down or even go for a dive and just eliminate that outer turret as early as possible.
Oh, that outer turret in the bottom lane, though, it did get a lot of damage from that Sheen. Bang and Wolf sticking around a long time, even though they knew that the Corki had recalled, so by the time they get back, they've nearly lost it already.
A lot of damage, as you mentioned. That's the reality of Corki with Sheen. Does excellent turret damage. Bengi's in the area. No, he's not. He's just actually coming out of base. So Spooky's in the area on the Rex side.
Yeah, so push successful for the Victor. Now we can see EasyHoon starting to motion down to the bottom side. If IM goes too far up, if they get greedy for this turret kill, everyone is going to be there from SK Telecom. It's like a equalizer was just used in the top lane just to clear out a wave. As Marin wants to recall, especially used his TP to get back into lane.
Does give them a window for the Dragon, although crucially won't have the equalizer. Bengi's knocked in here.
Here we go, and are we going to see the TP? Ignar is knocked back out by the explosive cast. He is dead as he gets condemned into the wall afterwards. Nice play by Bengi and Bang to set up the kill. And that was right after Rumble had recalled, so there was the possibility of a teleport. Really smooth setup there from SKT. Down to the second around the top lane of recall.
It's lovely to see when they play a couple of minutes in the advantage, in the future, understanding that they had that teleport advantage, that Dragon was at their beck and call whenever they wanted it, and then Gragas was able to sneak in and pick up the kill. So when you make those logical leaps, when you understand where you have the power, always good to see.
Yeah, this is what the best teams do. We see these very well thought out plays. The thought process is Expression just using the top lane. Sure, we don't have equalizer, but considering it could be a 4v3 in the bottom side, it's not going to matter that much.
Oh boy.
And Wolf coming around from the side, Roar, and there is that combo. CC into CC. Ignar gonna hit the hook though. Wolf getting quite low. Wolf back in turret range, but he's still got that Unbreakable on. And here comes Bengi. Are we gonna see this dive? TP now coming in, equalizer not quite up yet. And there's the cooking from the backside of the turret. Marin just boxing him in, and there's the condemned kill from SKT. So 2 for none in the bottom side. They make use of that teleport. Going to at least get a tower for this. We'll see if they get a Dragon 2.
Just understanding their positions of power. This is the SKT that we know and love. This is a flashback to a couple of weeks ago. Now, Olaf does a lot of turret damage now that you have 40% attack speed. Base steroid on the W means you just smash down these turrets very quickly, but it's going to be a turret trade and a Dragon for SKT, adding on to those 2 kills they already picked up.
Well, the turret not quite down yet, actually, in the bottom lane. It was abandoned in favor of going for that first Dragon, so it will be a turret for a Dragon, but the 2 kills for SKT, the big tipping point.
Leandries is the first pickup from Marin, so all his gold spent on what is effectively a team fight item. It's not going to do much against a Expression who's already built into the Hex Drink. It doesn't have a lot of health pool just yet. Can Expression buy items to actually be able to win the 1v1 in the side lanes? That's the big question, whether Expression can actually control Marin, who's clearly looking for the team fights rather than the 1v1.
Yeah, and Bang 2, a little bit of a different mode. Of course, he will be able to split push against pretty much anybody at this point in that 1v1 scenario, and especially the Olaf here, who has gotten the Hex Drink. Or Bang may have a bit of an advantage, and now Marin just going in on Expression.
No mana at all, so there's no counterplay here. Of course, the E no longer has a mana cost, but it doesn't really matter. Nice side steps from Expression. There's just nothing you can do.
Wow, just drilling him straight into the ground. Wow, that was an impressive solo kill there. Expression didn't have his Ghost. Like you said, didn't have any mana to use his abilities, and that was it.
That was usually the situation where you can win the 1v1. That's where Olaf thrives, but with no mana. You only had the Ruby Crystal. We're expecting probably a Righteous Glory. No, he has to go Spectre's Cowl.
Ooh, that's rough.
No mana sustain means that even the all-in, look, the 100 to 0 is possible if Marin's super overextended, but that mana bar ever gets below half, you just don't have the mana pool to be able to trade.
Well, we didn't really touch on this, Papa Smithy, but without that Righteous Glory on the Olaf, there's not a great way for IM to start fights. If you have a Sivir or a Righteous Glory and the Ghost, you can really effectively just run Olaf into their backline, and the enemy team has to stand and deal with him. But without that, they're basically relying on a hook from Ignar to actually engage. And now that they're falling behind in terms of the Dragons and in terms of gold, there's not a lot of hope for them to be able to force SK Telecom off of objectives.
The only thing that IM can really do with this Spectre's Cowl purchase, you know, the 1,400, the 1,200 gold being put into Spectre's Cowl, is double down on the split push, double down on Expression, trying to keep Marin occupied or try to solo him, because without the Righteous Glory, without any sort of team fight kind of focus compared to Marin, who's actually got the Leandres, they're kind of pigeonholed to deal with the side waves and to deal with Rumble.
Well, at least until Vayne gets into that lane where all he has is MR, though, so that's a bit of a problem, too. Especially now trying to hunt down Bengi. Marin is here. Marin does have the equalizer available, and that's the difference right there between Bengi and Tom. Notice that Bengi takes the time when Frozen has recalled to go after that red buff and contest it. He's on the same page. He gets help with Death Ray from EasyHoon on the red buff. Marin is there to back him up as he gets out of the jungle. Much cleaner objective control and very low risk compared to Tom's solo invades.
Wolf taking a bit of damage. Spooky's here as well. They're going to draw in a teleport as well. This is 4v2.
Yeah, there it is. Wolf almost certainly going to die here, but at least he will go down alone. Frozen collapses to the bottom side, but it will be Rumble getting a turret in return. And there's just not much that they can do right now. Marin just continues to push up. Look at Bengi. He's taking the topside jungle, so that trade definitely in favor of SKT, considering they're going to get some damage down onto a tier 2 at the same time.
It's very smart of EasyHoon to just overextend or seemingly overextend just to clear the next wave to ensure that even taking the mid-outer turret isn't really realistic until a minion wave spawns for IM. They're able to kite through the enemy jungle very happily. We're seeing a lot of trading in bottom. Can Bang stay alive? It looks like he might even win this, right? He's not done.
Is he going to 1v2 right here? He pops his ultimate. He is getting those invisibility. Now he's going to get hooked. No, barely loses out. Has to use that summoner heal, but still goes down. Impressive, though, that he was able to hold on for that long.
1v1, that's definitely Vayne's purview.
TP coming in. Marin's TP is just back up right now. Wolf wants the backside, and there's Marin. Pops out of the brush. Equalizer goes down. Wolf tries to zone out Roar on the outside. Here comes Marin, a couple autos, and that's going to be it. Double kill for Rumble, and look at that. Right when the TP comes back off, SKT able to make that play. They see that Bang has chunked out the enemies in the bottom side. There's no recourse really for IM in that scenario, especially since Wolf gets back to lane so quickly with those boots of mobility.
We just rewind. They had to commit 5 members and a teleport to pick up a single kill, so even just in terms of teleport trades, a 2-for-1, but there's just no objectives for IM to pick up. They'd already pushed all their waves at the same time. Bengi's going to find Expression, and Expression has always been the case so far this game. No mana.
But Victor is here. He's in the river. Cassiopeia tracing him up right now. There's a reckless swing going down. He's going to smite the minion wave to get some more health. Expression still taking a lot of damage from Bengi here. He's on the run. He has no ghost. He used it earlier in the jungle, and Ignar is the hero with that lantern. Chaos Storm used. They're not going to get much. However, Roar has to Valk over the wall. Nope, just going to flash forward. Marin says goodbye. Drill to the face. And that's the end of Earth.
And that's Marin's Rumble. He's super aggressive on this champion. Has the very early Leandres. We talk about team fight damage from the Equalizer. He's no slouch on just the solo kills apparently either.
Marin definitely coming up absolutely massive this game. Huge outplays on this Rumble. 6-0-0. A disgusting kill line for 17 minutes.
He has the offense. He could even go into the Merc treads rather than the Sorcerer's Shoes and still output the same sort of crazy damage that we've come to expect from Marin's Rumble.
Whenever he plays Rumble and he starts to get ahead, it is a thing of beauty because this is his champion. This always has been his champion. He was known for this when he came out of the amateur scene and started playing professionally, and just his knowledge of Rumble's limits is what really surprises me. He knows the exact all-in potential of this champion.
And this game, look, no limits. No limits whatsoever when you're 6-0-0. You throw the rule book out, you don't look at the matchup the same way. It doesn't matter if it's the Olaf that Duke shows can crush the Rumble. Doesn't mean anything when he's got 6 kills.
Well, especially since now Expression is starting to build into a Glacial Shroud, so that's not going to help at all. Bang now starting to push up the mid lane with the Hoon. And Invade coming through. Have to rip out Cassiopeia with a Lantern. Not going to save your pink wards, though. The Vision defense not going well for Incredible Miracle. They're trying to push out the top side, get some more farm onto Corki. Bengi will just go ahead and steal the Wolf.
Just the access to resources that IM has. They're being completely stifled. They've got access to nothing, and the Bengi keeps going.
Yeah, nothing to stop them right now. Now, especially that Marin is there. Explosive Cast not going to do very much, but they still zone out long enough to get a turret. And there's a, nice hook from Ignar. Bengi has to flash, gets the Ignite onto him. Chaos Storm just used his zone. Can the rocket hit? No! Gets a little bit of splash damage off, but it was not a big one.
Drew out Easyhoon's Summoner healed her. Looked like it probably would have been Bengi go down. So nice use of that Summoner by Easyhoon for his teammate. But now 5 members, Trinity Force Corki. Maybe this will finally be the other turret, although Bang and Marin.
Oh, geez. And here's the carries coming around. Everyone just cut off from Escape. Frozen has to flash immediately. Bang. Thinking again, but he's still going to go through. They've got the wall coming in. No Chaos Storm, remember, for Easyhoon. He's got a little bit of damage right there, though. They're trying to turn it. Gravity Field laid down. Pulverize comes through, and there is Bang. He's in the pit. He's going to flash forward for the kill onto Frozen. Easyhoon's still there. They want Expression. They're going to get him eventually. There's just not enough damage to stop the Vayne. Double kill for Bang.
And look, Olaf has a motley crew of different items. He's got the Hexdrink, he's got the Spectre's Cowl, he's got the Glacial Shroud, but sadly, the sum total of his teamfight impact from those items is nil. He can't do anything. He doesn't have the Sivir speed up that Duke has. He doesn't even have the Selfish Righteous Glory. Okay, Olaf's ultimate, when you pop it, now gives you a second. We're going to watch the replay. Marin and Bang, 2 carries, standing in a pink ward, instantly killing the Corki, and that was really IM's hopes. Despite a nice turnaround, dashed there.
Well, IM, they knew they needed to get back into this game, but they just didn't have the flank wards to justify that level of aggressive play on the turret. So they took a risk, and it did not pay off for them. Bang just going to flash forward for the kill onto Frozen.
Look, just watch Expression. Remember, he doesn't have the Righteous Score. He's already popped the ultimate. No more speed ups available. Look, at this point, he's 4v1. It's not been Olaf's game. It's not been Expression's game.
It certainly hasn't.
Death Cap, it's definitely Marin right here.
Wow, 7-0-1 on this Rumble in such a short amount of time in this game. 11 kills total, and Marin has been there for nearly all of them so far and taken them too.
He just wants Easyhoon to stand within 600 units of the enemy, Bissell Scepter, and yeah, he'll just kill everyone.
Oh, there's the Blade of the Ruined King forcing out the Ragnarok, but Expression's still very slow. Expression, no Righteous Glory, like you said, no Ghost in that fight, and now Spooky gonna get knocked around. Explosive Cask.
Teleport.
The teleport coming in. They wanted to go in. They get Bang, but at what cost? Nice dodge onto the ultimate from Cassiopeia, laying down the equalizer. Ignar, the first to fall on IM. Expression not even full HP coming into this fight. Marin just gets on top of Roar, nearly kills Frozen with 1 harpoon. Easyhoon here. Marin gets low, double kill for the Rumble. And here we go, walking up. Easyhoon is just body blocking, triple. 10 kills for Marin, you know how it goes. Ace, Baron, whatever they want. The world is SKT's oyster, Papa Smithy.
But he skirmishes so smartly, despite lacking any real defensive stats at all. He has a bit of health from the Leandris, but nothing else. But understanding of his cooldowns, weaving in and out. Marin's Rumble is just a joy to behold.
It is pretty strong.
He's 4,000 gold
It's
ahead
pretty strong.
of Olaf. 4,000 gold.
That's pretty astonishing for a short 22 minutes into this game.
Everyone else on this team is just a support act to Marin's Rumble, and that's why this champion sees bans. You just don't have the flexibility when Faker's in the lineup to ban it. But even with Easy in the lineup, somehow slips through, and Smalkai's pretty damn good too, so between those two champions, always a lot of headaches when you're trying to really account for Marin, who's growing and growing, but on the very familiar Rumble this time.
Yeah, he does actually have a higher win rate on his Maokai. He's 96% win rate on Maokai. He's 26-1. He's only 69%, 20-9 on Rumble all time. So, but a very subtle difference, I would have to say. I mean, we start racking up that many wins compared to losses, and that kind of a differential.
I mean, the Maokai stat is just staggering given the sample size of 27 games.
Yeah, that is very impressive indeed. But it is, I think, more relevant to have Marin on a damage threat when Easyhoon is in the game compared to Faker.
Don't disagree at all. Easyhoon, more known for playing safe, puts out a lot less percentage of his team's damage when he's playing. Usually on those poke champions that have the potential to put out damage, just he'll never sacrifice his position to eke out that extra damage that FLICKR seems to do on command.
Yeah. Well, Marin back in split push mode. He is 3 levels over the Olaf at this point in time, so there's nothing really that Expression can do, especially since now he's gone for Home Guards and Ninja Tabi as a resort to team fighting and having at least some relevance against Bang's Vayne. I am attempting to threaten a Baron, but you have to say it's not very threatening right now, and someone's going to have to recall to deal with Rumble.
Don't have a blue buff on Cassio either. We're going to see the engage from Bengi
Oh,
though.
goodbye, Frozen. Instantly destroyed by Vayne and by Victor. There's the Blade of the Ruined King. Bang stopped up there by a death sentence from Ignar, but how far are they going to go with this? They don't have to really do much. Just keep on taking tier 2 turrets.
Hi, Expression.
Expression is there. Expression pops the Ragnarok just to leave. One parting undertow. Will not find a target. And 2 tier 2s taken by SK Telecom during that dance.
Could have been more, but they didn't want to bite off more than they could chew. Just backing away. Marin gonna go buy a Zhonya's probably.
Yep.
Casually adding the 3rd massive AP item to the stack. As 3rd Dragon, no contest, and just a walk in the park for SK Telecom.
Oh, he didn't buy the Zhonya's. Zips out of the base, wants to get this big minion wave. Has those home guard boots. Now SKT trying to get back into control of this Baron. Expression is all alone with no Ragnarok and no Ghost, and that is a dead Viking. He will go to join his ancestors in Valhalla.
Valhalla gray screen.
There aren't any Valkyries though. It's a lot less cool than normal Valhalla. It's just kind of black and white.
I mean, Raw can help him out with some Valkyries, but
Okay, there we go. Frozen coming in actually with an ultimate. They are actually going to take down Marin. Baron still not killed. No heroic steal this time from Spooky. Bengi will land that smite. Frozen gets knocked around inside of the choke point. And Easy Hoon, full HP, casually strolls through the enemy jungle. Roar has to get out of dodge. So Marin there. Tried to play the outside, now has the Zhonya's Hourglass. That would have been helpful.
can't really argue with over-aggression when you're 10-0-1. Just going for it all, but didn't have the defensive stats. But 4 kills for 1, and the Baron as well. It's pretty much just a scrim for SKT, although not really that helpful maybe for finals, given the lack of fake.
Yeah. Well, this is more of what we expected. Game 1, surprisingly close. Now the Bengi's back in, and we see Marin on a carry top laner. He's absolutely dominated this game. Wolf is going to get grabbed right there, has to pop his ultimate, but Bang is here. Bang is doing an insane amount of damage to Expression, and that's going to be it. Dodges the undertow with a tumble at the end.
Oh,
Ignar here, Blade of the Ruined King proc. Spooky has to come through to zone out Bang. Wolf low, Wolf with no ultimate, but the pressure just keeps coming. Now Easy Hoon joining the members of his team in the mid lane. Marin still split pushing in bottom.
I feel like we're seeing something different out of Bang on Vayne this time, because his aggression, he's looking for those extra orders. He's looking for the selfish 1v2, 1v3 flashy players that just not him as a player traditionally.
Yeah, definitely not. To be fair, it has been to greater or lesser effect. He's had some good plays, but he's misplayed a little bit too, so it's not the same kind of Vayne that we would see out of a player like OQ. Just gonna go ahead and keep that minion alive while they tank out the turret with the teleport. And now SK Telecom looking for that big, nice condemn right into the inhib. That's going to be into Spooky. Wolf comes in, explosive cast. Ignar gets a hook onto Bengi, but still dies thanks to Easy Hoon's burst.
17,000 is the gold lead. Baron buff minions pushing in. They don't have the best turret damage. They don't have that Lich Bane. It's still just Vayne, but with 2 members dead, SKT going to look to try and finish here.
Yeah, Frozen has to come up huge. He only gets 1 with the Petrifying Gaze. That's not going to be enough to stop this pressure. Roar getting destroyed by Easy Hoon. And no equalizer kill there, unfortunately for Marin. But that is going to be the end of this game at sub 30 minutes. A dominating win by SK Telecom T1 in Game 2. Bang showing up on the Vayne, but holy hell, Marin looks good.
The shot calling with Bengi in the lineup looked so much more assured, so much more mature. Okay, you don't get the flashes of brilliance, the selfish plays that Tom can sometimes pull off, but you can see why Bengi seems to reign supreme in his team's estimation, just because he brings a level of control to match the chaos of Marin and his split-pushing 10-kill Rumble at 22 minutes.
Yeah, and 3 levels up over Expression by the end of that game. Over 5,000 gold in the lead.
Ridiculous.
He just took it over. Split-pushing threat to a massive degree on a champion we don't normally consider a split pusher, but when you have that kind of advantage, you could do whatever you want.
Flick's Olaf's first loss of champions. Okay, only 4 games, so it's going to come eventually, but the Olaf counterpick to Rumble, I kind of questioned it the first time we saw it. If you get the ganks, of course, Rumble very gankable in the early game. You can run away with the lead, but in those isolated matchups, just able to burn him down and basically force a Ragnarok every time he went for a trade.
Well, Expression really looked uncomfortable on that Olaf. He was going in, making risky plays when he didn't have both his ult and his ghost up, kind of using his ghost at awkward times, which made it so that he didn't have it when he really, really needed it for team fights, overplaying some situations in the 1v1.
But you noticed whenever Marin was opting into a 1v1 is when the mana bar was empty multiple times, used all his mana to try and push up the wave, and that's when Marin would rotate into the lane and of course have the easy win because no consistent undertows, no damage potential for the Olaf.
I'm just always impressed by Marin's use of heat on Rumble. He seems to always hit that overheat with the auto damage at the exact perfect time to finish off a kill. Well guys, that's our first best of 3 for the evening. Jin Air versus Spenu coming up after a short break.
Coming up next, Jin Air Greenway, Spenu Sonic Boom, 2015 Spenu League of Legends Champions Korea Summer.
Welcome back to Champion Summer, the MVP. Wow, well, that's not surprising. Marin, of course, for some monstrous Rumble play, just taking over that game, really. No one had any kind of solution to that after he got a couple of nice kills, including this first one pre-6 underneath the turret. And this was a great teleport in answer to what had happened already in that bottom lane.
He's just the only Rumble player in the world that can give us data points on what does Rumble actually look like when he's ahead. We always think of Rumble as, okay, whatever happens in the laning phase, can pick up haunting guys, can pick up Sorcerer's Shoes and be relevant. Marin's Rumble shows you what he can do when he's ahead, because it seems to happen scarily frequently.
Well, in that 1v1, he didn't even have that level advantage either, right? Nice play there from Bang, but he does end up going down. Good hook from Ignar to finish off the kill, but unfortunately Marin had just gotten his TP back up.
Just able to use the ult for zoning purposes, because those flame spitters, when overheated, when you have a death cap at what, 15 to 18 minutes, it's just obscene.
Yeah, absolutely. Roar finished off. One more
Auto attack.
right as he gets in the base. And once again, Bang gets caught out just a little bit, gets hit by the box, and that's an early kill, but nothing's going to deny Rumble. Beautiful dodge on the Petrifying Gaze. And then just watch him play with the range of abilities during this fight.
Just look at how he never commits unless he has exactly the right amount of heat to be able to go in for the fight. He always is going to overheat, or at least be in the danger zone when it comes to use of the flame spitter. Just beautiful Rumble mechanics, and he had to be on point because he's still very squishy at this point, going for the death gap and going for the damage.
Yeah, playing around with the vision too in the brushes, just looping back so he could stay out of that Corky range and then come back to finish the kill with the harpoon. There is a very nice drawing of Marin.
Dashing.
He's a good-looking guy, what can you say? Well, we are going to go into our MVP interview with Bang and Marin. Nathan here to translate. Take it away.
Hello, this is Nathan. Today, SK Telecom beat the IM Longju 2-0, and let's meet our MVPs, Marin and Bang. Let's welcome our players. Congratulations. First, Bang. The first set was kind of like, it was severe, the game was close. How do you feel about winning? In the first set, we were lucky to win. Yeah, you guys are already first place. You guys seem to have a light mind compared to other players. How do you feel? We didn't have good games recently, so yeah, I didn't feel good before going into the games. Yeah, in the first set, you guys were stolen the Baron. What did you guys say in the booth after the Baron steal? After the Baron steal, there was a team fight. And so we were talking about the team fight, not much about the Baron steal. And I thought I could have pushed the jungler away, but I accidentally pushed Braum away, so Tom got stealed. So I thought it was somewhat part my fault, so I felt sorry for him too. Yeah, in the last team fight, the opponents were on you all the time, but you were low on health but survived and finished the game. How do you feel? At that point, I didn't know that we could win the team fight, and I had no ideas on the fight either. But Marin told me that he could get the opponent. And so I finished them off. And then Easy Hoon told me that hit the guys in the front of you first. So, but I was already in the zone, so I just controlled Vayne. And luckily, Vayne got everything for me. Vayne auto attack. I didn't click anything. Yeah, Vayne did everything for me, I guess. Everyone thought it was your control, but it was Vayne after all. After the team fight, you guys just finished the game. Did you expect the game finish, or was it just luck? After the team fight, we thought we could finish it. But Easy Hoon told me that we can't finish it. But so let's just go for the inhibitor. But we did it. And that's why Easy Hoon is ranked low in the solo rank, and me and Marine are higher than him.
Solo queue finishing strats.
Right now, you're ranked number 1 and 2nd place in the solo rank Korea. And you went past 1,400 points with a present given to you from Kespa. How do you feel about that? I think I have a good team luck in playing the team fights. And in solo rank, I always do more than I expect, so that's why I think I have my points up there. And now you are in the finals and in the LOL World Championships. Do you have any words for the next games? Bang wasn't listening. We have 2 games left against Samsung and Najin. And I think those teams are good teams. Especially Fury and OQ. They're AD carries. So I'm kind of worried about the games. But I hope we win. And to Marin. Hello. Yeah, the second set, you guys exploded the game from the beginning. You guys lost your winning streak the last game, but you won this game, so how do you feel? I don't really like the fact that we lost our winning streak, but we got an easy win today, so I feel kind of good about that. You kind of burned Olaf today's game, but most people say Olaf is a counter for a Rumble. How do you think about the Olaf pick against the Rumble? I think the Olaf is a strong champion against one-on-one. But today, Bangi kind of ganked me well in the beginning, so I kind of beat Olaf easily. You solo killed Olaf in the middle of the game. How do you feel about that? I think it's not going to be seen easily, a Rumble killing Olaf, solo killing him. And that's why I'm happy about it. And in the 22nd minute, you had a Leandri and a death cap as well. Were you expecting the MVP during that point? Yeah, I was expecting the MVP because when Bang died in the bot, when he was doing 2-on-1, I thought that I was the only person left for it, so I was expecting the MVP. And now I can ask you about your words of determination against the finals and the League of Legends World Championships. I kind of expected that from like a long time ago. But for me, it's my first LOL World Championships. So I'm kind of nervous, but I hope I can do well. And now 5 teams are fighting for the playoffs. What teams do you expect, and what teams do you want against? I want the Ku Tigers to come up. And if the Ku teams come up to you against the finals, what do you think the results are going to be? We are going to win, but I hope they come up to the finals against us. Yeah, it's your first League of Legends World Championships. Do you have any words of determination for it? we didn't have a great ending season because we lost the CJ last game, I guess. But I hope we could win the LOL World Championships, and we'll do our best. Thank you. And I'll hand it back to you guys.
Thanks, Nathan. Well, as you could tell there, for those of you who don't know, in terms of the solo queue rankings, what they were discussing is that Bang is currently #1 and #2 on Korean solo queue, and he is the first player to reach over 1,400 LP. That's on his #1 account. His #2 is over 1,300. So Kespa sent him a nice present, a brand new Samsung Galaxy phone, a couple of boxes of ramen. So that was kind of a big deal here in Korea.
Everything he needs to play more solo queue.
Well, I don't know if this phone, was he going to call somebody? Is this for his comms?
Yeah, that's right.
Improves his comms. But anyway, a nice gesture at the very least to represent that solo queue milestone being passed. But let's take a look at our second match of the night. Right now, it will be Jin Air versus Spenu. And first up, let's take a look at the Jin Air Green Wings. We'll be playing with Sweet, Pilot, and GBM tonight. Of course, Chaser and Trace remaining in the jungle and top position. So this is the lineup they've been using recently. They just came off a 2-1 win to Samsung. Probably should have been a 2-0, but they sort of outsmarted themselves on a teleport Twisted Fate pick. That has been something that they've been really emphasizing recently, but sometimes they commit to really silly split pushes and end up getting picked off.
And Jin Air in general, you know, watching that series, there was a lot of 50-50 Barons that series. Even though they had all this mobility, even though they had ways to finish the game, they almost seem to need to fall onto a 50-50 Baron smite wall with Samsung in order to win. And this has kind of been the recurring trend with Jin Air, is that their late game, their ability to make decisions in the late game, specifically when Captain Jack's not in the lineup, and of course they're going with Pilot in this series, you feel like when they take him away, Pilot can do some impressive things, but they really do lose some of that late game shot calling that Captain Jack can bring.
Yeah, and beyond that, we do see the carry rating, the 79.3% kill contribution for Chaser. For the first time has dipped below 80%. He's still #1, fear not. Absolutely integral to the performance of this team. And you really have to take away that Nidalee. You have to.
And look, the Twisted Fate, look, it's not a 100% win rate, but his ability, GBM, to go on that TP Twisted Fate, to cause a lot of commotion. You feel like once the shot calling of the team catches up to kind of the intricate plays and the outsmarts he's able to put together individually, should be more wins for Jin Air on that TF pick.
Yeah, they really do have to make that work a little smoother, though. It's been a bit rocky. It's looked brilliant at times. It's looked disastrous at other times, and pretty much single-handedly caused them to lose Game 1 versus Samsung. Pilot did pick up that Ezreal pentakill recently, and Sweet coming in for Che. But playing a lot of the same champions as Che, not really anything too unique.
Well, there's one factor. My research tells me that Che's 0-2 on Alistar, and actually Sweet's already 5-3. He's been basically playing only Alistar when he's been in the lineup. So although Alistar feels like he's falling in terms of priority, still a very strong champion and still something that Sweet can bring over Che, who's saw a lot more play this season.
We can see that GBM's getting serious. He's got skulls on the bow tie today. So things are in a do-or-die situation for Jin Air. They absolutely must take a win, and it sure would be nice to pick up that 2-0. On the other side of the arena, we do have Spenu Sonic Boom still hunting for their first best-of-3 win, and time is growing short for these guys.
They finally actually played around with the lineup. We're not going to be seeing Soul in the top lane. It's going to be Saw this time. So very similar name, but the Riven main, that's kind of how he's been built up.
Right. We see the Riven bands come in whenever this guy's in the booth. He hasn't played too many games when he hasn't even gotten the Riven, but he honestly hasn't looked that spectacular, but you might as well give him some more experience. You are not going to make the playoffs or anything anywhere close to that right now for Spenu. So the time for experimentation is ripe.
Only 2 matches so far this season. Maokai Hecarim's just been the tank role player. Probably not going to see the Hecarim, which has really fallen away despite seeing a couple of picks this week. And Catch, if one man needs to show a bit of development this series or just an improvement in performance, he's the only player on this team that doesn't have a sub. But he's really not been able to put it together from the jungle.
This is not the matchup you want to be weak to against
Oh, boy.
Jin Air either. Chaser can be so dominating in terms of his one-on-one jungle play. Sassen playing a lot of Victor recently, of course, known for really sticking it to FLICKR with the Vel'Koz. He's a very diverse player. We've seen him all over the map in terms of his picks. He definitely is a keeper, I think, for this Spenu roster. But Spenu, when they don't get the Runeglaive Ezreal, their percentage chance of winning goes down by quite a lot. And not only that, but they played very poorly against the Runeglaive Ezreal when they gave it to Incredible Miracle 2 times in a row in their last series.
That's the important factor. That was, what, 10th versus 8th place. That was one of the few times this season where they had a realistic shot at winning, but just could never pressure a champion that needs to power up. And maybe we'll see Jin Air opt into multiple tier champions, opt into multiple scaling champions, knowing that Spenu's purview is not in punishing lanes that play passively.
Yeah, and you were talking about the Alistar being a sweet pick. Well, Secret has actually been a pretty decent performer when it comes to engaging on that Alistar himself, so there may be a bit of a contest in the pick and ban around that particular support champion.
Interesting to see where the draft goes. I think TF's going to loom as a ban just because teams haven't had a lot of experience dealing with the teleport Twisted Fate in particular that GBM's been happy to pick up. I'm more looking for Jin Air to show me something because they need, at minimum, the 2-0 victory, you have to think, because every point matter, every game point matter. That's why when CJ was docked a point for showing up late, it could be very relevant because 2nd through 6th, it's all tied up.
And Spenu, they're not the same pushover team they started the season as either. They actually have been able to pick up some solid wins. And Jin Air, this is a team like the Ku Tigers that seems to be running out of gas as we hit the end of the season. They have to diversify their tactics. Again, it's been so predictable to see what Trace is playing. It's Maokai, it's Gnar, it's Rumble. That's about it. His Hecarim, when he pulls it out, isn't that great. So it's tough here for Jin Air when it comes to actually having a lot of different strategies available to them when in pick and ban phase.
Jin Air have desperately spent the whole of this summer season looking for a carry, and there's times when Chaser shines through from the jungle and can do that, specifically on that Nidalee pick that so frequently draws bans. It's just Chaser Nidalee excluded. The carries haven't been there. It's not Trace, certainly not the Rengar top aggressive player of 2 years ago. It hasn't been GBM, who is a very good role player. His Victor actually has taken over some games, but again, no reliability there. Pilot, he has a higher win percentage than Captain Jack, but they lose late game shot calling potential for that. So where's the carry coming to? That seems to always be the question when we watch the Jin Air Green wins.
Yes, it does. And it just, in terms of their gold, they allocate it into weird places, jungle and AD carry. This is not really the meta to be doing that. You don't want to make those decisions if you are able. You want your goal to go into mid and top lane right now. That is where you have the most diversity in terms of picks, the most carrying potential at the moment.
That's why when we were talking about SK Telecom a couple of months ago, when we started to see Smeb, for example, playing the Riven top and these real true carries coming through, one of our question marks for SKT was, okay, in this top lane carry meta where mid and top are so focused, that's not Marin, he doesn't sound like the player, but so frequently, not just on the Rumble, but on the likes of Fizz, he's shown that new element to the game. He's shown that he can be a carry top laner, and that question mark has to go there for Trace, because that's just not one part of his game that he's shown. He's great at being denied, he's great at doing his best with limited resources, but that only goes so far, at least on patch 5.13.
Yeah. I really like this draft from Jin Air because they banned the Gragas second, which meant that Spenu was going to have to choose between Rek'Sai or TF to ban. And what they chose was to ban the TF. So that means first pick Rek'Sai. And if that didn't work, they would have given the Nidalee over to Chaser. So Ketch will be playing Nidalee. That is quite curious to me. Maokai taken away.
I mean, they take Maokai Nidalee, which is a wonderful lane ganking combination. Of course, the targeted CC into very high burst damage. The Rek'Sai priority is a bit intriguing to me because if you put lots of gold on Rek'Sai, or if he's dealing with limited, or she's dealing with limited resources, it's not really a champion that can carry from the jungle.
It's still a really strong pick
absolutely.
for Chaser.
It's still a very strong pick, but is it a pick that is symbolic with a winning game for Jin Air, a winning comp for Jin Air? Where are they going to find the damage? Because it's certainly not going to be the high damage Nidalee spears providing a lot of the team's damage from the jungle.
Well, in this particular draft, though, Jin Air getting tons of comfort picks. Actually, Jin Air has one of the highest percentages of having Rek'Sai banned against them of any team. And Alistair here, too. Comfort pick for Sweep. We see the Victor bans frequently against GBM, more often than the TF. People are more afraid of his Victor. He just gets it for free here in the second round of the draft on blue side. I don't really understand what the necessity of picking this Nidalee so early was when Sassen also plays the Victor. What is going to be his answer?
That's the question. Caitlyn being hovered over. We still haven't seen a Caitlyn in Champions, despite with those changes to the passive, specifically the armor penetration on the headshot. I feel like there's some interesting uses of the champion, specifically against someone like a Maokai who really stacks armor and gets super, super strong. But it seems like this is not going to be the game to show us something new. There's still the dream of the 513 item, AP item change. Velko is coming through that was flashed earlier, but even then, Mao Pilot insta-locks the Vayne.
Wow. So going for it this time.
Carry plants are on.
Yeah. And Pilot has been trending into playing more and more Vayne. This season in particular, that wasn't ever really a pick we saw him play before. And Rumble, just an easy lock-in here for Trace, that lowest of the low economy top laners.
And it's pretty much, you know, the comp that SKT was running the last series. Very similar. Lots of zones going to be created by the Equalizer, by Victor's W, just by all the CC and threat of the likes of Alistair and Rek'Sai. We'll see where Spenu goes with their mid lane pick. It's not going to be a Mundo unless we're going to see Maokai middle. And remember True 8 many years ago, the Triforce Rite of Ages, never forget.
They're going to flash over the Vel'Koz.
Dream.
Man, I love seeing Sassen play this Vel'Koz.
There's not a lot of backline threat. There are worse times to pick Vel'Koz.
Yeah, and he's been so good on it. He actually was outputting something like over 1,000 damage per minute in the game against SK Telecom, but Orianna, definitely a safer decision, but nowhere near as exciting.
Even thinking about this, I don't know if this is quite the Orianna comp, just because they've got Nidalee, they're looking for the Siege. Actually, it's going to be a rotational comp. They're going to take Lulu as the last pick, just to match line wave clear with the Victor. Very low damage comp, and scarily, this is the sort of comp you'd expect from Jin Air with, you know, their 19 KDA 3-0 Lulu player in GBM and their expert jungle Nidalee, because suddenly this comp, it's kind of about catch.
Yep, and it's also, speaking of catch, not only the player, but catching people out. This is a pick composition. You have to, it's a low damage 5v5 comp. SK Telecom, the first to really play around with Lulu and Sivir together back in the spring season. Now, we've seen Jin Air do it successfully too, but basically, you have to all be on the same page, and you create picks by getting to an objective first, waiting for Jin Air to sort of file in one by one, and then immediately popping all your speed to collapse on one person. So it's an interesting pick comp in that you're not really playing with Fog of War, you're just playing based on sheer speed to get that Maokai in there on a twisted advance, follow up with a spear, and play with burst. And so it's hard to do, though. It's hard to execute.
And for all Spenu's development, I wouldn't say they've ever really been all on the same page for an entire game. For parts of a game, sure. For early games, certainly. But the precision this comp requires, I think it's more than Spenu can really put together.
Yeah, if you get into a 5v5 late, Spenu is in trouble with this composition. Well, guys, can they pull it off? The pick comp, let's see. Game 1 starts now.
Love the gusto of the Spenu fighting. Easily outplaying Jin Air, at least before the match starts. So maybe there'll be some wind in the sails for what is execution heavy. And when you're 10th without a series win, execution heavy doesn't sound like it should be part of the vocabulary.
Yeah, it is a risk. Now, to Spenu's credit, they've done okay with Juggermaw, which is another difficult to execute composition, but this plays, despite having a Lulu in the mid lane and an AD carry, this plays a lot differently to Juggermaw. You can't play Sivir in the same fashion. You can't just have her on the front line because she has that lower range and she will just get destroyed.
And just cast your minds back to that epic second game of KT versus Ku. Finally got to 40 minutes, finally got to the item times when Someday could just run away on that Kog'Maw, and if he didn't get shut down, could put out massive damage from range. That just could not be recreated with Sivir. It's all about the utility of the ultimate. Still a high damage threat, but you can't run through a team like Sivir, with Sivir like you can with the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, it just doesn't work, especially if this Rek'Sai and this Alistar get particularly tanky on the other team. You probably won't have the percent damage to really deal with big front lines. So it's a risk, and it does mean that Spenu has to be on these dragons, and they're expecting Jin to be a bit late or perhaps split up.
We talked a bit, or at least I talked a bit about Rek'Sai and the fact that, okay, harder to carry with. They're actually committing 2 members to this jungle follow here.
Wow, that is quite large, so no lane freeze, and they force Chaser's flash, so interesting. But this is going to allow Trace simply to walk into the top lane now.
Not going to have to deal with the same sort of freeze. I was going to say that Chaser, you know, I mentioned, okay, you get lots of gold onto Rek'Sai, you're not going to be able to do a true carry performance. Trace is caught out, going to take more damage.
Yeah, Flame Spitter level 1, too.
But one thing Chaser can do to carry is to shut down Catch. If Nidalee gets far behind, if he's in the jungle the whole time and denying buffs, which actually seems to be happening to Chaser this time out, this is actually a bit of a recreation of what KT was able to do. If Chaser's on top of Catch, if Nidalee's not a factor, it'll be a great game for Jin, but so far, very held down.
Well, they did get a ward onto the blue buff, so we did see Sweet walk up into the jungle to put that down. Now, are they going to dive 4v1? Trace is only level 2.
Okay, they have a couple of stacks of the Winter Spy. Goodbye, Trace.
Yep, goodbye. First blood for the Sivir, and barely gets out with the Summoner heal and the flash. So risky, but they make it work, and they punish Trace for coming right back into that top side. They knew that that was a possibility, going from red to blue, so a bit sloppy there from Jin.
It's Nidalee Sivir, so there's actually a lot of turret damage from level 2 onwards. Of course, on the Sivir, you can cancel your auto attack. They have a lot of turret damage. This could be the fastest outer turret falling in Champions this season.
Yeah, definitely. We never see these 4-man stacks here. It's not like the LCS. So this is a bit of a rarity, and how they're just going to deny the wave as much as they possibly can. A nice luxury here from Spenu. So solid early game plan, actually. You can see it in action. They made a decision, going to not freeze the wave, let it push back towards the opponent, get the invade, and Trace pays for it. So first turret down in favor of Spenu.
We were talking about this stat with the owner of Oracle's Elixir, was asking about these turret trades that we see in the very early game. I believe this is the first time we've seen one of those 4-minute turrets. So how will that change the texture of the game? Because Trace, he's good at being denied, but it's much harder to be safe when you don't even have a turret to go back to.
Well, one of the reasons I feel that we don't see that strategy so often here in Korea is, first off, it took a couple of things going wrong for that to occur.
Sure.
Number one, they had to be starting Gromp right there in order to lose the buff. Trace had to overcommit to that tower kind of foolishly. And if you show your jungler in support like that, well, it really does put a lot of pressure on your mid lane. So there's a lot of, if you're willing to blow a lot of flashes and stuff, there's definitely the chance, a large one actually, to go ahead and kill the mid laner on the other team. So giving that information is not always the best way to move in League of Legends. And the other factor too is that when you commit like that, look at Pilot. He has now a large CS lead because he was just sitting there freezing and farming, and he's going to maintain that lead. You can see the wave is now bigger right here. So you're basically trading some global gold in exchange for concentrated gold on the enemy AD carry early. Because of course there have to be kind of 4 people there usually to deal with that turret. So you're not reliably going to be able to get isolated tower gold onto your AD.
At least we're getting information as to why they prioritized this Nidalee early, because Nidalee, of course, had the big mobility to get onto that blue buff. I mean, this is definitely a pre-planned strategy by Spenu. They sent 2 members to stop that jungle follow. They sent their AD carry and just gave up any hopes of a freeze. Chased Chaser out of the top side jungle. They knew he was on the bottom side. So it was actually very well executed, but as you mentioned, it's not necessarily a winning strategy. It's a risky one, but given what they wanted to do, they pulled it off very well, especially for the 10th place side in the league.
Yeah, they did. But again, it comes into Trace's misplay. If they don't get the first blood gold there, we're only talking about a 500 gold lead, but yet there's still a nearly 20 CS difference on the Vayne. So if you want a really good example of this, go watch Cloud9 versus TDK, because TDK, being a team of about 4 Koreans, executes the Korean style of lane swap while Cloud9 tries to do the LCS style, and you can see how much gold gets onto Emperor's Draven in that game as a result of that move, and he just goes off. So that's the risk that you're playing around if the enemy team doesn't make a mistake like Trace did. So that's kind of the logic. I know that there haven't been a lot of people talking about this, but it's a good time to really dive into that considering this game.
We just haven't seen a lot of data points in champions, as you mentioned. So it took out the outer turrets. That forces Rumble to play even safer, maybe even get zoned from experience. The other thing Spenu got was 2 very nice aggressive pink wards in the bottom side of the river. So they actually do have good dragon control. They have the 2v2. As you mentioned, there's a lot of gold on Pilot, but it's unspent gold at the moment. So theoretically, Spenu have a lot of dragon control. And speaking of dragon control, they have a jungler trying to really solidify this advantage.
Catches here, misses his spear. Sweet just quickly sidesteps that. Chaser now moves into mid. Wants to give GBM a little bit more freedom, and Trace sees the jungler, so steps into the top side right now.
Trades are looking good for Saw, who's 15 CS ahead. Far cry away from the Riven that does well in the matchup. Catch has actually caught himself. Nice little burst from Chaser and removes some of that dragon threat.
Right, there's a nice condemn. Secret pops the Unbreakable, stops a little bit of that damage, and he slows up. Oh, Pilot going a bit nuts. Ooh! Dies. Sweet gets the Ignite kill. Nicely played by Jin Air. Bold. And that is a very important kill now down to the bottom side. I have to say, I'm a bit surprised that Sword didn't TP.
That teleport available, of course, has a lot of counterplay with the targeted CC when he arrives. Chaser took a lot of free damage, so it doesn't look like Jin Air will be able to translate this into a dragon, but wonderful shopping opportunity for Pilot. He'll be sad he didn't pick up the kill, might have even been close to a completed Blade the Ruined King with the extra 300 gold. But man, he's got a long way towards it.
Right, and the early pickup, too, of that pickaxe, one of the other factors, and we keep talking about this, but it's really interesting, is that when you take down that first turret and the other 80 carry just stays in lane, sure, you get an earlier shot, but you're probably just going to be pushing out or getting pushed in. You're going to be maybe a little bit lower in levels, too, as a result. And so the 80 carry on the other team is going to get a later shot. And when you just have that pickaxe, you're then trying to grind up to a BF sword. And now this is all Pilot from this point forward.
Yeah, the kill potential every time Pilot gets in range of just the Bilge Water now, but very soon to be the Blade the Ruined King. It's always a very good 1v1 matchup for Vayne against the Sivir, but just going to be the reality. There's going to be a lot of pressure onto the Sivir. He's going to have to play just as defensively as Trace does in the top lane.
And with the Alistair about to hit 6, the dive potential is kind of going through the roof right now, as long as Rek'Sai wants to play down on the bottom side, which of course Chaser does.
CS lead is growing in top lane.
And here we go. Bolt. Secret has no flash right now. He's going to bounce around, actually. Condemn doesn't hit. Catch there. There's the ultimate. It's coming through. And TPs from both top laners. Trace does not have his equalizer, actually. Had to use it previously. So actually it gets turned around onto Sweet.
We didn't even notice that it was Sarsen running teleport as well for 5
didn't
members
even say that, yeah.
instantly into bottom lane. Obviously not worried about the solo kill potential from GBM. That might be important, not having a combat summoner when we're talking about the late game team fights, but they take the dragon. Successful teleport from both the solos.
I was very surprised to see Sarsen doing that. So Jin Air actually with a bit of a disrespectful play, 2 TPs to just 1, and no equalizer. So kind of a lot of miscommunication right there from Jin Air. Yeah, I didn't notice that either.
And a super defensive first shot from Trace. Picks up the Merc strats. Now against Ryze, this makes a lot of sense, but against Maokai, okay, it gives him decent combat stats. Okay, maybe that'll be a fast home guard and champ, but it's Rumble. It's not really the home guard champion. It's nice to have. It's more flexible. Maybe you're getting a slightly better position for the equalizer. Equalizer's only going to be tickling, though, with no other true AP items.
And those 2 kills from Nuclear really going to be doing work now. He was able to go ahead and buy his BF sword with the help of that second kill. So Jinair not really following through, and Spenu actually getting a lot out of this lane swap thanks to Jinair's mistakes. Just TP mistakes from Jinair.
It's a luxury teleport for Sas, and usually it has to be a severe mismatch or just giving up on the laning phase for you to take a non-combat summoner in the mid lane, but you look down this enemy lineup, of course, there's going to be the Victor W, but Alistair's Headbutt Pulve and Rek'Sai's Unburrow aren't really, Cleanse is not really going to interact with those CCs, so you do kind of have the luxury if you're not going to go for the Ignite for lane control.
Right, and that's typically what we see. Lulu does have a lot of safety with that Wild Growth and her shields and Whimsy, of course, so that's the typical answer, and he is going to be heading up into this top side. Trace going to overheat on a couple of rockets, but there's just no damage there with the Merc Treads.
Just no damage whatsoever. It's a lot of gold to spend for something that doesn't really feel like it's been necessitated by the picks that Speno have put together.
Yeah, I wonder what his game is on that. Of course, he's going to be afraid, and all of the ganking damage coming through, whether it's Lulu or Nidalee or Maokai, is magic damage, but it's mostly just about that CC.
I mean, let's put it together. There's a lot of CC, because of course, we haven't even talked about Secret being able to apply the Winter's Bite and the concussive blows. The question is, when you don't have any items on the Rumble, when you're not a threat, where is your ideal positioning? Even if you have the Merc Treads, you're not going to be doing the damage or the tankiness to really impact a fight if you've got no oomph to your spells.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, there's still good base damage for Rumble, but having that little bit of magic penetration can be very useful. Catch comes through with the Scuttle Crab, and Catch doing well. He's actually making plays in the early game this time.
So had a CS advantage, although after all the shenanigans, Trace, to his credit, has put together a couple of CS advantage himself with the Spectre's Cowl double door and Chaser.
And there he goes, gets the Unburrow. Catch has to run, it has that red buff. And try and turn this around right now. Chaser gets his Raptor buff procced, and they will clear out that ward in the river. They want to make a play on the blue buff.
Or the bottom lane, of course. Alistair, as you mentioned, hit level 7 now. Very easy to tank up this bottom lane turret. No teleport for Trace, or Saw for that matter, because they matched teleports just previously. So wait and see if any plays can be made around the bot lane. They really want to all in with Pilot, but they crucially don't quite have the Blade of the Ruin King. I think he has the gold for it, just hasn't got the shot timing yet.
Yep, has to get back in order to pick up that big purchase for him. Nuclear wants the Berserker Greave, so he will have a delayed Infinity Edge here, as we typically see on the Sivir.
Curious that GBM has the Fiendish Codex in the inventory. Of course, we were mentioning that a lot of these Victor players don't want to pick up Merlinomicon or the Athenes for that matter, just because you have the less amount of item slots, you have the Hex Core to deal with, but guessing maybe went more defensive in the rune set. I guess it could be AP per level blues, but didn't go for the cooldown reduction. So one of those item slots, and what it basically means in the late game, you give up the likes of a Lich Bane or maybe just those really high 1000+ AP values.
Yeah, he usually actually really likes to buy the Lich Bane for the mobility. He's actually one of the players that almost always buys Lich Bane on Victor. So, but that does, of course, like you're saying, mean that there is less room for max AP there.
You just can't fit in Death Cap, Void Stuff, Zhonya's that really fits into almost every AP build. So something has to give. And a utility purchase like Lich Bane, unfortunately, usually the first thing you have to give up.
Yep. Well, a little bit of a Raptor steal, and now Spenu, 3-man invade onto their bottom side. GBM going to surprise Sasson a little bit, but he dodges the Death Ray with the Whimsy.
Swapping Raptor buffs, we just saw Chaser stealing Spenu's Raptors, and the receipt comes through from Spenu, so you can see where the points of power is so far. Jin, I feel comfortable playing in the top side jungle, even though Saw's way ahead of Trace in terms of effective items. Spenu have the control of the bottom side of the map, and when we're talking about 15 minutes, that's crucial because they have excellent ward coverage around Dragon, and they've already picked up the first one.
Yep, so just a little shy of a minute until the Dragon roars back onto the Rift. Pilot now completing his Blade of the Ruin King, so a nice item timing for the Vayne, but same could be said for Nuclear as he puts the final touch on an Infinity Edge.
So he has Flash, he's staying out of vision. It'll be a bit crazy to go for any sort of Flash headbutt play with 30 seconds running down to the Dragon. Does require a bit of RNG, but man, Infinity Edge Berserker Greaves could be massive burst coming through from Nuclear.
Yeah, it could be. Now they know that Chaser is on the red buff right now. Trace kind of overextended in the top side, but he's the one at the moment who actually puts down pressure. Strangely has a blasting wand right now. That must have been just an awkward shopping timing.
It does build now into the Leandri's tournament.
Yes, it does, I know, but you really would rather have that magic pen early.
But if you go for, say, the Merc Treads, you can't really build the Ruby Crystal towards a Haunting Guys. I think you have to go for the power, otherwise you're just mute. You just can't really contribute much. So the Blasting One's not the ideal first purchase. It does delay the Haunting Guys like you mentioned, but at least it's a bit of AP to justify the Rumble pick.
It's something. Soar, in the meanwhile, does not have the good engage tool yet of that Righteous Glory. Chaser coming here just to provide some safety while they move the minion wave closer to Spenu's turret. Catch landing a couple nice spears over the course of this time in the river. And they kind of drop pointlessly a ward right there that's immediately killed by the jungler from Spenu.
Dragon is live. This is just extending the laning phase, which is going just fine for Spenu, who do towards power, towards maybe the tail end of the mid game, specifically when the AP's really registering on both Catch and Sarsen. Managing to stop any threat of the Dragon, though, so I'm not sure what Spenu's game is right now.
Well, Jin Air will be happy just to sit on this Dragon as long as possible, get that Victor and the Vayne into a very scary late game state where that Maokai, as tanky as he is, will have a tough time against a Vayne.
Once the QSS comes through, so many different ways to outplay if you're Pilot on the Vayne.
A little bit risky. Pilot training pretty well with Secret, did get that condemn, but not substantial follow-up to really push on through here.
So Abyssal Scepter actually the first pickup for Trace. Okay, that's a bit of immediate power. That buffs up GBM. Maybe we're talking about Sick Burst coming through from the Chaos Storm. But no Haunting Guys just yet.
We do see that occasionally under Rumble. I didn't expect it.
This is basically the build you see against Ryze. You see Merc Treads rush to deal with the stacking amount of CC coming through from the Rune Prison, then into Abyssal Scepter because it builds so nicely out of the Negatron Cloak. It's a very, I'm feeling super threatened by AP damage kind of build. And again, there's a lot of AP damage on the side of Spenu. It's just curious to see it purchased so quickly in this particular matchup.
Yes, it is. Well, recall from Braum right now. Catch trying to make his way back down there. The crab has been taken by Chaser, so no one has a good angle on the Dragon at the given time. Trace now making his way down the river. So it looks like they want to group up after they pushed it all the way to the tier 1. Soar actually losing some farm due to that action. And now Jin Air's going to be 5 people on the bottom side of the map. And Soar has a long way to go to delay this if he wants to kind of push it all the way back to the tier 2.
Doesn't have Home Guards, but does have that Righteous Glory. So which of these big purchases will be most impactful in this fight? That looms to be the big question. We're talking about Abyssal Scepter versus the Righteous Glory coming through from the Maokai. I feel like almost you need to teleport early because you had ward supremacy around this area and you're losing it thick and fast with the sweeping lane.
Yeah, there you go. Pilot, they're waiting for him. He now gets onto the Dragon. They're trying to burn it down. Catches there.
Defensive teleport coming through.
Yeah, but that's going to be an easy Dragon. Sweet goes in onto Sassen, but I don't know how much follow-up is here at this point in time. Trace trying to kite this one out. Sweet just attempting to get out of a sticky situation. Flash onto the Glacial Fissure and just some more poke from the Jin Air Green Wings. They hold on to the Chaos Storm and the Equalizer.
A really curious defensive teleport from Soldiers was never going to impact the fight. By the time he got within 1,000 units of the Dragon, it was already down. They got good turret damage, but they held onto the Equalizer this long and just throw it down, and no answering turret being able to be picked up by Spenu.
Yeah, Jin Air did a good job of holding that. Sweet perhaps looked like he was getting a little bit over aggressive before we really saw Jin Air scale into where they needed to be, but he did get out with the flash, and that threat from Secret's Braum on the flank just not enough. The Glacial Fissure not finding a target, and they knew that if Spenu over pursued, if they tried to run down the river at them, that Chaos Storm and the Equalizer would absolutely wreck them.
This feels like the re-erring of some issues that Spenu had at the start of the season, specifically around teleport. Didn't feel like Saw knew when to teleport or where. and the result was a big-time summoner used for no gain whatsoever. We even say that swapping teleport for a single kill, no objective is questionable by top laners, and that result getting absolutely nothing, and Trace having that teleport advantage in what, equalizer in 30 seconds? A lot of counterplay being open to Jin Air in the next 5 minutes.
Especially with how dominant Pilot is getting right here, although Nuclear has closed the CS gap a little bit. Trying to make a play, but Tumble will just allow Pilot to get out. Quick auto attack onto the turret. Jungler's now forced into this bottom side.
Catch has never been ganking this Maokai lane. He's never been playing around the targeted CC in lanes. A lot more conditional CC when we're talking about the likes of Braum in bot lane. Just been kind of throwing out spears as if it's an ARAM, and it's just not impacting the lanes whatsoever.
Yeah, that is, I mean, he's helping to clear these waves just a little bit, but doesn't really justify his presence or the fact that he is continually showing himself. They have a good ward there should Rumble want to TP.
It's just, what does throwing spears around bot lane when both Dragon is down and your lane has no pressure really accomplish? And maybe it stops the dive from Pilot, but gives him time to go pick up the Rod of Ages. So Rod of Ages from the jungle has been the pickup by these Nidalee. It's going to be 32 minutes though, very late in the game before that 10 stack comes through.
Yeah, I mean, it's about a normal timing from a jungle Nidalee.
Feels like a couple of minutes
Yeah, a couple
late.
minutes late. Usually it's 20, 21 minutes. And like you said, those stacks not going to be showing up or making a really big impact for some time in this game. Meanwhile, Chaser will have the option to finish that Aegis of the Legion to cut down on some of Spenu's magic damage. And all props to Trace this game. He's managed to get back into it, keep even in terms of farm, but I mean, really power up that Maokai right now. Go for those easy kills in the long lane.
Just think about how much power Saw had, with the Spectre's Cow double Dorans against just a Merc Treads Rumble. And they didn't play around the lane to the extent that Rumble found all the extra CS, was able to farm back up. All the pressure from Catch was bottom lane despite not having the CC in the lane. No realistic chance to pull up a gank. Okay, now finally just showing in the lane and pushing. This is something he could have done 8 minutes ago.
And Chaser does have a tunnel right there if he wants to Void Rush, so there's not realistically so much pressure. They could match TP from the mid lane, but they likely lose the tower.
Need to make the percentage plays with the jungle Nidalee, who can definitely snowball out of control. And look, it hasn't been an objectively poor game for Catch, who's struggled a lot of this season. It's just the smart junglers, the likes of Chaser, they know where to be on the map to impact this Nidalee, whether we're talking about kill pressure or putting down towers in the bottom lane.
And here we go. There's the teleport coming through. Braceseeker already on the backside. Nuclear is going to get low, but he's not going to die, except when the equalizer comes in. Chaser locked up underneath the turret, but Secret is falling too as the chair collapses on him, sadly.
And Maokai's still not there, doesn't have teleport. We talked about what they paid for not getting any impact onto the previous Dragon fight. Okay, teleport's going to be up for Dragon, but Trace, 2 kill involvements, and it should be the outer turret coming down for Jin Air.
Yeah, immediate Haunting Eyes purchase, so now he's got the tools he needs, just a boatload of magic penetration to power up his abilities, and that's actually very good against champions like Nidalee, because Nidalee is so squishy at this point in time.
I see the replay. This is the standard all-in from Blade the Ruin King Vayne, but it's the other members, specifically Chase's in position. It was a heroic flash heal from Catch, very much on point, but the equalizer made it all move.
Yeah, that equalizer was perfectly placed too when they saw that that kill was not going to be coming through from Chaser. So now Jin Air snags the gold lead. They've been a little bit behind this game, but now they get it. And some nice kills and assists onto the likes of Pilot and Trace. So everything going their way. Sasson used teleport, but wasn't able to have much of an effect with it.
So these teams in Champions have sent a lot of jungle Nidalee, a lot of junglers, specifically Chaser. I've been loving to pick it up. You mentioned on the cast yesterday, big issue for these jungle Nidalee teams is who picks up the Aegis. And it's probably going to be Maokai maybe later in the game, or no one at all. Now, the one thing that I've noticed that teams have been smart to pick up, and Jin Air here as well, if there's no Aegis on the enemy team, and the tankiness in general with the likes of a Nidalee is lower, you can afford to go items like QSS third, because you're not pressured to put out the same damage, because it's just not the same resistance, especially from the jungle on Nidalee.
It also makes the flat magic pen that Trace has
so effective,
so much more valuable. especially when you have a Victor with that huge burst. I mean, Trace is just going to help out GBM too.
The damage is going to stick on everyone except Maokai, so the base damage is there. It's going to draw the teleport, but it's quite late again.
Way too late. Terrible positioning. There we go. Flash pulled. And guess who's in the front line? It will be Secret. And he is the first to fall here. Soar has to flash. But there is a tunnel on Burrow. Soar just locked up. Tries to turn around with the Twisted Advance. Now gets Wild Growth. That's not who you want a Wild Growth. And there we go. Another kill for Jin Air. They can just turn on to Baron maybe after they push this up.
Hope comes through. The wave clear on Sivir is good, but this is lost minimization for a Spenu team who's really looking to snowball after the first dragon.
And you simply cannot play this composition like Spenu has. The entire point is Maokai is there first. You pop Whimsy on him, you pop the Sivir ult, and you collapse around one side of the pit. This strategy is actually super good on red side because you have, at the Dragon, longer routes to get around into the river. So it's a great red side strat in particular because it's harder for the other team to kind of all filter in from the mid and the bottom lanes into that objective. So it buys you more time to get that pick. But Spenu, with Maokai there, after the Dragon starts, late into the fight, before Jin Air groups up, this composition will never work like that unless your opponent massively misplays.
Talked about the ironic use of terms like the Spenu teleport earlier in the season, and to their credit, both Soar and Soul have improved at that as the season has gone on, but those old issues are really cropping up again. 2 fights in a row around Dragon where Soul's been present, the teleport's been completed after the objective has gone down. Maokai really can't do anything. Spenu took that early outer turret, got smart wards around the Dragon. That's where it ended for them in terms of smart play around this comp, specifically Catch just throwing spears and just not impacting powerful lanes, rather just really trying to relieve pressure when he just could have compounded on Trace's misery in top lane.
Yeah, Trace has been playing it pretty far forward, but because Catch, even when he's invisible, they keep seeing spears. He knows he can always push forward. He knows where Catch is on the map. And that has led to a high degree of freedom in a lane that they could have really targeted and shut down, like you're saying.
It's crazy that Trace has been safer post his turret going down and having no items at, 5 minutes into the game than he had any right to be. This is a guy who thrives on being denied, who thrives on playing safely. Don't have to play safe when it's predictable exactly where the positioning of the enemy jungler is without even having to have any wards.
Yeah, well, Sweet is going to take some damage thanks to an Italy Spear hitting the Baron. But Jin Air, they have that center of the map presence. They have that first mid lane turret down, so they're going to easily be able to continuously threaten Baron from this point forward. Tower goes down to a split push from the Lulu, but a bit risky. They can collapse on Sassen right here. Chaser already moving to cut her off, but she's going to get away with the Whimsy. Sees Chaser on that pink ward.
Isolated mid lane means that Victor's free farm now has the death cap on top of the cooldown reduction. Massive burst, especially when in Abyssal Scepter range from Trace. This is what was allowed by all the movements, specifically Nidalee being on the bot side, was a free farm mid lane, and Victor can really punish a no Aegis lineup that we once again have to know.
Yep, and TP advantage to Jin Air once again. Of course, Sassen has it, so that's why he's in the bottom side trying to deal with this Rumble. However, still a lot of magic resist there, courtesy of the Abyssal Scepter, so Trace will be able to handle that pretty darn well.
Yeah, at this point, the game very likely to play out kind of as we expected, but it was nice to see Spenu try something, very early into the game. It actually, for me, is reminiscent of Energy Pacemaker, the bottom face team from the LPL spring season, who had innovative strategies like getting those 2, 3, 4-minute dragons, but it's all about what you turn that into. What do you parlay the advantage you got at 4 minutes into 10, 15 minutes down the line? And sadly, the answer for Spenu was nothing.
Yeah.
A disadvantage, even.
Well, it was a temporary advantage. They had that they got Sivir rolling in a way that was kind of unusual thanks to mistakes from Jin Air, but beyond that, it hasn't resulted in a whole hell of a lot. So we now have the Rumble just continuing to split push right now. Maokai will have his TP back up soon. Chaser and Sweet trying to set up picks around the backside of Spenu's red buff. GBM is there in the shadows waiting, and oh, flash pull of Catch gets caught, but headbutted out the wrong way. Had to flash himself. Trace commits with his TP actually, so now they kind of have to do something when it comes to this Baron.
And Maokai has his teleport up. Okay, Baron control excellently in Jin-Air's Burby. They got the pink wards on it, multiple pink wards around the area. Maokai can come in at any point, but those teleports have certainly been off. And in a double teleport game, I guess we once again forget Sarsen has the teleport as well. Sarsen's teleports contributed precisely nothing apart from getting Sivir snowballing very early into the game, and Soul's been really off the boil with his use personally.
Well, at the time though, now that they have the two TPs up, at least they can 1-3-1, but no one has really enough to deal with Vayne. We see Soar actually finishing his Spirit Visage before getting any kind of armor, and this is going to allow Pilot just to build straight into an Infinity Edge before he gets a Last Whisper.
And if you're going to commit to a item that builds out a Kindle Gem that gives you magic resist, Locket's right there, and it's something the team desperately needs. I don't really see what the extra selfish stats from the Spirit Visage, the extra heal, really accomplishes for the Speno lineup, so not liking that purchase either.
Well, he gets healed more from Italy now too.
Right.
So Dragon back up, Dragon has the position from Jin-Air already. Sarsen around the side, they're pinging him out though. Now gonna go for a little bit of a 50-50. Vayne gonna get it now, there's the immediate engage. Huge equalizer onto the back line, and there is really not a whole lot that they're gonna be able to do. Soar gets locked up in a gravity field, but there's just too much persistent damage, and this is Spenu having to back off. Chaser comes back in. They are on the run right now, but there's the Chaos Storm. Trace passes forward, but he gets a flash out of Sivir too, and Jin-Air's Pilot grabs the kill onto the Maokai. 3 for none for Jin-Air, and there is the Baron that they were looking for. A little bit of life stealing off of the wards as they make their way down the river.
Vayne going to do obviously immense Baron damage. Lulu's alive. Nuclear's not that low, but isn't actually rotating to Baron, which is just a mistake. Soul will be able to teleport in 20 seconds. I mean, Sarsen could even go back and teleport themselves, but Sweep was used and Baron started.
And there it goes, quite quickly, with the Vayne just giving all those auto attacks and the True Silver procs. And Sarsen does what he can, pops his Wild Growth to help tank a turret, and then he will come out and kill some of these tunnels. Take a look at that fight again.
So Pilot is actually zoned out of doing damage for a lot of this fight. Uses the Blade Room, can get a couple of auto attacks in, but it's doing basically nothing at this point. But Nuclear's kind of the same story, and is the only true damage threat on the team. The moment Nuclear gets chunked out, you can see the re-engage confidently coming through from Jenna. They hold on to the gravity field so late and then just pile on the kills.
They are very smart though for holding on to the Chaos Storm and the Equalizer in some of these fights. They know that if the re-engage comes, they will instantly win as long as they have that ability. Pilot got some decent damage there down at the end, even if he didn't have a whole lot up front.
GBM does pick up the Lich Bane regardless of the item slot issue,
always
so it's
does.
only going to be the Death Cap, it's only going to be the Void Staff. Against, I guess you could argue that against a team that at this point really can't put together an Aegis, there's not really any rush to finish the Void Staff.
Yeah, well, that's true. There isn't that much of an incentive in this particular game, except to help kill that Maokai just a little bit faster.
Vayne's all over that one, Monte Cristo.
Yeah, precisely. Well, I'm a bit curious about this because Ketch just hasn't been there with the Nidalee yet.
Infinity Edge.
Yeah, already done here.
To feel secure enough to build an Infinity Edge over a Bloodthirster, over a Last Whisper, there's really no armor to speak about, or resist in general on Spenu's side. That is crazy free hit damage coming through from Pilot.
Or Peel, honestly. It's not like there's a big tank line for Jin-Air.
It's true.
But, yeah, I mean, when it comes to Jin-Air at this stage of the game, sure, they're only 4K ahead, but they are absolutely owning the tempo.
Tempo is what a comp with Lulu and Sivir, this Jugger Sivir-esque comp requires, is to play from ahead, is to have control over objectives, Baron, Dragons, turrets. They don't have the advantage in any of those. To their credit, even in turrets, but no advantage to speak of. A Sweep pops the Righteous Glory.
He's going in, flash onto the back line, and there's the follow-up equalizer. You see Spenu just getting out of the turret range right now, falling right back to their inhibitor. Meanwhile, Chaser was putting on a split push right here with a nice big minion wave. He's actually just going to get it. Saucin, oh, gets the whimsy, so maybe get a kill, but no, there is the rest of Jin Air showing up at the last second to help out Chaser. They don't quite get the tier 2 in the mid lane, but that's going to be enough. They force Spenu back into their base in the bottom side and can do the same right here. Chaos Storm still up. One more turret for Jin Air.
Rek'Sai could have gone. Someone needs to go, though, to deal with this top lane minion wave push that's come through from Spenu. So Jin Air finally backs away. They'll hold on to their own buff, so that's something. Although Chaser, not quite done yet. Gets a ward down, but it looks like it's still going to be Spenu's red buff.
Now he's just here to keep the pressure on while the rest of his team goes back for a nice little shopping trip. Chaser actually gets the red buff with a Praise Seeker.
That was very casual. Very casual. It's just been a casual performance from Jin Air. They would have been surprised by Spenu just exploding off the blocks with something different that we don't see in Champions, as you mentioned. A bit more common, like so the NALCS in particular, but it's just turning, just doing something different. Committing 2 people to stop the jungle follow, taking that early out of turret. That was the start of maybe a match-winning strategy from Spenu. It's just, they seem to drop the strategy book somewhere in the rotation down to bottom lane.
Yeah, I just am not even, I don't even really consider that the best way to do lane swaps right now for the reasons I stated. I feel it gives so much information to the other team because you know 100% where their entire team is right then, and you kind of take your foot off the gas in terms of kill pressure while the enemy AD carry gets an advantage. So,
and while I agree with that as a general strategy, the bigger point though, Monty, is that you see that a lot in other scenes. It becomes a regular thing, something you can play around. When it's the first time we've seen it in Champions, it can be a great one-off strategy. It was something different. It caught us both off by surprise. It's just, even in this particular case, they couldn't put it together to more and more.
I totally agree, and it caught Trace by surprise too, because he just kind of went into autopilot right there and made the wrong decision in that situation. He wasting his teleport and giving up first blood to a pretty easy dive.
Spenu just poke around in these open waves. Not a lot of engage coming through from Jin Air, so they're relatively free to just sit in these waves, but when they start to come to the chokes...
Oh, and there you go. Condemned lands, and the TP not going to do much. Sora is there, but he's just a target for Vayne. Has to get onto Chaser, but Chaser a tanky target that's not going to do much when he twisted advances onto it. Squeeze still walking forward, even though he's a cat, misses his pulverize. And here comes GBM. They split up a little bit, catch on the run, and this Lulu and this Nidalee going to be a bit too fast for them to handle. Dragon is live. They could go for number 4, but they want the inhibitor instead with 2 members down.
There's only Sivir for Waveland. Sivir was harangued out towards the red buff. Has backed now, so we'll be there to try and stop. But with multiple members, this should be the inhibitor for Jin Air.
Yep, easy play. They're all at full HP now too after Chaser used the Void Rush to get back into the mix, and they can quite simply fall back onto the Dragon, take number 4.
What Saucin's doing, he just makes the most of a bad situation. He did it with the outer mid turret, now he's doing it with the inner turret, takes it down despite having no mana whatsoever. Realistically, they weren't going to be strong enough or in position to contest for this Dragon, specifically with Soar's TP down. So he gets something, but it's probably just going to be an asterisk on a win for Jin Air Green Wings.
Yeah, and it couldn't be lining up more perfectly in terms of timers. Look at this Baron. They are able to have time, push out their wave in the top lane. Very methodical approach to the Baron right here. As they take the Dragon, they should be there right as it spawns to grab it.
It's been solid, smart play by Jin Air, despite being surprised, as we mentioned, but a lot of that facilitated by a Spenu side that just seemed to lose track of what they wanted to do about 10 minutes in. It's just been kind of academic for the last 30.
Well, Pilot and Sweet have actually been having a pretty good game. They both have 100% kill contribution so far in this one. And it's like Jin Air finally moving on to that Baron, but they've been pretty essential in all of the skirmishes, all of the team fights. And they've been able to deliver. So here we go. Jin Air immediately on their Trace. Do they see him? They do. They pinged him right there. Are they going to go in all in anyway? There's another flash, and Sweet gets in. So there's an equalizer, splitting up the carries from the back line. Saucin has to run. Secret so low, but Pilot just tumbling forward so easily to get the kills.
No threat whatsoever on Pilot with the Infinity Edge just blowing down members. They have a lot of quick members. You know, Spender can pop the Whims, they can pop the ultimate from Siva, the On the Hunt, and get away so they can actually get out of Pilot's auto attack range, but they're only going one way towards their base with only a few members left. So getting burned down. Law appropriate Rumble versus Maokai action happening off screen.
Well, he couldn't prevent any forest fires this game. No Loki the Bear would be quite sad.
Speaking of sad, Sarson's dead. So are Spennu's hopes, and Jin Air, they're going to win the game.
That's right. Ace will lead to a Jin Air victory, 15-2 when it comes to kills. Trace will show up for the Nexus explosion party with his teleport at the tail end. So Jin Air bounced back from a mistake in the lane swap. They got caught out by the old LCS lane swap right there and made some not so great decisions surrounding it, but in the end, we see Sweet and Pilot doing work. Sweet missed out on a kill at the end of the game, sadly enough, so it doesn't end the game with the 100% kill contribution, but still a solid performance.
Just a solid performance from Jin Air in general. Spenno, it was nice to see them try something. Would have preferred this earlier in the season where they could try and take information from the little advantages they're able to get and try and put together or cobble together a winning game plan, but not to be this time despite a fun 5 minutes.
Yeah, I had hopes there for a while, Papa Smithy, but the Nidalee just wasn't working for this team. It didn't seem like they were comfortable knowing where to go with it or where to make those calls to get a snowball advantage with the pickup. And the Vayne Pilot showing up once again on that champion. Nicely played. GBM, a solid victor in the mid side and just a smooth sailing for Jin Air. What can you say? Well, guys, game 2 will be coming up next. Jin Air versus Spennu.
K 선수 정글 그 자체다.
당연히는 준대래다.
당연히는 샤코다.
당연히 형은 블랙넛이다.
안녕하세요. 지니어 정글러 체이서 이상현입니다. 닮은 것 같기도 한데 안 닮은 것 같아요. 저는 제 생각으로는 오는 길 세 길인데 이겨서 기분 좋게 가겠습니다. 파이팅!
Time for some more Champion Summer, and your MVP is Sweet. And what sweet Alistair play it was. He set up so many of those engages. Very nicely done by him on his champion of choice as of late. Let's take a look at some of those highlights.
14 out of 15 kill participation. It wasn't until right at the end that he missed out on being involved in a kill. It was just really solid engage play. We mentioned that Sweet, the one unique thing about him over Che is a lot of Alistair from in 6-3 and what has been an inconsistent season for Jinair. It's a pretty big boon, and you can see why.
Well, it's been inconsistent. They're still 9-6, so they're in the hunt for the playoffs. This is a good start for them to go to 10-6 right here and start to tie up down towards the bottom side of teams going to the playoffs. Pilot right here. Let's watch Sweet through all of this. Just great zoning for Pilot. Just look at him standing right in front of Pilot. If that Spirit hit him, would have hit him.
Just very smart positioning, as you mentioned. Honestly, everyone threw a hand in this game. Even Trace after being denied, but man, the triple pulverized, like you mentioned. Beautiful to see.
Yeah, also the equalizer directly on point. And Trace just able to waltz on through after getting that flank with the equalizer, turning on the flamethrower, and cooking his enemies to a crisp. Well, nicely done, Sweet. And now we are going to go into game 2 of this series. Jinair, it would be great for them if they got a 2-0. Of course, Spenu just fighting for pride right now, and we are going to see a change of player. Soul is in the top side, probably wise. His TPs have shown development, and Soar was just, you can't TP like that when you have the kind of composition that they had.
You can't play Maokai, who was critical to the engage of the team and just was never in position, specifically for those crucial first 2 dragons, because once the snowball really started to happen, Spenu just had no answer.
No, there wasn't anything they could do. Their comp simply too low damage by the late game.
Just have to wonder, execution-heavy comp for the team, last place team that hasn't got a series victory. I think you need to go back to basics. Go for something more reliable, because relying on split engages, on poke from the likes of a Jungle Nidalee, on catch as a player to really make the plays. We knew it before, but it was plain to see. It's just not going to happen.
Well, I'm surprised, because when you take that Jungle Nidalee, if it was denying it from Chaser, I could understand, but Rek'Sai was first picked by Jinair, so there's not a whole lot of rhyme or reason to that pickup, I think, in this situation, particularly since it's not a champion that we're used to seeing catch play. We will see if that changes up here in Pick and Ban in Game 2. Again, the Twisted Fate ban.
On blue side, no less. Now, Twisted Fate doesn't really...
I mean, Twisted Fate is a red side champion, for sure.
He's a red side 5th pick. I mean, we're not at the stage where it's first pick, first ban. That's not to say we won't get there as the patches keep rolling, as the backline threat keeps diminishing. There is always the potential for Twisted Fate to take over a meta again, and some might argue that's already here, but so far in Champion, it's been a bit sparing with the TF.
Yeah, it's not quite here yet, I feel. I mean, if we start seeing things like Maokai nerfs, then we may be in Twisted Fate land. But
Twisted Fate's in the air. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it smells like or looks like. It's probably some cards being thrown out. But for now, still, a lot of respect to GBM, who, again, it's just so damn annoying keeping tabs on both the teleport and the Destiny cooldowns.
it is. Well, Vayne and Ezreal, the final 2 bans, they are going to take Alistair for Secret. That has been his best champion. The Ezreal, I'm a bit surprised to see. GBM has been an Ezreal player in the past, even though we haven't seen Jinair really emphasize that Runeglaive. They're just going to take Victor right here.
Long time since we've seen Alistair first pick. He's definitely fallen through picks and ban priorities. The likes of Cogmore, the likes of Braum have been taken at a higher priority. So I don't think Jinair's worried about giving away the Alistair. Chaser thinking about doing his best Tom impression. The only noted Udyr player.
Simple. Just take the Cogmore, take the
Simple,
Victor.
like Skarner. It's got the point and click ultimate. It's great. Simple.
Simple, like trolling Cloud Templar like they always do.
Devour us, Skarner. It's all right. Okay, the Amumu now we're just getting into pure troll territory.
Well, it's just trolling Cloud Templar. That's how you do things. It's been this way for years, Papa Smithy.
Team Dark, they had it best.
They had it the best. Well, I assume it's going to be a Victor here. Why take anything else? And there you go. Cogma and Victor, the pickups. They don't have to grab the Braum early, as they have some flexibility. So Sweet's just going to give GBM a nice shoulder massage during picks and bans. GBM delivers on that Victor pick. That's why people ban it. So Rumble could be the pickup here, but I have a feeling Jinair, see if I can predict the rest of their ban phase, okay?
Oh, I'm listening.
Well, it's going to be obviously Rumble or Maokai. Pick that one. They need a probably Maokai if Spenu doesn't pick it up, because they need a little bit more engaged, because they'd like to pick the Braum.
It's nice to deny away from counterplay against the Kog'Maw in the backline as well.
Yeah, exactly. So Spenu should take the Maokai here, but if they don't, I think we'll see Maokai Braum, and they'll hold their jungle until the final pick, and then lock in Italy if they can.
When
Italy banned. Oh, damn. They're going to get Gragas then, which as always has some nice synergy there with Victor and Kog'Maw.
It feels like I've already seen that game, maybe multiple times today, but it feels like I know exactly how that'll pick out. But look, they're throwing out the playbook. They might even lock in the Gragas early, Monte Cristo.
Oh, boy.
Hold that support to last.
That's right. The question is it Braum or is it Annie? I'm going to wait and see what the mid laner is before coming to that conclusion.
Need to see some threats to work out what's really necessary.
But Braum is just so much better with Kog'Maw than Annie is. You get that peel, and you get those long-range stuns that you can proc with the concussive blows.
Waiting to see a mid laner. We're hoping to see something different from Sarsen.
Oh, please don't do this again.
Oh, they might do it again.
Now, to be fair,
more reliable comp this time.
Not.
It's not Jungle Nidalee. At least they've
That's
got the
true.
rec sites much more targeted. This
That's
is basically
true.
the let's control Dragon and hopefully get 5 of them up.
That's very true, and Soul has been more reliable in terms of teleports. So they've got that working for them. If they try the Sivir Lulu combination, it will be Corki and Jarvan. Okay, well, now we've got something interesting to talk about. Spenu, definitely the most Jarvan-y team.
Jarvan middle lane, no
Yes,
less.
it is, of course. That is not something that is played often here. Of course, Keen is in NALCS, so that's where that usually goes down, but they want to all in the Victor early. Okie dokie.
This is really exciting. We've seen Gamsu obviously do a lot of top Jarvan in the LCS. It's also been played in the LPL. It's a kill lane in the mid lane, but...
I did it, Papa Smithy. I predicted their composition.
You absolutely did. Now they look at it. Not in the right order, so you're going to lose a couple of the bonus points from that.
At least I get a B+. Can I have a B+?
You can have an A-.
Oh, you're so gracious.
You can think about what could have been.
I think that's some grade inflation, though, Papa Smithy. I think you're being a little too easy on me.
I'm just marking you by the American system, so A- for you. If this was Britain, that'd be a C, I believe. But you guys get points for effort.
It is actually really sad, the state of grade inflation in America. You know, I had one professor in college who did not subscribe to that whatsoever. It was hilarious to watch people's GPAs tank in her classes. Well, we are going to get into Game 2 on the night. Spenu, they've got the Jarvan Rumble Hot Pot combination. They're all in the mid game. If this goes late, they will do nothing, and they will die. Jarvan will just die instantly to Victor Burst. So a bit curious. We'll see how Chaser and Catch play around this mid lane. If GBM can turn it early and get a kill, could be a disaster for Spenu, but I like the aggression.
Maokai, Gragas, Braum, all expected to be rotating around that mid lane, just trying to provide a little bit of defensive utility. GBM's gone for the most defensive option of all with the Summoner spell. It's gone with the barrier just to block as much damage as possible.
Well, let's get into Game 2, guys. Jinair, Spenu. Sarsen dives into his champion pool again and pulls out mid lane Jarvan. So Chaser here, talking up a storm in the early game. It would appear as a little bit of a weird invade going to be coming in from Jinair. They want to make a play in the top side of the map. Now it'd be great for them to get a lane swap here, freeing up the Braum and the tree. Maokai. There we go. On the map for some early mid lane pressure and to make Sarsen maybe think twice about chunking out GBM.
Surprisingly defensive opening items for Sarsen. He's gone for the flask. You could have just gone for longsword, 3 potions. The mana sustain look, it does help you poke a little bit more with your Q from range, but surprisingly not all-in item choice for what is an all-in champion through and through.
Well, the problem with doing that, though, is Jarvan's mana costs are not great early on in the game. And if you don't have any sustain, you have to choose, do you want to hit harder or more often, I feel?
That is a trade-off.
It is a trade-off.
Now you're a man that's skilled in the fighting arts. Which is the smarter?
More often, I would say, in this particular situation.
Okay.
Of course, I think you just want to keep on training, but no sapling invade. Jinair's actual level 1 would have pushed back anyone who is trying to go for a sapling invade right here. So this is a smart idea with a Maokai, actually, if you actually want to give a level advantage over. And that's going to be a high premium in this game because they need to give GBM every advantage he can get. And he's actually starting Q.
Yeah, he's against a melee champion, so Q starts not a really big issue. Could even go for a couple of points in Q, but...
GBM with the manner laughing after dodging the first Dragonlance
You
right
saw
there.
the
I
skulls.
love it.
You saw the skulls. This is where he's at. This is Demon GBM today.
And he's dancing now. And he's trying to distract him because guess who's coming in from behind? It is Sweet on the Braum. The lane swap that we talked about is successful for Jinair. Well, this is cute already. I love it, Papa Smithy. I love it.
We're playing musical chairs around mid. Maokai is going to be there. The Braum's going to come visit. Everyone is going to do their best to keep GBM topped up in this mid lane.
Indeed, they will. Well, GBM's falling back for the moment. He's got nothing really to worry about right now. He can just sit there right next to his turret. No kill pressure on him, and a bit of a challenge for Sassen to be trading with him early.
Interesting to see the skills. Might see an extra point into Q. I don't think it's really necessary. I think the instant wave clear will be more important as another dodge comes through. He's got the mana sustain, so not as critical that he registers every bit of poke.
Right, but...
oh.
He's missing a lot of them. GBM seems very comfortable playing against this Jarvan.
This is definitely a champion that picks up 180 item the likes of Tiamat and can just go crazy. In fact, when we see these top lane Jarvans, you might think, okay, Tiamat into tanking. No, no, no. Infinity Edge often comes out just for the instant kill. If you're trading your Jarvan, whether it's top or mid, for either Kog'Maw or Victor, specifically in a burst capacity, job done for the Jarvan.
Yeah, and you have so much mid-game power and cleanup with the Rumble and the Corki. I'm curious whether Jinair is going to commit to any kind of early dragons at all, because they certainly don't have to.
If you get pink wards around the dragon, you cannot face check a Jarvan. You will die instantly.
Yes, yes you will. Well, Soul getting zoned off the wave right now. Maokai now making his way down into the bottom lane. Sweet sticking around top for the most part, so no one actually making a play on the mid lane, despite how extended Jarvan is. GBM just playing it nice and safe. He wants his farm, and this is how GBM plays. Stand next to his tier 1, be very consistent and reliable. One of the most defensive mid laners in this league. And here we go, Chaser coming through for a gank, and that's going to be a flash immediately. And there's a flash double knockup, actually. Secret getting a bit low. They're not going to be able to commit. So flash for a flash right there. Maybe not worth it for that flash from Chaser.
Let's come back to your previous point. GBM excellent defensive laner, Trace as well. And there's a reason that you don't want to necessarily pick a lot of these super all-in picks like Sassen, is that GBM will do fine. It's just, again, comes back to the core identity of where does the carry come from. If you've got a mid lane that's so happy to be denied, that's kind of the issue that's plagued them against the top teams. In this particular situation, though, with Pilot on form especially, remember, he's been switching places with Captain Jack most of the season. If Pilot can be the carry for this team, and you play into their positions of advantage, then I think Jinair will be just fine.
Yeah.
Farm, farm, farm.
That's right. You need to punish GBM for his decision making, and that's what we see teams do a lot of the time, is that they start to actually just press forward in the lane, and then they invade Chaser. Because there's a blueprint to beating Jin Air. Because, like you're saying, the solo laners are defensive in nature. That means they can't react as quickly in the jungle if they're under their tier 1 turret as your solo laners. So go in there and try and mess with Chaser, because if you shut Chaser down, you shut Jin Air down, and there's just not that same ability for them to be resistant to heavy invading.
People listening might think, okay, but if you're under your own turret, you know, playing defensively, being denied, you have the shorter route to helping with the invade. But the big issue is you can't leave those massive clumped up minion waves that Trace and GBM are often waiting to crash into the turret. The opportunity cost of defending is so high. That's why invades will work, and that's what teams have been taking advantage of.
It's also because to get to your own jungle at that stage, you have to walk through some narrow chokes, and you're almost certainly going to take a bad trade out of the mid lane. I mean, if we look at where GBM was just walking through right there, Jarvan has every opportunity to land a combo, and it's much harder for Victor to do the same when you have the freedom of the entire lane in the river. So it's basically they know exactly what your decision is going to be, that you have many more choices to make if you have the freedom to leave and are in the larger space.
You just compare Jin Air to a team like SKT, which push multiple waves. Sometimes Marin dies, sometimes FLICKR dies in the early game, but they keep applying pressure and always have the option to invade the enemy jungle, whereas Jin Air always playing defensively. Enemy jungler mid lane, or even the support are on the same wavelength and invading, like the likes of Peekaboo and Score. You're given that freedom to get both the vision and contest the buffs that other teams just won't give you.
Yes. Well, let's take a look at what's going on in the mid lane right now. They're going to try for it all in, but GBM, Sassen going to take a turret shot. There's the gravity field. Catch was trying to follow up. Chaser already there. There's a knock-up. Can they turn this around? Sassen really doesn't have any more damage. He got his Hex Drinker, but that is a major failure right there. He didn't get any damage from his combo. He used it to close the gap to use his ult, so that was pretty bad.
That was awful.
That was real bad.
That's some putrid mid-Jarvan play coming through from Sassen. We commend his Vel'Koz. That's right at the side of the meta, but the Jarvan...
I thought Sassen would be able to pull this off because he's shown such a large champion pool and been at least proficient on a lot of champions, but if we look at his Jarvan skill shots, and then that...
What is an EQ into R with what Rek'Sai pressure exactly supposed to? There's no damage coming from the Rek'Sai.
I mean, maybe if Rek'Sai was Warrior Enchant here, which frankly is probably a better build for Rek'Sai in this game. You're already all-inning on the mid game. You might as well just double down.
Man, so definitely sub-challenger mid-lane Jarvan play coming from Sassen.
Pretty bad. Well, he's farming well.
To that inevitable late game power of Jarvan. Definitely going to fall off in terms of reliability. So, look, Spinner want to make something happen early. That's what we commend them for, but maybe not the Jarvan.
Okay, well, they want to go for this. Kog'Maw's still in top, so they're actually going to deny the blue buff. That's a good takeaway from the Victor at the very least. Catch ends up with it in the end, and it seems like they'll be able to easily take their own blue as well. So GBM going to have to deal with that. So they got something. It's not as bad as it could be.
Second point into the W. Usually the EQ, just the sheer extra 50-60 damage, which might be the difference between the all-in and just falling down. Surprising to see him go for the defensive option. The Hex Drinker, again, on the defensive side, but because it's Victor who does so much damage specifically in his fairly short range of control, I don't mind the Hex Drinker start. I just think you need to put the power and damage everywhere else.
Well, I guess I'm a bit surprised because GBM is not building anything resembling armor right now. Of course, getting that early arm guard is pretty terrible on Victor, but you'd think that you may want to side with just a little bit of caution, but can you really blame him with the way that he sees Sassen playing? Are you actually scared of dying right here?
Well, I mean, you've got the second Hex Score upgrade as well, which gives you the movement speed. You're already dodging the skill shots. Now, the worry here is that he's too clever, too fast, and will juke into the bad skill shots. So maybe he's handicapped himself that way, but otherwise, you know, when someone EQRs you and misses the combo on mid lane Jarvan, armor can wait a little bit.
Yeah. Sassen grabs the blue, though. That'll be huge for further harassment.
Will it, though?
Will it? Well, we're going to find out, won't we? GBM actually having to push uncomfortably far forward. There are pink wards on either side of his lane, so he doesn't have the vision he'd like, but he can play down there with Chaser, just clearing out some Rek'Sai tunnels. Not going to have a nice opportunity to counteract that. And Chaser now moving down into Tribe Rush alongside Sweet. So Pilot the only one in lane right now.
Very hard to gank Nuclear with the Valkyrie up, but it's possible.
I don't know, he can interrupt it with Cask.
That's Flasher as well. Remember, all summoners and an Alistair for disengage finally show.
Here we go, flash onto the Alistair. There's the Cask onto Secret. Secret is just going to be exploded. He didn't have his ultimate yet. Now they're turning onto Nuclear. Is there much damage? Yes, another body slam comes through, and Pilot not going to get that one. Winter's Bite takes it away.
Really poor use of the summoner spells by Nuclear as well. He did not need to die. Now, Secret wasn't quite level 6, so couldn't just wade away with the ultimate, but Nuclear overstayed, did some counter harass, and now it's the freest dragon of their life.
Well, great timing though. Sweet hitting level 6 first, right before Alistair did, so they can secure both of those kills. Sasin just walking around, I guess. He was seen, so not really a lot of kill pressure onto Trace. He was trying to make something happen, but Trace just immediately retreats.
These are not the solo lanes you want to play mid lane Jarvan against. Now, if this was Mara and he'd be overextended under the enemy turret, maybe there's space for it. But when it's GBM and Trace, they're never overextended ever.
Yeah, you have to say maybe this is a misread on the way that Jin Air likes to play the game.
Didn't read the instruction manual that came with the mid lane Jarvan, I don't think.
You actually just, it's an interesting discussion to talk about team style and how it affects drafting, but it doesn't really look like it was taken into account in this particular game. Pilot now with a couple of assists, not getting a kill. That's kind of a disappointment for him. Interestingly, Sweet going with Boots of Lucidity. That's actually interesting for a Braum, but it's really good with Kog'Maw.
It just means that your Unbreakable and your Ultimate are available that more often. Of course, it's a 27-second cooldown. Your E, something comically large, and the ult at level 1 as well. So, look, if it helps those all-in trades, it's fine.
Yeah, also just having the Winter's Bite up more often, too. That gives you just more and more time that you're able to actually get the stun off with a Bio-Arcane Barrage from the Kog'Maw.
So answer a question, too. Which is the more disrespectful choice? The lack of arm guard on GBM, either as a rush or even now, or you don't even feel pressured as Sweet to have the mobility boost to even be in the mid lane. They're just saying that, all right, we're happy with this Victor versus Jarvan matchup. He's even building an item like the cooldown reduction boost specifically for lane and with much worse roam opportunities.
I'm going to go with lack of arm guard.
Okay.
And directly leveling up his second Hex Core.
I mean, even CDR boots was his next purchase.
You know, sometimes you hope like players will get punished for this, but I love GBM's showboating in this game. It's interesting, and it really shows his character.
You don't need to, it's flash, head up.
Yeah, there we go. Chaser hunted out. Sasin is here. Can Chaser escape? There's an explosive cast. Looks like he will die. And there's a TP in. Equalizer already down. Trace arrives. Now GBM's got everybody to choke, though. Can he do something with this? He does have Chaos Storm, but he's not going to use it.
Sasin still has the ultimate available. Here it comes.
And there it goes. So it's Sasin trapped in there. Pilot at full HP right now. Trace is going to flash in. They're on top of Sasin. And there's the Chaos Storm finally. Is it a bit late? Kill picked up. Icathian Surprise not going to do much. So Spenu making the most of this. Another use of the Death Ray. Gravity Field right there. Trace not dead. GBM low on mana. And nope, not going to work. Flash Death Ray, so he falls as well. That was a bit sloppy from Jin Air. They had the opportunity to use the Chaos Storm. They held it too long.
Credit to Sasin, his laning mechanics with the Jarvan were a bit off, but holding onto the ultimate, in particular the Cataclysm, then using it on the clumped up Kog'Maw and Braum proved to be the winner. So an ace delayed for Spenu, and suddenly a window back into this game.
Yeah, that was nicely played by Spenu. First off, the engage, and only Pilot there. Chaser really can't do much.
Target selection was very good, so Chaser died first. Crucially, didn't have to spend the ultimate, so flashed for auto attack range for Sasin at this present point. They evaded the instant damage from the Victor ultimate, and then the re-engage came big.
Well, they should have just dropped Chaos Storm and retreated right there. There's no reason to lose more. Basically, it would have been a huge investment just for one kill and no objectives, but instead, They save it, and they only get that single kill, and then GBM gets really greedy.
He just doesn't realize that he doesn't have the mana for any more spells. At this point, it's almost completely out of mana.
It's a blind flash death ray onto Secret.
He was just smelling triple kill. The styling from the mid lane extended to that skirmish, and he was punished.
Well, even after the dust settles right there, Papa Smithy, it's still less than a 2K gold difference after that very poor team fight from Jin Air. So they're not going to be too uncomfortable with that. And they also got the first dragon. So one of the major win conditions for Spenu is kind of already been denied.
Not impossible, but we're talking about 30 minutes being added to this game. We see the next one spawns in a minute 30, so 25.5 minutes. So at the absolute earliest, a 42-minute dragon. And Spenu's average game time, it doesn't get close to 42 minutes.
No, it doesn't. And this composition can't survive at 42 minutes unless it's at 15K, 10K, 15K in advance. But they do get the top lane tower. That's nice. They use the Corki with the Trinity Force completed to take that objective. And now Pilot here will grab one on the opposite side of the map. So gold lead remains about the same. Are they going to commit to a dragon here, though? Spenu kinds of needs it. Yeah, that's where they're going to draw the line and back off.
Be interesting to see what defensive itemization Pilot goes for, because you know, you joked with Doa about the Randuin's AD carry, but maybe actually a decent pickup as we get into the later game, because there's magic damage, but you're not really worried about the Rumble Corki. It's specifically Jarvan one-shotting you.
Yeah, or Corki getting in range after Jarvan goes in.
So remember, Corki has the armor shred with the flat armor penetration that we're expecting from the likely Brutalizer. True damage onto the Cogma will be a very dead Void.
Yes. Well, Pilot does have flash up for the next fight, so harder to actually lock him down under these circumstances.
And ultimate going to be on a much shorter cooldown, so maybe it's about the repeated engages, blowing that flash and then knowing that for 4.5 minutes, there's cooldowns and just things that Pilot won't be able to account for in terms of the Cataclysm just locking down in position.
What do you think here for Jin Air? I think they shouldn't fight this dragon. They should just take mid lane turret if they can, so that Jarvan has to overextend. You don't need this dragon if you're Jin Air.
Jarvan's woefully out of position at the moment. They have a couple of deep wards. He's just walked through wards. They have an idea of the positioning of the Jarvan. It's a risk, as you mentioned, but because you have the flash on Cogma, if you can get that flash up on GBM as well, I think it's fair to contest.
Okay, well, Sassen will initiate a split push, at least for the moment. They want to get up to that tier 2 before they enter the river to fight the dragon. There you go. There's just a flash coming in as Secret gets caught out. They know Jarvan's not there. Secret does take a large amount of chunk damage, but it's not too bad. Ooh, bad equalizer used. And they're just going to kite back into a choke. Spenu cannot follow that.
It was a nice equalizer if the fight was different. It was in the right choke, but just wasn't able to force anything. Now Jarvan has everything available and is at full health, but GBM still about 10 seconds away from his own flash.
They have no tankiness without Unbreakable, though. That's the main concern, and no, they're going to get the dragon. So Catch secures it with the smite. Jin Air deciding not to re-engage, in spite of the fact that all the good ults right now from Spenu are down except for
Cataclysm. Getting very, very aggressive, but finally has to back away. Taking turrets, even with the Trinity Force on Corki, that's going to be the big difficulty for Spenu, because it's been a while since we've seen this, but it's a one-range champion lineup.
Yeah, and Maokai now heading down, but he only has the Ninja Tabi in terms of armor. Had to build for the Rumble in lane. Still no Righteous Glory. Sassen pops out. He's not going to get any turret damage down to speak of.
Still going to need an Infinity Edge on top of this Youmuu's Ghostblade to realistically be able to kill someone like Maokai. Even if it's only health on the Ninja Tabi, it's enough to hold down the job.
Wow, look at this. The actual Zhonya's is starting to come through. He decided he was done being disrespectful. Actually got the arm guard.
Put in his place.
Yeah, just a little bit. Just a hair. But stacking that up later is not going to be ideal for him. Obviously, that's not really an efficient way to build when he already would have had the wave clear from the E with the first upgrade on the Hex Core, and then been able to more fully stack it. So they're going to take a tower for it, and Spenu starting to develop a nice little chunk of change.
They've been holding Jinair at arm's length for the last 10 minutes or so. 3,000 gold it has been the consistent factor. And they're just looking for spaces for Sarsen to split push and pick up items. But what is the crucial item pickup that really takes over this game? Youmu's Ghostblade obviously makes a lot of sense in terms of the flat armor penetration, but makes him an excellent and safe split pusher because, of course, EQing out at any opportunity and just popping the Youmu's for attack speed. Can they really go for that? Because they need to, specifically when teleport is down for Trace, I think that's a viable strategy. He's just not able to one-shot the tanky Maokai, so when the teleport's up, less options for the job.
Yeah, but even if he does start split pushing, GBM now picked up an early home guard, so he's kind of always going to be there. Now they could go for an early Baron, and if they get this, it will change absolutely everything. Pink's going down. It is seen with the Scrying Orb, so Spenu has to back off. Yeah, they really need to keep vision on that. Good instinct, though, as Pilot took the red.
That was a good aggressive call by Spenu as well.
Yep.
So it was a nice thing to try, especially with Corki in vision in the bot lane and with Sarsen being able to put up the massive damage, but they have to back away.
Well, back to wave clear central here from Jinair as they just farm up into the items that they need to crush Spenu's composition.
Wave clear central sounds like a train station. Is it near KT?
Is it near KT? I don't know. I'm worried about KT. I would like to think that they're going to be continuing with their wave clear mission so they can play aggressively in the enemy jungle.
Spenu, a lot of pressure around this Baron, but this is one of those spots where you just feel like Spenu, because they're a younger team, because they don't have that experience, aren't going to be able to force the next step and the next piece in the puzzle, and are going to kind of let this Kog'Maw just free farm it up.
It's hard. It's really hard for them to actually do anything right now. Look at the way that Jinair is playing. Kog'Maw goes forward. They have three other people in that top side, and now they have to force the flash from GBM, but he's the one who's just standing there, and they can't actually take an objective. So they're getting the Kog'Maw the farm while playing in a defensive ring around him and just letting GBM sit there, wave clear, go back, home guard back into whichever wave needs him.
Still, we see that he's used the flash. Now you have something to play around, just like TF is very gankable under a turret. Victor is very immovable without the flash, and they have the Jarvan to really pin down his position. So,
well, until he gets Zhonya's, then that is not going to be so much of an option. Trying to bait the Baron now. Sweet is here. Sweet is going to get jumped on. There he goes, but nice flash out of the Cataclysm, so there's no kill. Spenu now less of a threat for the coming few minutes. But if that trade can go through, it will be useful.
Just want to force as many flashes as possible. About 90-second cooldown on the Cataclysm. Of course, the 5 minutes on the Baroness. Just use that Ghostblade to get out of lane. Easy peasy.
Well, very short cooldown, so probably not going to need that. You're not going to immediately be making a play as you look to farm up even further.
Use that word tempo to describe what Spenu needs to do this game. And the tempo of the last 5 minutes definitely leaves something a bit to be desired. And the gold lead, it's never grown. It's gotten to 2,500. It's pushed towards 3, but then kind of stood static.
It's that they're controlling the tempo, but not in a big enough way. They're getting these little itty-bitty victories. A flash for an ultimate here, things like that, but they're not taking home the big prizes like Baron. Like any kind of tier 2 turret, they're not really able to fully commit to a split push. Zhonya's Hourglass is now done on GBM. That is an absolutely massive buy. Kog'Maw is now the only target for Jarvan. That's it. Because GBM will just simply put a gravity well on himself and Zhonya's if you ult him. So there's nothing you can do.
Chaos Storm ultimate.
Yeah.
Zhonya's.
So there's no real choice when it comes to how you're going to play this. You know that Pilot's the target.
It's only really Dragon that Spenu feels comfortable fighting around because, you know, you mentioned some of their options. Pushing turrets again with only the one ranged auto attacker is a tough feat for them to do without picks. And the defensive warding from Jinair, and this is a team known for many warding turns or just smart warding, has been there. And this is a second Dragon, something Jinair are happy to give away because, again, if this game is still going at 50 minutes, Jin Air have other issues to deal with.
Jin Air is playing to their win conditions right now. They know that getting that first dragon is clutch. After that, they don't have to really commit to anything. They've doubled down in terms of home guard boots on their solo lanes. They're just going to sit there and wait and wait and wait for Sassen to be irrelevant, for Trace to start getting items like Frozen Heart.
And for Pilot to outscale Nuclear, because in terms of team fight damage, that is something Kog'Maw will always do. And look at these item timings. Remember yesterday when Arrow was struggling in that matchup in Game 2 between Ku and KT, he was an item behind or more for the majority of that game. In this game, Pilot's ahead.
Yeah, Pilot is ahead. Even GBM, at least in farm, has that slight edge. Same thing about Trace, because they're splitting up while Spenu repeatedly tries to group on this Baron to force some kind of fight, which is what they have to do. You know, they do need to accelerate the pace of this game somehow, some way.
Sassen's going to steal away the blue buff very, very quickly. Maokai's not interested. They have vision on this because they saw him step into this brush. But again, you talk about the wrestle for tempo, and it's too small. They need to make the big play, but with 5 flashes available, which will be the case very soon, hard for Spinner to make much happen because it's all Jarvan when we're talking about initiation.
They're not even really going to be able to get this red buff right now with Jarvan on the bottom side of the map. They can only play around the Jarvan pretty much.
That's exactly what Jin is doing. They're sending the tanky Maokai there. Okay, doesn't have a lot of armor, but has a high enough amount of health. And the likes of Home Guard boost just ensure that no turrets will go down. And the Jarvan's movements have been predictable thanks to the smart warding from Sweet in particular.
Well, Jarvan can't even really walk up and auto these turrets either, because Maokai will just walk behind him, arcane smash the wave, and then W to him, and he'll stand there next to the tower eating a bunch of turret shots.
Yep, that's the reality, and that's why we don't see a lot of this Jarvan. Is we don't crush lane, whether you're top or mid. Strategic options actually close down because you're used to high AP threat, you're used to range from the mid lane, and the turret pressure is only there. If it wasn't a Maokai, if it was a tanky, a carry-based top laner, absolutely consider the Jarvan. But in this particular case, kind of answered well by what Jin has put together.
Yeah, certainly has been. Not to mention they have the Braum versus the Corki. That's a very favorable matchup too. Being able to block a lot of the phosphorus bombs in the laning phase, and then it chains into blocking some of those big rockets in the late game with the Unbreakable. Sassen has some more armor penetration now, but it's coming at a time where Chaser and Trace are really moving very rapidly towards Frozen Hearts.
Let's wait and see the first time Sassen and Trace meet in offlane, because level 16, 2-level advantage over Trace. Now with the Last Whisper, maybe this is the time that you finally can hit that go button and actually pressure out the Maokai.
Well, they're not actually going for the Baron. Now they're going to see Sassen. Lots of pings coming from Jin Air onto that objective. They know they need to keep vision about it. And they're going to go on a Chaser, but there is no Jarvan there. Here's a TP actually coming in from the backside. TP's going to be meeting right there, but hello, Trace is already on top of Nuclear. And the Equalizer is dropped, but it's really not doing anything right now. Gravity Field ties up Secret, and that is 1 kill already for Jin Air. Sassen wasn't ready to commit to that. There's the Maelstrom going in one more time. Sassen on the outside gets on top of Pilot. Pilot has Flash. He doesn't even have to use it as the concussive blows come through. GBM just wrecking alongside Trace, and that's a perfect ace. Double kill for GBM, and that is likely going to be the last chance that Spenu has. They tried to go aggressive without their key member, the mid lane Jarvan. What a disaster.
The tracking of the Jarvan was wonderful to see from Jin Air. They split threats, Pilot and Sweet staying next to each other. Crucially, Sassen was exhausted before he even went through with the Catalyst, but did no damage whatsoever. Just wait for the Jarvan to come into the picture, because again, he was the only one they really needed to account for.
Well, Trace is already there too. You can see Sassen using the Yomu's Ghost Blade, but where is he supposed to go right now? He knows he can only hit Pilot. Yeah, all flashes up. GBM just getting into the side lane.
Exhaust.
And there you go. Exhaust, like you said, down, jumping right over to the Kog'Maw. I mean, Pilot doesn't even have to use heal, doesn't have to use flash. Easy for Jin Air.
That's, look, what Jarvan needs is for so much disruption for the likes of a Gragas to maybe split up threats and then get that solo kill, because if Braum is standing next to Kog'Maw, Kog'Maw's living.
Yeah, you don't even have to land a skill shot at that point. Well, they're going to try one more time. Equalizer, just a disengage from the Glacial Fissure. Secret dies all by himself.
Not that secret.
It wasn't that secret.
Full vision.
He's also a giant minotaur.
That's true. Dawson's a damage threat, but not to Chaser. Now he's going to be caught.
And there we go. They're going to get some more auto attacks. He's going to get stunned. Here we go. The tank line is there. Squeak just blocking a lot of shots on the side. He's eventually going to go down, trying to get under his tower, but where is the next Twisted Advance? Well, pops his ultimate onto the tanks. That is not going to work. Pilot there to throw in a few auto attacks.
I'm just impressed with how smartly Jin Air have played around something different, played around the mid lane Java that you see from time to time in solo queue and in other scenes, but it's not often in the mid lane when we're talking about competitive teams outside of Kane. And accounting for those picks of Secret Force super low, probably going to die even through the Unbreakable Will.
Well,
awkward to see.
Yeah, Pilot has so much damage right now. You know what? I actually disagree with Pilot's build. I have no idea why he built the Last Whisper here. He should have just gone Infinity Edge or even Bloodthirster for more protection against the Jarvan.
I'm going to put those rose-tinted glasses on, say you wanted to kill Alistair and Unbreakable Will. That's fine. Very good use of gold.
No, it's damage. It's percent damage reduction.
Still doing damage.
It's not as good as Infinity Edge.
Shush you. I don't know. He's just buying whatever, because unfortunately, those purchases don't really mean a lot in the context of this game. Assassin has been so expertly played around that even he, the one that all the resources have been funneled to on Spenno, is a non-factor.
Yeah. I still like to see better AD carry itemization than this. But you're right. It really not going to matter at this point. Spenno down at 32 minutes. One Frozen Heart done for Trace. Chaser going to be finishing his up very, very soon with that Warden's Mail. And not really a whole lot that they can do right now, especially with Pilot retaining all of his summoners. This is about what you can do. Stand in a bush and pray.
Yeah. Divine Intervention. It's always something to really hope for on the Rift.
Regame due to blackout.
Stranger things have happened. We watched Season 2 Worlds. Crazy things happened there.
Yes, I too remember sitting at LA Live at like the ESPN zone or wherever it was, listening to 8 hours of Silver Scrapes on a loop throughout the entire restaurant sound system. That was a good time. It wasn't annoying at all.
I will not let you talk down Silver Scrapes, Monte Cristo.
Literally just Silver Scrapes.
Yep.
For 8 hours on a loop. It was horrible.
IEM events, also famous for song loops. Don't think I can say the name of that song on the stream, unfortunately. Sad days. I thought about it. I didn't want to commit to it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Papa Smith.
Something to do about a phone. Android something?
How about that, I'm a gamer loop? That's a fun one.
Loops.
WCG, though, beyond the game.
See, that was the outline. Tell me you weren't hyped by Beyond the Game. I mean, even in an ironic sense.
I'll admit, some small part of me maybe misses Beyond the Game just a little bit. I don't think we're ever going Beyond the Game again.
No. There wasn't WECG last year, is there?
No, it didn't actually happen,
Oh.
Smithy. It didn't actually happen.
Events in China, sometimes like that. Just like Ku versus EDG.
Yeah.
Didn't actually happen.
It didn't actually? Is it going to happen?
No.
Oh.
Apparently
Well.
there was a mistranslation.
Oh, that's sad. That would have been interesting to see. I don't think Ku would have done very well, but there you go.
Ammunition denied.
I really don't think that in EDG and Ku's current state that Ku would be able to survive very long against EDG, considering they are weak to the early game, and that is one of EDG's primary strengths.
Can't disagree with that logic at all, but I'm sad that it's not happening. I miss the days of the Gigabyte Stars War League and these Korea versus China tournaments. We have to wait for Worlds. I mean, MSI, of course, to give us a lot of data points there, but you know, those rare inter-regional matches just teased and then not happening.
Yeah. Well, Baron going to be up in another minute, so Jin Air looks like they want to secure that objective before they actually commit to breaking the base. They have pretty good siege, so I'm not sure that's entirely necessary, but they want to play the ultra safe game, and this 2-0 is super important to them, so that is quite understandable.
As you mentioned, everything is tied up between 2nd and 6th, so given, especially Jin Air, no guarantee to make it into the top 5. They're one of the most likely teams to miss the playoffs. Now's the time to play the really measured game. And honestly, they didn't start this game measured. We saw the taunting from GBM in the laning phase. And remember, all those 5 kills were the delayed ace at 8-10 minutes into the game randomly. But since then, they've buttoned up a bit.
They have. I love the confidence they started this game with, though. Simply GBM getting into his opponent's head. Well, you missed that first Dragonlance. I'm going to start /laughing and /dancing on you. Showing that level of confidence. Well, they're standing at a ward right now. It doesn't really matter because there is a Rek'Sai bet. That does not see the green ward, so they pop the lens on it anyway.
Is it wrong that I try and imagine how that could happen in real life? Those weird visual bugs.
Yep. Here we go. Dragon spawns. Jin Air immediately on it. Trays with an Iron
Whoa.
Elixir. He is a
big.
huge Mega Tree. And can he find the angle? Almost certainly he will be able to, depending on where he chooses to TP into. Secret there with the Righteous Glory. Going to get a nice knock-up, but there is no follow-up whatsoever. And guess what? Maokai's already here. Secret will die. And the Equalizer just not doing enough. They get a kill on a sweep, though. So that is a nice little bonus for them, but they just... Oh! Nope, that's not going to work. Pilot actually goes down to Corki somehow. Oh, a little bit too far forward. Nuclear still at full HP. Now, are they going to be able to turn this? Nicely done by Spenu. Triple kill onto Nuclear. They didn't find the right targets in the back line.
Specifically, Pilot could not walk over the Equalizer, so had to back away. Was split from his tanks and the other threats. GBM was able to Zhonya's out the damage from the Jarvan ultimate, but that's the exact sort of unorganized fight that Spenu was looking for.
And Jin Air, they haven't been the best team at team fighting, it has to be said, this season. And now they have to deal with Trace. Trace has a lot of HP still, but Sasin is doing a lot of damage. And looks like Trace is going to fall in the end. However, he did buy time for Victor to get there, so doesn't make that big of a deal considering that the Baron was stopped and Jin Air will simply have another shot at it.
Definitely mission successful from Trace's perspective. His job was to stop Baron. He did that expertly. There's still a small remote chance that Spender can get back into this game, but honestly that was more on Jin Air's positioning misplace, playing around a choke.
Well, all they have to do is just disengage off of Secret.
But instead they all sit on the Equalizer. Now, even though this is not a massive Equalizer in terms of damage, Pilot's first instinct is to go back, and who's there but Jarvan?
Nuclear gets a ton of free auto attacks over the wall too.
And this Jarvan accounts for GBM in general. As you mentioned, Nuclear completely able to free auto. Cogmore, first instinct to move back from the Equalizer, stopped any chance of a teamfight win for Jin Air. They pick up the Dragon though, but it's actually Spenu's Dragon, but 3-2 as we mentioned. 5th Dragon, not a realistic win condition this game.
Yeah, not going to really be there for them. Now, the Baron could very well be, and Jin Air not in a place to contest it if Spenu chooses to rush it. They've got 3 people still in the mid lane, but looks like Spenu, are they going to commit right away? The answer is no.
Has there been any big item purchases? Infinity Edge, although it sounds comical, is pretty core to this Jarvan build because you can do insane burst damage with all the armor showed from both your Q and the last Whisper. He's gone for the Ravenous Hydra just for a bit of extra sustain. I don't know if he needs sustained damage. It feels like his job is to really account for Pilot in particular, who still has built no defensive stats. He doesn't have any health, he doesn't have any armor. He is still very easy to kill, specifically for the next 2.5 minutes while his flash is down.
Yeah, Pilot 2 just really punished for his misuse of his summoner spells. You know, you think about it, he could have actually repositioned earlier in that fight by flashing over the Equalizer and just getting into a position behind his tank line, but instead he walked out and then flashed straight into Nuclear and Soul's damage. So that was a pretty big misplay. Pilot just going to shoot over the wall right now. His ultimate's going to miss a lot, actually.
Sweet, single-handedly just sitting there with the Sightstone, plopping down wards and stopping the Baron threat. That should be easy. Remember, Pilot doesn't have any way to get to this Baron fast. This is the sort of time when Spender really want to be pushing onto the Baron, but so far, completely unable to.
Yeah, they're prepping there. Remember that if Pilot has to go right now, his mana will be low. So not ideal. Man, if Spenu can win this game, it is going to be absolutely crazy, their comeback.
Catch gets caught, but able to get through with the tunnel. Very nice. So
Glory used, though.
And Pilot also, as you mentioned, below half mana. Now, of course, Byrocane Barrage no longer costs mana, but it's all about that consistent damage, and even just the reveal, allowing your allies to be able to get extra auto attacks and just spells in. So it's actually a relevant factor. It's at half now, so it's not panic stations, but Speno need to force something.
I think they're just going to wait until Pilot Summoners are back up. There's no reason not to, really.
That's why Speno need to, they have the exact timer. They'll know when Pilot flashes up because it's pretty much key to their victory that Summoner is down.
Yes, at least at the current time, without any kind of survivability for Pilot beyond what his allies can help him with.
Elixir of Wrath on Sarsen also bought another longsword, as powered up as he can be with his current economy. Speno's only place to fight is around Baron because they cannot push. We've mentioned this multiple times. There's good wave clear from Jin Air, and there's no safe turret damage from Speno.
It's like a recall for Pilot. What will he buy? Okay. He's going to buy a cowl. Well, I suppose that gives him some health, but...
Okay, what this lets him do, okay, bear with me here. He can now stand on the equalizer and not have to flash away from it. So if that means that he can disregard one of these zone control abilities and just ensure his flash is specifically to deal with Jarvan, that's still more than he can buy in items in many other regards.
Fair, fair. One could also argue that perhaps Distortion Enchantment on his boots might be useful this game.
I don't know if he needs to worry about his next flash. I feel like the next team fight will decide this game. It feels like Speno were already 1 foot in the grave. Now they have a fighting chance, but I don't think it's really an important point, Pilot's subsequent flash, because the next fight's going to decide everything.
Well, they're looking for it now. Pilot's flash is back up. It would seem to be the trigger for Jin Air to actually do this Baron.
Sarsen doesn't have flash himself. It looks like it's about, what, 10 seconds away? So 10 summoners going to be available very, very shortly.
Now, they can't see the Baron directly, but Rek'Sai will see a bunch of people milling around with the Tremor Sense after that Void Rush. So not really worried about it. Jin Air really waiting a long time, and now
nice from Sarsen.
The split push from Sarsen.
Super safe. He has EQ to get away. They will get this turret.
Yep. And he's going to just walk down through the bottom side jungle.
You cannot pick this guy. He has a Yoma's Ghostblade for the 10% movement speed, so doesn't even have to blow that. Can just walk away. It's a nice little turret picked up. Again, closing the gold gap. Only 3,000 gold is the advantage. As for once, Jin Air have a lot of control around Baron. Understandably, no confidence in starting it.
Well, Jin Air, they really do like to play defensively. They wait and they wait and they wait, sometimes to their own detriment as 6 items come in and the game becomes a lot more of a toss-up. Now, in this case, 6 items is not much of a toss-up for them, so they actually don't have much to lose by continuing to wait here.
Not making any big macro decision-making flaws. Last time we watched them, I had to talk about cricket a lot. So far,
oh man, that was a bit questionable in that mid-game. Get that early inhibitor for free, inhibitor turret, and then just never actually split push the inhibitor, the naked one.
Yeah, take a top lane inhibitor turret at 15 minutes, take down that top lane inhibitor for the first time at 43 minutes. That was the worst.
That was.
It was really bad.
Well, QSS finished for Sarsen.
I think damage. Honestly, I think he needed a BF sword.
Especially since there's going to be a delay on the actual CC, except for the Twisted Advance. But the concussive blows and the gravity field do take time to actually CC you, and if you haven't done enough by that moment, you're probably not going to do much at all.
So hard unless other zone control ultimates come in and actually force one of these summoners down. Trace actually goes aggressive.
They're going for it. Nope, Righteous Glory used, but there we go. He's on the pilot already, but there's the flash. So now Jin Air can go in. Trace doing a lot of damage. Sarsen really doesn't have much. He's just being blocked out on the side. Equalizer comes through. They're on top of Pilot. Can they kill Pilot? They can kill Pilot as Soul gets on top of him. Victor, the only damage left now. And holy cow, is Spenu going to turn this? Yes. They've killed 3. Chaser is actually going to go down. Sweet, the only one remaining. And they're going to be able to just push through and win this game.
60-second death timers. Sarsen did his job, got on and absolutely zoned Pilot away from the whole fight. Rek'Sai even picks up the 5th kill. This is a win for Spenu.
A shocking comeback from Spenu here as they just pick apart Pilot just doesn't have the necessary tools to escape. You got to wonder about this build a little bit. He only had to stay alive. And they really overcommitted on the flank too and left Pilot alone. They tried to get on to catch, and that's going to be a shocking upset for Spenu. And now Sasin giving it back with the dancing in the Nexus. I love it. I love it.
So much feeling in what was a nothing match for Spenu. They could have just rolled over and died. They were behind 5,000 gold to a mid lane Jarvan, but crucially in that fight, the damage registered onto Pilot. He was chunked out to below half.
No one was there to peel for him.
But his positioning, he was trying to get free orders. He did not think the Sasin would just run straight at him, but that was a positioning mistake from Pilot. And when he flashed away, his Bio-Arcane Barrage was down as well. So he did precisely 0 damage while Corki free hit.
Well, Chaser tried to get back there too, but it was just too late. I mean, no one was even accounting for Sasin right there. They blew the Twisted Advance and the Glory.
Onto the Rek'Sai.
Yeah, really bad team fighting from Janair. There is not really an excuse for losing that game. I mean, they just had to keep Pilot safe. That's all you have to do. You don't need to engage that fight. You can play defensively around that Baron forever. You have the tankiness. You've got a Braum, a Maokai, and a Gragas in the late game. Just bait them into you. You have no reason to engage on your own.
Protect the VIP comp. VIP got assassinated in the back line, and so did Janair.
Wow. Well played by Spenu. They actually did find that Kog'Maw in the end, and they really committed to it, so it worked out. Sasin got that last flank. And that is it. So we are going to game 3, and that is pretty bad for Janair, especially if they manage to lose this best of 3. That would be a massive change in our playoff landscape.
Yeah, look, if they lose the best of 3, I think that's curtains for Janair's hopes of making it to Worlds and even making it to the playoffs.
Well, we'll be back for game 3 in just a few minutes. MVP for our last game will be Soul, who definitely did get some nice kills onto the Kog'Maw, although questionable summoner spell usage from Pilot, questionable positioning, and you know, we talked about that last game. It was going to take a big misplay from Jinair for them to lose, and you know what? It happened here, started off here, but even this really wasn't enough.
I mean, Jinair's team fighting is something that's consistently been an issue for them. It's one of the reasons why defaulting to a poke comp is one of their defaults. They just don't feel comfortable with late game team fighting, and they opted onto Soul's equalize in chokes multiple times during this game.
Well, and right there, the zoning, Sasin had some nice flanks. To his credit, he forced the flash into Soul's rumble.
This last fight,
I mean,
where Pilot's just left alone, and by the time he rejoins the fight, Soul does hit a picture-perfect ultimate. Pilot was the MVP, but honestly, no one on Jinair seemed interested to help their helpless Kog'Maw.
All right, and they had vision in the brush too, Spenu, so there really wasn't anywhere for Pilot to go, but why would your tanks collapse on the flank of their tanks and just leave Pilot there? Sure, you can question Pilot's positioning up on that ledge by himself. He definitely should have been playing with the vision in that brush, and they should have cleared that ward for sure and kept using sweeping lenses on that river brush during the fight to deny any further vision for Pilot. But, I mean, huge misplay. Absolutely huge.
And Kog'Maw players often use terrain to get the advantage with auto attacks because they have that big range. You often see Death standing over walls, standing behind areas, just using impassable terrain to get the extra autos. The big issue was just not having eyes on Sasin, who could just walk straight at him. No amazing play required, chunk him out, and then the tanks not responding, not peeling, and him dying for free led to Jinair giving up what should have been an easy 2-0, at least losing a point, but set point. There's no guarantee they take this one home.
Right, especially if they play like that last game, because by all rights, with the gold lead they had that late in the game, with their composition against this Jarvan, that is pretty airtight. You should not lose in that situation, but Jinair found a way to do it.
Honestly, it's nice to see someone being put to the sword. It wasn't necessarily GBM in particular, but Jinair took that game far too lightly, and that's why it's good to see them pay for it. And now we can just put those first two games away. Now it's just a best of one for all the marbles, and if Jinair lose, I mean, basically all their hopes for October play, for even September play, are gone.
Yeah, unless there's another equally shocking upset, but you kind of don't think that one's coming through. And Jinair, they had a bit of a gimme here, because guess what? Najin still has to play SK Telecom. They haven't done that in the second round robin yet.
This was the gimme, absolutely. The difference was one team had to play Spenu, the other one had to play SK Telecom. Crazy to think that the results might be paired or then some in those two series. Just waiting to see what Jinair does on the blue side this time around. They've banned away the Alistar.
Yeah, they didn't pick it in the first game first. They took the Rek'Sai and took the Alistar in the second round of the draft. We're seeing
Rek'Sai on blue side.
Okay, that's interesting. I wonder what they want to go for here. And so they mix up their bans. It was in the first game Ezreal, Gragas, and Riven, but since Soar is no longer in this series, the Riven becomes a bit freer, and it will be in Nidalee. So Ryze may be the first pick. Okay, interesting. What is Spenu's plan?
So clearly they had to choose between the Ryze and the Nidalee, given how strong Jinair on poke. You know, if you force them to go for this 5v5 team fight comps, they can make mistakes in the late game. They're pretty assured on the Nidalee, but it's a high price to pay giving up the Ryze.
Well, they do deny 3 top-tier junglers from Chaser, though, which is intelligent in its own right, as they take the Victor too, so GBM is going to have a different solution.
Twisted Fate doesn't make it through picks and bans. Those are the two champions we've been playing a lot of, the likes of Victor, Twisted Fate, and I guess Cassiopeia would be his other frequently played mid. He'd need to find a jungler with decent pressure. And, you know, it's not necessarily a favorable matchup. It's definitely one you can opt into. And I guess there is the potential that it's a Ryze mid, so we shouldn't necessarily pigeonhole our thinking too much.
I don't think you show the Ryze mid this early in the draft, though. You take your jungler right here. It will be the Evelynn. There's no Rek'Sai on the other side, so less risk. And Chaser has been decent about getting some of those flanks in. Meanwhile, Corki could be the choice here from Pilot, going back to an old staple.
Now will Spenno pick up the cog more? They have decent zone control. No. It's engage time, clearly, with the Siverani.
Yep, and they want to go for the kill pressure immediately. Try and play full tilt right here, and I think that's a good plan. How did they beat last time? They had the engage, and Jin Air just fell apart in terms of their positioning.
Jin Air going to have to show their mid lane. It could still loom to be the Rise. One of the things that this comp puts together is a lot of relying on Trace to carry, and we've mentioned that's not been one of the modes that Jin Air have operated on. It's been all about Chase. There's no saying that he can't carry from the jungle as Evelyn, but a lot relying on the Rise.
I'm actually surprised we didn't see the Echo, Papa Smithy, for Chaser, because the chain of the Rune Prison into the parallel convergence is very strong, but I guess it will be a mid-lane Rise. Something we've seen this season from the likes of FLICKR, but not common.
Well, it's the Maokai's locked into no for sure. I agree with you on the side of
Echo's definitely a better choice now with Maokai.
Yeah.
And Leona. Oh, no, it's way better.
It definitely is, but you feel like Chaser, it's a champion that should fit both Jin Air, who loves to run poke comps, the zone control that Echo can put out, even if you're building full tank. It should fit their comps. Ever since we saw Score really run over Chaser's Echo, the one time he played it in the series between those two teams, he just hasn't come back to it, even though it does feel like the sort of champion that Chaser can put damage out on, can be a tanky threat. It should be in the Jin Air playbook. It's just been completely discounted.
Yeah, it has been. But again, you have kill pressure in all the lanes with Echo right now.
Please, Soul, do it.
And would we see our first Singed?
I don't think so, but it's not a bad matchup for him. Maokai, Shen, both decent matchups. Shen is definitely the preferential one, but it's probably not going to be that. But will he go Fizz hunting? Because he does have the Fizz summoner spells in the top lane.
Could be Hecarim too, depending. Gnar, okay, well that was a bit of a wacky last-minute shift, but it does provide them with some nice secondary engage to follow up on Annie and Gragas, as well as that winning matchup versus the Maokai. So everything's on GBM right now. He's going to have to scale. They are going to have some mid-game punch with the Corki and the Maokai picks.
A lot of scaling on the side of Jin Air, specifically from GBM in the mid lane. Of course, Maokai going to likely build into the Righteous Glory as well. A lot of immediate power coming through from Spenno, but look, they had an engage-heavy comp and made it work in Game 2. Just need to go right back to that playbook and do it again.
Yep. And if they are as confident in their team fighting capabilities and their ability to catch Jin Air off guard and really punish them for further positioning errors, this may be the composition to do it with. Now, there's a ton of engage from Jin Air, though. Leona, Evelyn, Maokai. So they are going to be much more effective in that regard. Rise shouldn't have trouble at least getting onto the front line at minimum in this particular game.
Agreed, but the Evelyn is kind of the question mark. Rise mid against Victor. Victor will definitely have the early wave clear advantage. Of course, Rise can just get super powered and clear waves decently, but if Victor can really run this mid, and if they can take GBM's turret, I think there's a lot of counterplay for Spenno.
Yeah, there is. Maybe tough to do, especially with that Corki powering up early and presenting a turret threat of his own. We are about to get into Game 3, Jin Air versus Spenno. Well, here we are again, Papa Smithy. Spenno 1-1. They're still looking for that first best-of-3 win. They're fighting for pride right now, but I'm sure it would mean the world to them to actually beat Jin Air in this best-of-3.
Not halting GBM's dance moves just yet on the Dark Crystal Rise. This was once a banned skin, I believe, but finally back into competitive. What's your take on the Dark Crystal Rise?
I'm not really into the Rise skins.
Come on, Zombie Rise is cool.
Zombie Rise is cool. I agree with that.
Where's your patriotism?
No, I don't. I think the Uncle Rise is overused.
Okay.
It's overused.
That's fair.
So I'm appreciative of the scarcity, relatively, of the Dark Crystal Rise. I like the Pirate Rise skin.
With his cannon?
Yeah. I don't know how he reads that. into spells. Maybe it's engraved on the cannon itself.
I feel like that one's not really very lore appropriate.
That's okay. Nobody cares about the lore anyway.
Fair.
Except when they disable champions that are enabled on the tournament realm for some reason, so no one can practice them in ranked.
I knew you'd go there, Monte Cristo.
I think that's not a great idea.
But Gangplank died, Monte Cristo.
But if he's still enabled for tournament usage, you should be able to actually practice him.
But he's dead.
I don't care.
Jenner actually walked into this brush.
Oh, the cheese is real. Secret eats a bunch of damage, and that is that risk. I like that we're seeing the Corky Leona lane come back, Papa Smithy. It's Worlds time, almost. So Corky Leona back in the meta, naturally.
Corky never left the meta, but Leona is one of these champions that has the very strong laning phase against the Annie. Now with the early harass, they have a significant minion advantage. Secret needs to be so defensive because a level 2 burst is real, and Chase is here as well.
Man, the cheese is so fresh this game, but Chaser not going to commit to that. It would be really difficult to get in for a gank right there.
Isn't fresh cheese worse?
Yes, it's far worse. You want to age it, but it's fresh in this game because
or maybe you
it's
were being
early. It hasn't been aged yet. There's no late game cheese.
That wasn't just some urban lingo, the freshest of cheese.
Suppose we could go there. And look at this, an invade coming in right now. Sweet is there to provide some harassment, but he will be backed up by Secret. Catch level 2, so is Sweet, and he's going to try and just be as annoying as he possibly can be. Now, we do see Chaser wrapping around the side. Are they going to go for this? There's the Zenith Blade pushing him forward, but Sweet can't really do much more than that.
Smart of him to hold on to the body slam till as the animation was going through, so it couldn't be cancelled. So nice mechanics, opens up a lot of distance away from the Leona, removes any pressure from Jeanette.
Well, Chaser not going to get much, though, in spite of his attempts this early on. He's actually going to be behind in levels now without that blue buff. GBM pushing up, but immediately getting out of there as Catch thinks about making a play over the Raptor wall. That'll push right back towards him, and he evades an early gank on this Rise. Has taken Ghost.
No combat summoners for lane. Obviously, will help him get away from ganks, but just a really necessary spell to get into fights in the late game especially.
So Chaser finally going to take a delayed blue buff. Catch gets the first recall, so he will be back out on the map sooner. And Soul not putting a lot of harassment down on a Trace yet. Of course, this matchup really does favor Gnar once you actually get the Hex Drinker. Before that, it's not quite so easy.
It's also just a really hard lane for Trace to itemize in, because the Maokai is kind of split between the 3 item purchases. Health, and you're going to get whittled down by the Gnar W, the Hyper. If you build armor, which is kind of the thing that you'd most expect, given the Boomerang Toss does exclusively physical damage, then the Hyper damage is magic damage, so it's just very hard to itemize. You kind of want both the Catalyst, the Shroud, and also the Spectre's Cowl, and that's obviously a really big investment. Speaking of investments, a lot of time being used by Catch. Secret has the flash and the stun procced, but not quite enough spacing for Catch to become involved.
Well, they just have no idea where Chaser is. They want to punish Sweet for posturing pretty aggressively here, but there is an element of risk to that, and it looks like actually they just want to push forward, and Catch is only playing defensively, so Nuclear and Secret will just fall back and open up an opportunity to shop. And Catch just they're waiting on the counter gank in case he's needed.
Still actually fallen behind in experience despite the fact that Chaser spent a lot of time around lanes very early into the game. So I'm sure he'll catch up soon. He's close to level 4, yeah, Pop's level 4 himself. So not much to speak about between the junglers. Not quite BF Sword Gold in bot lane either.
Wow, GBM just standing right in the fountain right there. Waits for his tier. He's a bit late in getting it, but still early enough. And meanwhile, there's a surprisingly large CS lead for Trace in the top side. Looks like Soul not playing this matchup very aggressively early, and Trace eking out a few extra CS.
We often see a lane swap to get Maokai out of this 1v1, so surprising to see Trace so on top of the matchup. No defensive wards from either team. I guess the fact that you can't ward against Evelynn makes it just that much more risky because, of course, targeted CC into the very high early base damages of Evelyn might mean death for the Gnar. He's going to transform into Mini Gnar very soon. I think a dive would be optimistic, but still possible from Evelyn and Malcolm.
Well, is that one long sword, and they don't have any information right now. Actually, Soul got down to about 50% during that trade, so Trace taking advantage of the Mega Gnar form to get in and get close. And they are going to try to dive, but look at Catch. He's right here. Can they get it done in time? And they're going to go down. Soul is actually just going to fall, or is he? There you get the first blood. Trace will flash out. Catch cannot come through. And he is going to back off through his minion line right now to avoid any kind of body slamming. Oops. Well, not sure if that was supposed to hit Trace or not. A little bit of a threat of a turnaround right there, but they barely get that kill. Chaser picks it up.
Catch had the right idea coming to help Soul, but just couldn't take the most direct route. I believe he tried to body slam over to the golems and maybe didn't find one because, of course, that camp's been ruined earlier by Chaser. So nice dive coming through for first blood, and it'll probably just cement further Maokai's lane ascendancy over Gnar.
Especially with that cowl purchase from Soul. So he's going for a very defensive build. We rarely see this on Gnar in this matchup, but that's basically capitulating to losing the lane now.
Yeah, we've seen solo kills for Maokai versus Gnar. Certainly shouldn't be the norm, but with a purchase like that, without the Hex Drinker to even threaten damage, the hyper damage only becomes relevant around level 12 when you can finally put 5 points into that ability. In the early game, it's just going to be free farm for Trace, and you think that's going to be Righteous Glory and teamfight wins for Jinak, even with the Rise powering up till much later in the game.
Yeah, and Chaser has a chance to gank that lane again, too, because there's no armor or anything. I mean, basically, Trace is going to be at full HP, and Chaser will have damage. So it's looking pretty promising. And here we go. Nuclear does get the spell shield down. They force the ultimate out. Chaser is there. Can they follow it up? Yes, they can. Nuclear is going to be dove underneath the turret. Summer heal not going to be enough. TPs now coming in. There's a big Gnar ult, but it's not going to be enough to kill Chaser. However, the Ignite will take him down. Finally, we see Catch coming in, but there's no more damage. They do trade 1 for 1. And GBM chasing Sasson around in the river.
Surprising to see Catch back away just because Victor was going to respond first, but I guess respecting the fact that Ghost and Flash, the two mobility summoners, means that GBM might have just been more reliable in impacting that fight with all the flashes down. The big factor was that Secret actually got the CC onto Sweet, so he wasn't able to use his Q and any follow-up CC despite having a huge amount of it as Leona. That's what opened the distance, got the kill trade. It was a nice play for Spenu in a bad situation.
Yeah. Well, the 1 for 1 trade is decent, but I mean, trading your AD carry for the jungler is not exactly optimal. Chaser got the kill though, so the gold not going necessarily to the right places on Jin Air, but neither could be said for Spenu. Just the support taking the Ignite kill as it ticked off as Chaser ran away, so it's kind of a wash.
And we have this issue in the top lane where Soul, you have to assume he had that 1200 gold rather than the 1350 for the Hex Drinker. Went for laning stats, but pigeonholes him into teamfight Gnar, which everyone knows is just not a reliable option. You need to have the split push threat and the big teamfight Gnar, because 1 out of 4 times maybe you get that Gnar against the wall, but more reliably, you just, it's so much to work around for both of your team and so much information for the enemy team to really play around your power positions in a fight.
To be fair, having teamfight Gnar is probably the best. If you have to build this way, at least you have an Annie to set it up.
Sure.
Right? That Annie is probably the best possible support, or really any position that you could have to have. Or, okay, we could say maybe Sejuani, but Sejuani not really in the meta right now. You need someone to reliably set up a big crowd control so you can follow up on it with the Gnar. So as far as this situation goes, not great, obviously, but it definitely is a lot better than it could be.
You could argue that, of course, Jin Air's teamfight positioning, they opted into 4 5-man equalizers a lot of the previous game, and their team fights in general have been pretty poor, highlighted by Pilot being assassinated in the last fight in Game 2. There's the go button.
And Sweet just going to get bursted down immediately. There's a big actual, oh, look at that. Sweet was going to walk away. Now, are they too low? Looks like the Agony's Embrace coming down, but they don't have the speed to catch anyone else. And a flash from the Boomerang Blade Nice engage there. Nuclear and Secret just willing to pull that trigger. Sweet tanky and got a nice solar flare, but it wasn't enough.
Pick up another kill. Good play from Spenus. Pressed the go button. Didn't even use the Gragas ultimate. Not sure if it was off cooldown, but picked up the kill. But yeah, was millimeters away from 2 answering kills for Jin Air.
It's not actually doing that much work as we take a look. Look how much more farm Chaser has right now. He is just ripping through the jungle with the early Warrior Gem, and now he's behind. There's actually a gank in the bottom lane right now into Sivir. We're not going to see it, but Nuclear dies.
Yep. That was without an Agony's Embrace. That must have just been a huge overextension without summoners by Nuclear.
Well, you have the Warrior Enchant, and you have the Sheen. So there's a lot of damage there, and Nuclear had no summoners, no ultimate.
No life.
No life.
See the Reaper? It was the ward that was the big factor. Got a bit greedy trying to poke out Pilot and died.
Yep. Pretty straightforward. Enough speed and gap closers there to make the difference. So Pilot will pick up his first kill of the game. Jin Air still with a substantial gold lead. They have farm leads in top, in jungle, and in bottom. Particularly that jungle one is really big already. He's a sight stone ahead. That is very big.
That is huge. And in the mid lane, it's the expected small advantage from Sarsen as Ryze powers up, gated by items. So much is this Ryze in the early game. So going better than expected in the laning phase for Jin Air.
Yeah, definitely. Soul trying to harass Trace, but it's not that effective right now. And Sweet just here lurking. Catch is also going to be coming through. We see that Chaser takes the red buff. No Agony's Embrace, but Explosive Cask up for Catch.
Shorter cooldown. Catch didn't use it in the previous fight. Will we just see the ultimate again? Chaser is level 9 to the level 7 of Catch.
Right, and if this ult comes off cooldown, which it will right now, they're going to wait for this to push forward. Catch a little bit leery. They've got great wards everywhere except for that Tri-Brush, so Catch can still slip in there, but he's going to have to lane gank.
Picks up level 8 in the Gromp buff. That's still something for Gragas in what may be a massive 3v3 skirmish.
Here we go, Solar Flare. Nope. Well, they popped the Spell Shield and the On the Hunt immediately, but a flash burned actually from Secret. That's nice so that they can't, Jin Air can't get all in the bottom again.
Flash being down on Annie just removes that reliable flash Tibbers engage. No distortion boost. That's 5 minutes where it's going to be just that much more offensive in the bot lane for Jin Air.
Jin Air may be going for round 2. They actually did not burn the Evelynn ultimate, so they could in fact deal with that. Now we do see Spenu starting to move into the river with Ryze back inside his base. It's a nice Rod of Ages timing though. GBM's been getting some really good farm. He's been really not harassed very significantly.
24 minutes. That's when we'll see the 10 stat. That is very early.
It's nice, especially with the tier first.
Seraph's Embrace won't be that far behind, so things looking good for GBM. Only has the Ghost available. Chase is looking for the turret dive. Solar Flare cooldown at level 1. Not quite the super short cooldown of late game, but just considering their options around bot lane at Jin Air.
Yeah, they're still waiting to power up a little bit with this Trinity Force. Jin Air going to have a very smooth power spike, actually, a very smooth power curve, I should say, because they'll have the Trinity Force, and that's going to lead directly into Ryze finishing his Rod of Ages stacks and his Seraph's Embrace.
Chaser once again inching towards a fight. Victor once again is going to be the first one to react. A lot of pressure around bottom lane, but nobody willing to pull the trigger.
Yeah, Catch has been playing around bottom very heavily in all the games tonight.
Precisely on top of a ward. Needs to get that Raptor buff and start clearing out those wards. He's been very predictable in his positioning. Soul's been losing the 1v1 trades as we would have expected given his item build. Still only has a longsword in terms of laning statistics.
Well, I'm actually surprised that he's even going for the longsword at this late of a stage. It seems like there's already been a missed opportunity.
Maybe a Phage for just a bit of movement in fights. I don't know if Phage or Hex Drinker really does a lot more work, but yeah, I agree with you. That at this present point, if you miss that, 8-minute timing for your Hex Drinker or the very early first laning purchase, just build a Banshee Veil. guarantee that Gnar ultimate if the team really communicates around your Gnar bar effectively.
Yeah, Pilot playing really far back now. They don't want to eat another Tippers if they can avoid it, and they don't have Chaser there. He is busy handing off the blue buff, so that's not really going to give Catch an opportunity to gank. He's still down in that bottom side. Yep, they get found out.
It's a super early scrying ult from Pilot, but level 9 already. He's going to have the larger range and the shorter cooldown.
Yeah, it's a nice pickup. Definitely doing work this early on into the game. Well, no dragon taken yet. Spenu probably should think about maybe committing to that. Soul actually got a red buff in this top side, so it looks like he was the designated one. And honestly, with Catch just spending his entire time on the bottom side of the map, you might as well just give it over so you can get some more harassment here and maybe start to win this lane in a more convincing fashion, because right now it's pretty even.
Yeah, it was a good allocation of resources actually by Spenu to say, all right, I'm not spending any time in top barring smiting my Raptor buff. GBM with the wraparound gank not spotted out at all. And he's going to charge up that passive as well. Oh, boy.
Oh, no. And Soul actually hops forward. It couldn't come at a worse time. Now he discovers, hey, there's a Rise in my lane, and he's got Ghost. Soul going to do what he can, but no one's even near a wall, and he doesn't even hit GBM. GBM just destroys him. So Spenu going to get a Dragon, but frankly, I don't think Jin Air actually cares. That kill onto Rise is so valuable in the early game.
Anything to power up those stacking items is massive for Jin Air. Dragon uncontested, although Jin Air poking around afterwards. There's the engage.
Trying to cut off Catch. It's not really going to work, though. And a quick gravity field. They're still going for it. Trace actually going to follow up all the way onto Catch. They see that Catch is low. Explosive Cast goes through. There's the Agony's Embrace, but I don't know if Jin Air really wants this fight. Trace still there. I mean, GBM is not here at all.
They're opting into a 5v4. There's the Gnar teleport. Now he's only in mini Gnar form, but it's coming in quick.
Wow, I have no idea why you would take that fight if you are Jin Air.
Soul completely couldn't decide between which threat. He's probably going to take down Chaser, waiting for one more auto attack. Yes, gets the kill.
And now, Spenu able to group in the mid lane. GBM got a turret, but they were going to get that whether they took that fight or not. Now they're trading a turret for a turret, and it is mid lane at that. The one that they really would have liked to have kept up with this Rise. That is an insanely poor trade for Jin Air at this stage of the game. They gave up a kill, they gave up a Dragon, they gave up their mid lane turret for a top lane turret.
Yeah, they would have got that top lane turret regardless, but the top lane turret for Dragon trade, which honestly for a team that, picking up gold, getting items onto Rise is pretty ideal.
Especially since they got a kill onto him too.
And now it's so much more for Spenu. They're going to push bottom lane as well. Sweet's there to pick up the minion wave though, so no extra turrets or extra objectives for Spenu.
Wow, really questionable decision making. They knew too that Soul was coming back up with his TP available, so it was quickly turned into a 5v4. And GBM at the very least got some farm, but that is not worth it at all.
And let's be clear, GBM is super strong, already has the Archangels, still stacking both of his stacking items, but they're probably going to be finished around the same time, if not an Archangels earlier. So accounting for this rise in fights, still not something Spenu has shown they're really going to be able to do.
Well, I mean, even if Jin Air can win this game, they are really not looking like a playoff caliber team, Papa Smithy. I think you can say that at the very least, because there have been some massive errors throughout this series.
And the team fighting in general, that's the one area where Jin Air just aren't a good team fighting team. That's not something they seem to be able to do.
No. And even the decision making, and Secret actually going to flash forward on a Chaser. They want to take him out, but he's going to just get out of the choke with the help of the Agony's Embrace. And a quick retreat here from Spenu. Meanwhile, Soul getting some good damage down onto the top side turret. May be able to take this objective soon.
He did opt into the Hex Drinker, so chipping away at the turret, chipping away at Trace. Level 13, so now 5 points in Hyper. Those auto attacks are now doing very respectable damage to Trace. He has a null magic mantle, but no much more magic resist outside of the Mercury.
Yeah, still going to walk forward though. Arcane Smash the Wave, not ready to give up his tower quite yet. GBM still trying to power up right now. He should hit his Seraph's Embrace within the next 2 minutes or so. And that will be a very nice opportunity for him. Remember that his Rod of Ages will be fully stacked by about 24.5 minutes.
Secret did have the distortion boots when he went for the flash tibbers, but that's still another cooldown that Spenno has to play around. The only true engage at present point reliably is the flash tibbers. And can Soul get the massive Gnarl to really justify the pick?
Well, and that's what we're going to be finding out with the Gragas, a little bit of anti-synergy right there. But if he can follow up on Secret, he may be okay. We do still see that big CS lead for Chaser. He is considerably more wealthy than his jungle opposition. Seraph's Embrace now done.
Early Seraph's Embrace done. Suddenly super tanky between the shield passive he gets already. Trace doing a great job of buying time when it comes to this turret. It's definitely on a timer. It'll definitely be down the next 2 to 3 minutes, but Trace doing everything he can to stop another bit of global gold coming through for Spenno.
Yeah, they still have the gold lead, Jin Air. In spite of everything, they actually have that turret advantage with both side turrets down, but it looks like they're just going to choose to give this up. And Trace will home guard into the top side, now has a cowl. Dragon up in 1.5 minutes, and they're going to want to take this first one, as Spenno already grabbed one of their own, and they're in a much better place to fight the Dragon this time.
Chase has gone for selfish statistics. He has the Giant Spell. They're not looking to build an Aegis. Now, it's only a single AP liner, depending on, well, of course, the support and jungle doing magic damage, but not feeling necessitated to have to pick up the Aegis. So if they can eliminate Sarsen first, that extra Giant Spell should help to deal with the Sivir damage. Of course, Infinity Edge needs to be accounted for.
Well, I think the Randuin's Omen early is just more advantageous because what you need is GBM just to be able to walk through a team fight, and any additional CC that you can get to help him do that and to set up a lot of Rise AoE is going to be very helpful.
Dragon is going to spawn in 30 seconds. If they can pull it out for a minute, we're talking 10-stack blue buff Rod of Ages with the Seraph's Embrace. Remember, when Spenno was able to get a bit of momentum back into this game, that was with GBM not grouped with his team.
So, looks like the ward's already down for Jin Air though, so Spenno going to have a hard time doing that. Chaser's just waiting there next to a speed shrine. They have the vision advantage to be sure. So Trace starting to work his way down.
Very nice flank wards, a very deep pink ward.
Chaser has great positioning right now if the rest of his team can follow up. Are they going to pull the trigger? He is just hiding in a black spot. And here we go. Agony's Embrace not really going to hit anybody. Actually, Trace there with the TP on the outside. GBM, he's going to start doing work, but look at that. Sweet falls down. Nearly immediately, GBM is killed. And that may be it, actually, as we do see, very low. Sassen still chasing Trace on the outside. The tree gets a double kill. Pilot there. Wow, that was incredibly close for Jin Air as they botched their engage just a little bit. Can they come around and get this Dragon? They're taking some decent damage, and Sassen wants to poke them out with that Death Ray.
Waiting to see if they'll finish this off. Pilot's still close to full health. 1,000 health on Dragon. The teleport comes through. They're going to look for some kills at least.
Yeah, Soul comes back around. Trace is just going to give his life right now. He no longer has the flash. So a kill goes down. Pilot escapes down to the bottom.
Now we have a delayed teleport timer for Soul. You know, credit to him, he did harass out Pilot, but couldn't pick up any kills, and now feels like Trace will have first use of the teleport. It was nice flanking, honestly, from both Maokai and Evelyn, but the result was that both Leona and Rise were at the wrong side of the fight.
Well, that Agony's Embrace really didn't do much either, and look at that. The Tibbers just hitting Sweet and GBM immediately.
They were on the other side of the fight, so Nuclear actually flashed on top of both members to get the early kills. It's only now that Pilot is coming into the fight because he wasn't grouped with his tank line as well. Jin Air's positioning was all over the place, trying to create a situation where Rise could just free hit 1-2 targets, but in the end, he just got collapsed upon, and they lost the fight.
Well, that's the danger, right, with flanking, is that if GBM got too close too fast alongside Sweet, you really have to time it well. Otherwise, a collapse onto the flank like what Spenno does deals a lot of damage. We look at a situation where Jin Air had the right idea, but the execution was just a little bit off.
Teamfight execution has been eluding them all series. Honestly, most of the last 6 weeks in this whole season, if you want to be realistic about it. It's not been their strong point, and this is probably the best series Speno has put out in terms of actually being competitive, even in this third game.
Yeah, and with that too, they snag a gold lead,
Wow.
which is nice for them.
That's
actually.
probably the first time they've been in a third game with a gold lead, you know, more than maybe 5-6 minutes into the game.
Oh man, if Spenu can win this, it is an absolute nightmare for Jin Air and a huge, huge help for Najin.
Honestly, with the way Najin's playing at the moment, they don't need too much help or too much invitation to be able to assault both the playoff positions and potentially higher than that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, especially Najin upsetting the Coup Tigers recently too.
This Jin Air team doesn't look like a team that's going to be upsetting anyone up the top of the stand.
No, I mean, if this game is this close against a team that has yet to win a best of 3, there are real big problems for Jin Air.
Let's not write them away. They do have a Rise who just hasn't been involved in team fights in an ideal sense. First being completely absent from the first 4v5 skirmish, which is on Jin Air for engaging in a situation where Rise had no way to get there, and then just being collapsed upon. So let's see if in more similar terrain, when they're fighting on a more even keel, whether GBM can actually take over these fights. Because this is patch 5.13. Rise is still pretty damn strong.
He is undoubtedly pretty damn strong. And now,
Great synergy with the magic damage as well, with the magic damage shred that he puts out. So if you group Spenu, there could be deletion coming through from Jin Air.
yeah, and they don't need the Maokai to flank here. I think that's one of the big things that they're not considering is that Maokai just needs to stand in front of Rise. Sure, Eve can flank, that's okay. But you don't have to have that. You just need the Maokai to peel. But they've been having trouble peeling off of their primary carries. That's how they lost the last game.
Hogmore left to the Wolves. They cannot let the same thing happen with Rise. It's happened once already.
It's harder to leave Rise to the Wolves, though. Much more durable, especially in the late game.
Not quite the durable tank that he once was, though. You still seem to see more AP being built. Void Staff earlier. You don't build into the Frozen Heart or Magic Resist as simply as you used to, mainly because, you know, Riot tried to remove the incentive to build cooldown reduction now that you get 30% CDR free from your ultimate. So the itemization's a bit different, and the result is a squishier but definitely higher damage Rise.
Yes. Well, Chaser and the rest of Jin Air will get supremacy over the Scuttle Crab.
I like the Banshee Veil purchase from Soul a lot. It's just one less CCS to worry about when he goes to look for that position for the Mega Gnar transformation. So, Home Guard Banshee Veil. We still haven't seen the Epic Gnar, but threat is always there.
He's starting... Where's his money coming from, actually? Trace should have quite a bit of extra cash to spend, just given what we're looking at in terms of the items right now. Because if that Randuin's is nearly completed onto Soul, and Trace has not so much... Well, there's the Shroud. He's getting up there, but interesting.
Laning statistics and teamfight statistics for Soul when, you know, not long ago he was sitting on just a cowl in lane against Maokai.
Yeah, and falling behind in terms of CS, now he has taken the lead in that category. Starting to farm up, and, you know, Jin Air, they really want to take out this mid turret. It would help them out a lot when it comes to engaging these team fights. It will open up Evelynn for more flanking routes.
Both Maokai and Evelynn love it when the turrets go down because you get those flank walls, you get that extra space to come through. Of course, you cannot use the coves next to this outer turret for an Evelynn flank because you will be sinned by the outer turret's vision.
Jin Air happy just to wait for the next dragon fight. Maybe they want to stack that one up. They got the last one. It came at a pretty high price. Are they going to try a different form of engage in this one? Once more, they have more wards around the river.
Are they overthinking it? Chase is always, you know, standing deceptively smart positions, but then Maokai also goes for the flank, and surely the way to deal with a double flank is just collapse on the 3 members left over, and he's the best champion to do that with.
I think Trace has realized that he's actually not going for a flank this time. He is standing in front of his carries, which is the proper positioning, I feel, given the current circumstances. And so now actually Spenu leaves the river, so they have a really good opportunity just to go for the dragon here once they get Pilot and GBM wrapped back around.
Locker is completed. We mentioned that Chaser wasn't going to be building into that. Had the Giants build a long time ago, only added a Warden's Mail. Has the goal to finish the Randuins, but just not had a buy timing. So Chaser hasn't changed in power for quite a long time.
Okay, well, still no good vision in the river. Jin Air just monopolizing that with a pink ward in the pixel brush. So they're going to start actually doing this Dragon right now, but they're a little bit spread out. Looks like they're going to get it for free. And no contest here from Spenu. That could have been a very good opportunity for them to all in with a Sivir ultimate, but they didn't have the vision to do it, so Jin Air get away with it.
Smart of them to never funnel into a 4-5 man solar flare or into any other kind of threatening engage. So second Dragon's certainly not a big thing in terms of both the timer, because man, fifth Dragon's a long, long way away, and second Dragon's immediate stats, not really relevant.
Okay, well, still more pink wards going in. Spenu trying to set up a pick right now. Oh, Trace, TP goes in. Are they going to get up? GBM is caught out, actually has to flash immediately. Now, can they turn this? Trace still in the front line, taking a lot. Soul's going to be there. Pilot putting in some rockets from the back line, and Trace gets out with the flash. So Spenu commits, but they don't get a kill. Really close.
Super, super close. Sweet wasn't there. He didn't get to use any of his abilities. Flash away from Trace keeps him alive. Has the teleport if they want a ring edge, and a massive minion wave in top needs to be answered right now. And Jin is running straight to Baron.
Yeah, they want to do the Baron. They didn't actually lose that much HP, and Trace is there. He's got the home guard and the TP. They're waiting to bait this. They want to go in if they can. So this is a fight in the making. There's the teleport. Gravity field dropped immediately, but Trace gets slowed down, just going to turn back. So Jin Air doesn't commit to much of anything.
Feels like they could have gone for that. There wasn't position. There was no teleport on Soul. In terms of levels, Chaser and Catch were at the same exact level. So Spenu gets a chance to go clean up that massive minion wave and don't get punished with Baron. And look at that, 2,600 gold on Sivir. They were actually in a gold deficit if there was a fight.
Yeah, that is pretty huge. And even though they dropped that gravity field, maybe there was still enough to follow up from Jin Air, or at least just stick onto the Baron. That was not a good teleport. Didn't have much of an effect whatsoever and was very easily countered by Sassen.
Nuclear had 1,350 gold, so no BF sword gold, so buys a little bit of everything. Needs the QSS clearly to deal with the Malco, even the Rise route. There's a lot of CC, not even counting Leona, so at least has a bit of magic resist. Spenu's so close to getting a massive pick and really being able to force things, but just too tanky as Trace.
And they caught out GBM, but he had his summoners up, so was able to clear out pretty darn quick.
Hasn't been able to fit distortion boots into his build. That would obviously really help him. Be realistically up for every neutral fight, given the, 4-minute cooldown that would result from the cooldown reduction mechanic of the distortion boots, but has to itemize into the distortion. He's got his damage core down though, so if he finally gets a fight where he's able to free use his spells, things will be very different for Jin Air.
Spenu's not making it easy for him though. They have been quite skillful when it comes to locking down the Rise.
It's been by far their primary focus, and killing Kog'Maw was their focus last game. They managed to finally pull that off in the last fight. We're getting closer and closer to that point where death timers are really going to start to tick up, and relying on Jin Air or betting on Jin Air to win a late game team fight, it's just not good odds. It's not good gambling.
It's not. Even when they have something as potent as a Rise on this patch. Oh, they are looking to push forward again. I mean, I think Jin Air is just happy to play the Dragon game right now and continue to win these warding battles, which has been a trend.
The Dragon game, though, just doesn't feel relevant, Monte Cristo.
No, it doesn't.
It's not going to be a 5th Dragon. The game will be decided by the time a 5th Dragon rolls around. You need to have monopolized and started that objective far, far earlier. And you keep opting into fighting around a narrow crevice. Nah, Annie will make you pay one of these times, specifically with the Sivir speed buff.
Yeah, there's so many ways to get onto the opposition. Secret's flash is just about to come up too, so maybe they'll make another attempt. You can see Chaser, he keeps trying to be cute, but there's a lot of pink ward flanks from Spenu. They are well prepared for this. Sweet will have a chance to maybe clear out one of them, and he will get it in the end, so that's slightly helpful, but it's just a very delicate dance here in the mid side. Chaser knows there's a pink ward there, so he can't go in really.
How many games have there been where Jin Air gets a small advantage towards the late game, has a quite large advantage, but has no idea on how to finish the game? They're not good at side wave minion control. They're not smart on pulling off turret dives, and they just make a lot of mistakes, even when they have things like Twisted Fate with teleport, or a supremely strong late game champion like Rise.
Okay. Well, they allowed Spenu to get into the river. They're going to get the Scuttle Crab and clear out some vision. Chaser will be seen. And now they finally get that pink ward right there. So it's just this circular movement around the Baron right now for both teams. They don't actually kill the pink ward.
Spenu gets some time to take out a big minion wave in top. There's a big minion wave in bottom that's pushing out that Rise looks like he's going to be able to go clean out. If they choose to start a fight with the Sivir ultimate, it'll draw the Ghost out from Rise. It'll still probably be late, but it seems like everyone's happy to trade farm. And I want to hand that over to Jin Air because we're talking about handing over farm to Rise versus this Nara in the top lane, but I've learned better than to bet on Jin Air in the late game.
Yeah, I think we all learned that in the last game. Well, no recall yet from this Rise. He's got quite a bit of money on him at the moment, but for that matter, so do Soul and Nuclear.
Okay. GBM's about 50 gold short of a Banshee Veil. Maybe that will be the answer, because finally Annie won't be able to ruin his day at the start of a fight. Almost every fight when Rise has been grouped, Annie's just been looking to flash Tibber's GBM to ensure that he's either dead or chunked out to the point where it's not realistic for him to stand in 600 range and chain out those rune prisons like Rises want to do.
So they're going to get the position onto the dragon one more time. Chaser still looking for some creative pathing on this Evelynn, but Secret has his number this game. He's been catching him out when necessary. It looks like Jin Air gonna opt into a bit of a 50-50. Secret is intelligently anticipating the flank right now. Look at that, finds it. And that means that the jungler not going to be a part of this for a little bit. Secret playing well in this situation. Catch wants to go in on this, and they know that Evelynn's not there, so that Jin Air can't really get this dragon. Chaser was seen and now has to back off.
His team fight position from Spenu is better than anything Jin Air's put together so far this series. Been very smart to have Sivir and Victor grouped towards the bottom side, knowing that the only way Evelynn could get in is from the top side. Looks like they've given up completely, and Sarsen's just chasing Chaser.
Well, what do you do right there? You can't actually finish the dragon because your smite isn't there. So that's easily taken by Spenu in the end.
For Jin Air to get so comprehensively outthought, I guess it must have been the minion wave they had to account for, but yeah, there's nothing they could do. And look, it's a second dragon again, not really relevant statistics, but symptomatic of what has been a consistent trend for this team.
Well, they just seem to be getting too fancy. We saw this with the teleport TF where they ended up running circles around themselves, and yeah, they want this flank, but Secret's denying it pretty well. And if they don't have the Eve there, they can't contest the dragon. They can't actually do it in a 50-50. So they needed to make a choice whether to back off the dragon and try and engage, or have Chaser with your team and take the dragon. You can't make both decisions at the same time.
Jin Air's decision making, bit of a spinner. We see the CLG spinner back in there. It feels like the Jin Air spinner involves brush camps and double flanks and teleport shenanigans, but
double globals on the same champion.
Yeah, that's what they like to do. GBM was looking for the brush flank. He's looking for a flank, but now he's caught with his pants down. There's lots of members coming. Doesn't
he missed
matter how much damage
Qs.
he has.
And there you go, knocked around. GBM is just going to get blown up as there was another instance of Jin Air being isolated. Trace tries to be the hero, but I don't think he's going to live. Chaos Storm still ticking away. Trace goes down. It looks like Spenu can just Baron off of that. I have no idea what GBM was doing there.
His first instinct to stand in the brush next to the Krugs was fine, but then he went for some sort of solo guerrilla mission, Metal Gear Solid style, and died for free.
Well, not only that, but his Rise mechanics, he missed 2 Qs at the start of that.
Super, super strange play. Remember, this whole game, multiple members from Jin Air have been looking for the flank. They're very well aware that either Evelynn or Maokai is on the flank. why is it going to be any different if Rise is there? Because they have accounted for their flanks masterfully this game.
Yeah, and that you have to really give props to Spenu for actually anticipating a lot of what was going on, not only in terms of pink wards, but I don't know why GBM is here right now.
He missed 2 Qs, as you mentioned. Didn't even notice that, but more than slightly embarrassed.
He missed another one there, too. He missed 3 in that entire sequence of spells. And after that, it's just piling through. It's so easy with the Sivir to keep on moving through these fights.
41 minutes in, regardless of the result, Spenu Sonic Boom is in prime position to take their first win of the season and deny the playoff hopes in all but name for Jin Air.
It would take really, really a big loss from Najin not to be able to bounce back from this. Because remember, Najin's already a win ahead. Now, Jin Air has one more series to play, so it could end up in some sort of tiebreaker scenario, but it's not looking good as Spenu continues to put on the siege right now. And they will just zone him off with the gravity field and take down another tier 2. So they're starting to move up in terms of gold lead. Now, it's not done for Jin Air. It is still a late game Rise.
That's the Banshee Veil now, just 1 item slot short of being 6 items, but that's the case for most of the Spenu members as well. When you look at the late game scaling, it is with Jin Air primarily because of the Rise, but we keep talking about that scenario where Rise gets consistent damage off, and just like accounting for their flanks, Spenu have never let that happen.
No, but you actually have to hit your spells now in order for Rise to do that consistent damage, Papa Smithy. That's the key that you may not be understanding.
Some of those spells are targeted. In fact, 2 of the 3.
Yeah, that's true. Well, there were kind of Qs flying all over the place in that last little engagement. I don't think it would have changed anything, but it was sloppy.
It probably would have been a 2-for-1, maybe. They would have probably
Maybe.
picked up a kill somewhere, so would it have still been the Baron? I guess that's the question we don't know the answer to. Spenu just going to keep pushing around the side waves. Their side wave control's been pretty good this game. Not quite Samsung level, not quite Anarchy level, but fine. And they're pushing with Baron, so realistically it should be another uncontested objective for Spenu.
Well, you know what's funny, Papa Smithy, is after KT lost to SKT, we said, well, there's probably no more hope for defeating SKT. And then CJ came out of the blue and pulled it off. And after Spenu lost to IM and they lost to Anarchy, because he said, there's no hope now.
Lost to Samsung twice as well.
There's no more hope for them right here to win a series this season, but oh man, are they close now. And it would be a huge upset.
But this is not just about Jin Air playing badly. Credit to Spenu. They have understood that Jin Air's only way to win is get that Evelyn into the backline, but Evelyn been on the outside of every single fight.
Yep, and yet another pink ward. The circuitous routes that Chaser has had to take to try and find these engages are not doing them any favors. So they're going to back off. Another Dragon should be going Spenu's way. The Baron buff has fallen off at this point, but they got the 3 tier 2s with it. They're going to get their 3rd Dragon stack almost certainly after a recall. And it's all up to a heroic defense right now from Jin Air at a 7K deficit.
Exciting to see Spenu in this position. Not something I expected at the start of today. We were kind of shaking our heads after game 2, thinking, all right, why did Jin Air have to subject us to a 3rd game? Whenever we've seen these Spenu series go to 3 games, 3rd game's been kind of just rolling over and dying, but this is 45 minutes of better than solid, of good, strong, strategic League of Legends from Spenu Sonic Boom.
Yeah, they haven't really made too many errors here. And
fans have a lot to be optimistic about.
They certainly do. Well, here we go. Dragon will be taken down by Spenu. There's no one there from Jin Air to even remotely contest this. So, free Dragon, number 3.
Soul completely not pressured, able to walk to top. Man, he's super tanky now with the Guardian Angel. Maybe he can even fit in some damage. Could turn that Giant Spell into a Frozen Mallet. Maybe that's the right call. Could just go for tankiness, I guess.
Warmhogs.
Yep, he's kind of free to build whatever he wants. Will always have irrelevant damage, specifically with the Hyper. Yeah, I'm just waiting to see if Spenu will make this colossal mistake, because for right now, they're very much controlling this game.
Yes, they are. They're going to use some lenses on the brush. They're not going to... there we go. Find the ward eventually, thanks to the Oracle's lens from Catch. There's a bunch of pings going down from Jin Air. I'm not really sure what they're trying to indicate right now about the river. It looks like they may want to try and punish a possible bot lane siege.
Maybe they were pinging out a route for Chase to get around the back and walk in. That's possible for the Evelyn, but minute 30 to Baron.
Those are excellent pink ward placements, by the way, for dealing with an Evelyn flank if you're sieging behind the red buff, and then right at that brush, there's no really opportunity unless you go all the way around in the river. Well, you know, I'm going to feel bad no matter who wins this game, Papa Smithy, because I'll feel bad for Spenu that they came so close to actually getting their first win, and I'll feel bad for Jin Air for maybe not being able to go to the playoffs or go to Worlds. It's not a happy situation in this game. If it had been a quick match against Spenu, you kind of shrug your shoulders and say, well, this is what Spenu is sort of used to, but now that they've actually given it their all, it would be very disappointing for them to have come so close to taking out a top 6 team and then failing.
It's kind of crazy to think that, you know, when Jin Air played SKT for the first time this season, they were one of those teams that was really had the potential to unsettle SKT. Now, the meta's shifted a bit since then, and Jin Air's fortunes have certainly dipped substantially since then, but I didn't think it would come to this.
No, I don't think anybody did. I don't think this could have been predicted whatsoever.
Victor swaps around his items, now has a death cap, so that's 6-item Victor. Even has the perfect tech score, so maybe he's short of a sorcery elixir, but otherwise, super, super powered up.
Yes, he is, and GBM probably going to be finishing off his build with a Guardian Angel.
Secret has it all.
Oh, Sweet gets knocked out. He's going to get picked. There he goes. He dies, and that might be the end of the game. Now we see Soul coming in. Only gets Trace with his ultimate. Soul actually eating a lot of damage from the Rise. Catching the front line right now, and Nuclear trying to do some work. There's the Chaos Storm going down. They want to get Chaser. Trace going to dodge that death ray. GBM almost untouched, but he's taking a lot of damage from Nuclear. Here we go, and they're going to get GBM, and that is 2 for none in the end, and this is almost certainly going to be the final push as Soul is going to TP on top of Tibbers. Can they get the necessary damage down? Pilot is still alive.
Spenu fans
Holy
are
cow.
screaming their lungs out, and they're going to try and finish desperately. There's still 3 threats up.
There still are. Sasin is very low. Chaser wants to get in, but he's going to get stopped, and Pilot dies. Nuclear and Soul on top of him. Trace, he's trying to get the low members, and there is GBM on your screen right now. And this is going to be the first win for Spenu Sonic Boom on the season against all odds when there is nothing for them on the line. They will take out Jin Air and maybe, just maybe, spoil Jin Air's chance at playoffs and the World Championship.
Jin Air had everything on the line, Monte Cristo. They wanted to pick up the 2-0 win, to keep it up there with Najin, to keep it up there with CJ Enters. They dropped 1 game, and that already put a single arrow through their hearts, but man, they've got nothing left now.
Wow, that is such an impressive upset. You can see Sasin on your screen right now.
Sasin face means something very different now, Monte Cristo. That man is happy.
That man is happy. GBM looking pretty devastated, as well you can imagine, and he thought it was going to be a cakewalk, especially coming into that second game, but their hopes are dashed.
And the crazy thing is he picked out the right tie. Shame it was for their own fortunes.
Well, you know, Jin Air actually had played 1 fewer best of 3, so they're not entirely out yet. They still have 2 more chances of redemption, but it is going to be much, much harder for them now. And Spenu, the team who had nothing to play for, who had not won a single best of 3 this season, comes through against Jin Air to get that win.
But the crazy thing is, when you're at the bottom, when you have nothing, no laurels to rest on whatsoever, you have nothing to play for, but sometimes, as they showed in this series, they had everything to play for because they played their little hearts out. The warding in particular, the understanding of Jin Air's win conditions, Chaser in particular, the damage dealt graph, he did none, and he could just never get into a team fight. I don't know if he ever altered any priority threats.
And they shut down the Rise so well. We see GBM, he did less damage than both Maokai and Corki
on Rise.
His team, on Rise.
Free farmed Ghost Flash Rise. Just never could put out any damage.
Well, that's a testament, I think, to the Annie play, actually, from Secret. You know, we talked about this guy, and he has been doing a lot better, especially on engaged supports. We talk about that Alistair. He delivered in the second game.
I mean, even Soul to Soul. Soul came in. He's 2-0 for this series. He didn't play in game one. Their teleport usage in particular was putrid, but Soul, he showed up a lot of that. And even though the Gnar ultimates weren't the big factor, he was exactly the frontline tank his team needed.
He was. Well, our MVP at the end of all of that is going to be Nuclear. Did a very good job on that Sivir. He got that really clutch kill at the end onto the Rise.
They picked Sivirani in the same round they dropped, and both of them arguably put up MVP performances. Nice picks in the laning phase from Sweet, who, you're playing Leona, you have to posture aggressively to have any laning pressure, otherwise you're just a melee champion with engaged CC. But consistently Nuclear found spots for damage that Pilot just couldn't match.
No, he could not. And look at Nuclear. I love the boldness to flash forward. And he had the Chaos Storm on top of him, so he was protected.
And that was with Pilot on one flank, both tanks on the other flanks, and they understood, all right, but if everyone's flanking, who's with the damage deal? The answer was no one, and that's why flashing aggressively was actually the smart choice.
And here we go. Here's the last fight. A great pick from Catch, finally living up to his name and catching somebody out. We made a lot of fun of him this season, but he really did play very nicely and was the main reason why they were able to take this team fight.
I mean, everyone was a support act for Nuclear. Everyone played very, very well, and the team even fought well. GBM, just in the middle of nowhere. He did not need to be there towards the tail end of that fight, and that was the final death knell. And Spenu Sonic Boom, they get their first victory.
I'm glad that they got a win this season. That certainly will make them feel a whole hell of a lot better going into the offseason, like they have some potential, like they've got something to prove while they take their break and try and improve over the course of a long winter. Well, we are going into our MVP interview, and here to translate for us is Nathan. Go ahead.
Hello, this is Nathan. Today, Spenu got their first victory over Generic Greenlings, and let's meet our players, Soul and Nuclear. The first, Soul. It's your first victory in the LCK. How do you feel about that? We haven't won from the first round, and I'm really happy we got our first win. And right now, the players look nervous with their first MVP interview.
I didn't even think this is their first chance to be interviewed.
Yeah, we've never heard from these guys in the MVP's lounge.
Were you guys, like, your composition was prepared in the second set? With mid Jarvan? Our mid player Sashin really liked playing mid Jarvan from like a long time ago. And when they chose Kog'Maw, we expected to play mid Jarvan against it. And there's Sashin. Yeah, your opponents had Kog'Maw, which is really strong in late game. So how are you going to play the game against Kog'Maw? We had Jarvan and Rumble, so whenever Kog'Maw had no flash, or even if Kog'Maw had flash, we thought we could kill it. And so when I played that round, that game, I just looked my equalizer on Kog'Maw. The early timing of the game, Jin had the lead. But you guys had almost an ace in a team fight. And were you expecting to winning when Jin had the lead? When we won the team fight, yeah, we had the thoughts that we could win. Yeah, Jin didn't like lose easily. They had a fight, and you guys were aced in front of Baron. What did you feel? Like, how did you feel at that point? There was too many Baron fights, so I don't really remember. But yeah, I think we probably didn't feel good because we lost the team fight. And each time we lost a team fight, we said that if we get Kog'Maw, we could win the fight, so we didn't give our hopes up. Right now, the most happiest person is you guys, but the second happiest people, I think, would be Najin.
Yep.
And your next game is against Najin. Do you have any words to say to your next players, Najin players? we got our first win, so I hope you guys get nervous. Congratulations. And to Nuclear. Each time you guys won, Nuclear, you got an MVP, but it's your first time to get your MVP interview. How do you feel about that? I never thought that we were gonna win today. I just wanted to play a great game with no mistakes. But right now, I'm too confused with our first win. I'm really happy right now. Yeah, in all three games, the games were going like from one side to the other. Like each team were winning sometime and the other team winning on the other time. How do you guys feel during those times? And especially in the third set. In the third set, even if the opponent had Rise, we thought we could win in the late game. But the game didn't work as we planned to. And so we thought we were going to lose like always, but we had a great team fight. And that was the reason why we could win. Yeah, especially behind the red buff, you were able to get the kills against Rise and Maokai. And that was your winning point. What did you say at that point? Yeah, when we saw Rise there, we thought as soon as we could kill Rise, we can win. So I turned on my ult and we got Rise. And that's how we got our lead and won. A lot of fans were waiting for your interview. Do you have any words to say to your Spenu fans? We had a 15-game losing streak, so we weren't that happy, but the fans were waiting and waited for us. So I don't know what to say to them. I'm really thankful to them for waiting for us, our first win. And I heard that our representative for our team came today, and I'm really happy I could get their first win in front of him. And let's congrat our Spenu players for their first win. And I think I can hand it back to you guys.
Thank you for your translating prowess, Nathan. And wow, that was certainly unexpected for a team who had nothing to gain. To beat the team with everything to lose was something you don't get to see very often, but that is how it works. And SK Telecom T1 rolls over. Incredible miracle in our first best of three. Nothing for them to win either. No stake in that first game.
And we expected the same story in the second game. One team with no stake, one team with all to play for, and wow, what a result.
Well, congratulations to Spenu Sonic Boom. They definitely have been improving over the course of the season, but I mean, frankly, Jin Air they just are on this huge decline, and they played some of the worst League of Legends we've seen them play this year, honestly.
I mean, their game 2, absolutely. Their game 3, I'd actually point more to the excellent play by Spenu rather than Jin Air, which had something they wanted to do. They just could never make it happen. Now you look at this table, they're at least one game behind 5th, and that's a scary spot to be.
Right, and it's a big sigh of relief for Najin because now they've played the same number of games, but now Najin can actually lose to SK Telecom and have it not be that meaningful. Next week, here are our matches on Wednesday. Longju IM versus KT Rollster. KT wants to maintain that second position, and Jin Air, they must beat Rebels Anarchy or it is probably over.
You would have penciled that in before. Now you might have to erase it and wonder who will win. Thursday, though, Samsung versus SKT. Trap game for SKT. Remember, Samsung did beat them. One match, of course, but lose 2-1 eventually.
Of course, and Jin Air versus the Ku Tigers, yet another must-win for Jin Air. Spenu versus Najin, in what could actually be a more interesting series now, coming off of Spenu's first win. But Ku and Jin Air, the teams on the decline, both of them really need to win that one, and it might be difficult.
We'll finish off the week with Longju IM versus the rampaging CJ Entist. And speaking of rampaging, KT Rollster, sounds like everyone's going to try and inflict pain onto Anarchy next week.
Well, KT just has such a soft schedule left that just taking a look at them, we do have 3 more matches the following week, but they are actually pretty comfortable in terms of their ability to close out this season in 2nd place. And Najin does have to play SK Telecom the week after that, which is going to be the big match. So we'll see how Najin does, if they can actually keep on this hot streak that they're on right now, especially since SKT may be not playing with their starting roster.
But congrats to Spenu. They finally did it.
They finally did it. Well, guys, we will see you next week, of course, for some more matches here on Champion Summer. Until then, I guess just play some games, have a good time, watch some LPL, because LCS isn't on till next week, but we'll see you then. All right, guys, take care.